Um, Even though we're 2 minutes late, that's still faster and on timer than most of the shows in our sphere because everybody's just always late to everything. It's like
Interesting.
it's like
And you guys
everybody.
don't even do like the 20 minutes of music, do you?
Fuck that! I hate that shit. I hate all Twitch streamers for that shit. It's like streamers start. Here we go.
Dude, I think Denims is like an hour. Just an hour of
An
music.
hour of stealing someone else's stuff.
That's why I talked about this like 2 days ago on my streams. Like, oh, you should put like because I got myself a stream deck now. I was like, oh, you should put like a button on there for like BRB, and so I was like, no, I won't.
Why not?
I don't need it.
He doesn't
You can look
BLB.
at-
He pees
Well,
and
you
balls.
don't need. If it's about need, you wouldn't have got the stream deck.
Oh, you
You're
can do like
past need.
800 things with that. It's not only for putting on a BRB screen. I don't know.
Yeah,
if you
but
know
Yeah,
it's
it's
that.
one
got
of
a
its many useful
ton.
features, right? That's a
I-
good feature, though. I have to go and urinate. Press the button. I will be right back.
I gotta
Yeah,
be
but-
honest, I have 2 of these things and I just kind of put a GIF on them and let it go. I don't really use them. They
just to
look kinda
abuse
cool.
yourself. Feel like
Just for me.
Let me ask
Yeah,
Peter
Elevate
Griffin.
your game.
That's the like startup screen, and I was like,
Yeah,
nah, my stream start with, oh, did I click the right button, or oh, am I live? Did I put this to public? That's probably a lot of my streams just starting like that. If you would go back and check.
Yeah, you guys have the logic of like I can't be spending the good stuff until everybody's arrived. When you could just chat, you could just talk. That would be fine.
Mhm.
And you know what? You guys tend to do that anyway. Like after your little, we're not here yet song finishes, you then do the let's talk for 20 minutes about nothing part. You should just do that for the 40 minutes instead.
Yeah.
There, I've revolutionized
you-
Twitch streaming people.
You
Even though
little
you
goober.
even stream on Twitch.
No, not anymore.
Damn.
I used to. I did like a year over there. I think I jumped like and immediately like tripled my viewers when I came to YouTube. It's just it's not easy to like start fresh over there.
Oh,
It's
on
not
Twitch,
easy
yeah.
being green.
I mean, to be honest with you, I just wouldn't have recommended it to anybody these days to be on Twitch. It just feels
Yeah.
like
Oh no.
the Titanic of streaming sites at this point, but in slow motion.
I
What
don't
if
think
I
it
hate
existed in 5
Jews?
years. Yeah.
Like,
I just-
the fact that
I just
Hassan, like, if he were banned from it, that would actually be like a huge chunk of their engagement gone. That's probably why they can't actually
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
for sure.
Yeah, they're stuck in a rock and a hard place. Hassan's friends and him make up like a huge portion of their like, I guess, viewership. I think somebody had like 40,000 people watching the video because Hassan didn't want to watch it yesterday. It was just all his audience pouring into there. So if they ever ban him, that's just a ton of ad revenue they're not getting,
I do know
even
that
for 24 hours.
because we covered. God, it feels so like nostalgic looking back at how the characters have evolved. But Jay did the video all about Twitch streamers reacting and stealing.
Directing stuff, yeah.
We targeted our relevant Denims and good old Hassan, and look at him now. Like he's evolved, old Hassan. He isn't just stealing content or anything. He's got himself a big old nuke that's after him that came out I don't know, yesterday or today, I think. But Denims, on the other hand, good lord, she I don't know, her audience like skyrocketed compared to when we first covered her.
Really?
I assume it's because of her insightful commentary. I saw,
Oh yeah, it's her intelligence and her wit, her
Yes.
quick wit. It's the cleverness
I
of
saw-
And the
all of her
very
phases.
endearing laugh. It's a really endearing laugh. It's not annoying
That's
at all.
gotta be it.
There's
Yeah,
a
I don't
clip.
think I hated Denims until the conversation with Jay. That was just like my brain exploding because I think that's the first time I've heard words actually come out of her mouth.
What our conclusion was
my
just like
introduction to her.
she's like shockingly stupid. Like her brain doesn't fucking work.
It is kind of interesting, yeah.
Oh god.
How does someone this stupid and vapid get that kind of?
Because say what
Well,
you
you
will,
know.
right? About
Well, it's because of her breasts, but I mean, like, it was an open question.
wow, Rex, racism to breasts.
Well, I'm just
so-
saying, you could take the IQs of Frogan and Denims. They're probably very similar, but for some reason, Denims
Yeah.
is like. just
Yeah, what's the difference?
more
Interesting.
successful. I don't know what it could be.
What's the factor here?
I was going to say that you say what you will about Boogie, and we have said countless hours about him.
And we will.
And
yes.
there's probably
my.
yet more to say, but I was just going to say that he's still like significantly smarter than Dennis. Like if there was a little scale.
He got away with things for.
Oh, you need the big
out of
scale
time,
for Boogie.
you know?
Come on.
That's true.
Boogie smarter than is such an odd way to start a sentence.
I know.
Yeah,
I
it
felt
really is,
I felt
actually,
wrong
yeah.
saying it, but you know what? I was forced.
Since we last covered it, they launched like a network. There's like 7 of those lol cow shows now.
Is that working?
I don't know. I just like lol cow rewind and like lol queens or something. I haven't been watching it.
Queens.
Yeah, there's like a female version of it now.
Wait, what does rewind mean? Like
I
they
mean, yeah, wait,
go through
how can
the show?
They're like the news show that covers all the other lol cow related media.
The fuck is the point of that? Like, guys, did you
why are
catch
men
what happened on the
cows and
stream
women
just
are
now?
queens when they're lol?
Why would they watch a show about a show? Wouldn't they just watch the show?
Well, then
No.
because they have
Oh.
time slots. The show ends at one time, and then the rewind goes live to tell you what happened on the previous show.
All right.
I don't know.
Previously
Apparently,
on
this is like
lolcow.
working. I don't know why, but it is.
If it's working, I know that there's trying to set up fat camp, right? That's something that
Yep,
could be
yep.
funny if they ever get around
Well,
to
like
it.
sending Boogie to fat camp.
Well,
Apparently
I
it's like
accidentally
all of them.
played a pivotal role, like a recent. I don't know if it's fake or whatever. Did you see the kid behind a camera stuff?
I know vaguely about it.
Didn't you talk about this a little bit with Keem?
I
Recently
talked
on
about
a-
this on stream, yeah, because he called me in the middle of my Destiny.
Oh, that's
coverage
where
and
I
was
know
like,
the
"Dude,"
vague amount from. Actually, yes.
Okay, that's
all he
it.
goes, dude, one of our co-hosts is like a pedo. I'm like, what are you talking about? So apparently, 7 years ago,
Who
people
else
found
starts a
out.
conversation that
Yeah,
way?
what a great way to start a
Literally.
conversation.
Dude, one of my friends is a pedo. What do I do?
Help me.
I don't know, man.
So like 17
What,
years
Tux?
ago, these guys
Don't
got
hire him to
together.
babysit.
He's not exaggerating when he says 17 years ago, by the way.
It literally is. It's 17 years ago they got together, and she claims she lied about her age. She was 15. She said 18, and then she apparently lied to her father that he was 18 and not 21. So it's like a wild gap. But they've been married for like 7 years. They're getting divorced now. She sticks by the story, and it's like, everyone's like, "Wow, you gotta forgive him for this." I go, Keem, I would just fire that guy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like self-preservation mode.
Wait,
but
since
like,
when did he
some
even? Is
internet
he on
person is
lolcow or what's?
he's on one of the tertiary shows. He's like
Oh my
on. I think
God.
he's on Rewind, or he's on like I don't know. They have like lolcow mania or something. There's just like so many shows. It's hard to follow.
Lolcow mania.
All right, well, good for them.
They should have called it Mad Cow. Someone Mad Cow podcast or something like that. You know,
Mad Cow
Working
could
the
come
Mad
up.
Cow
Yeah,
instead of Mania.
pitch the show to him, Rags. Get your own on the lolcow network. It'd be
Well, I was
about-
telling him to do one about like so basically
not-
you do little people, like a whole roster of little people. You do it in vertical video
Like-
streams. So they call them
Like
shorts.
gnomes,
Yes.
like Keebler elves.
Well, I mean, is it Keemstar Gnome? So that's already one. Like, you well on the way.
Genome.
He's
Well,
like
I
a
was saying
powerful
going
gnome as
lol
well.
calf. Like instead of a cow, be a calf, like lol calf podcast.
Well, that's not going to help the pedo allegations.
Oh no!
You
Do
call
not
it lol
let him near
calves.
the lol
Lol
calves.
veal.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Oh,
we-
lolveal, yeah.
We got off the topic of Denim's intelligence way too fast.
I mean,
To bring us back, I was gonna say that I was on the old Twitter, and I'm assuming Nick, you would have seen this part, but there's like a clip
Yeah.
where some guy is like saying horrible shit to Ethan. There's a clip of it, and then she's like, "This is obviously a Sneeko fan. This kind of shit never comes from like Hassan fans. Nobody who's a fan of Hassan speaks this way." And then it just cuts to a clip of the guy meeting Hassan in person and saying, "I'm like your biggest fan, bro." like,
Yeah, I was worried. I didn't know where that was going because I'm like, all right, this seems like a little far out there. Then all of a sudden he ties it all the way back in.
yeah,
That surprised me too, but I didn't bite shit like she did. Wow.
well, she's such a fucking moron because at that point you basically, if you're an honest creator, you have to go, "All right, yeah, I was wrong." Like
Yeah,
that.
I guess
Fuck,
I have to
was
take that L
completely
now.
wrong. But instead, she's like, just because he met him, hugged him, and said, "I'm your biggest fan," that doesn't mean that he's like a fan. Like, you don't know.
Well,
That could
did
mean
you see her
anything.
reacting to like Tectone talking about how his like was it his dad or his friend were like injured
Did she laugh at him?
overseas in the military, and she's just like sitting there with like a shit-eating grin the entire time, being like, "Why is he brushing his teeth in the bathroom stall?" And then it's like, well, then there was an IED that exploded. And it was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Her reactions to everything are horrible, which is actually unique because most Twitch streamers have bad reactions. Hers are like a level above or
Oh, it
below,
must suck,
depending on how
right?
you.
Having all your biggest like streamers on your platform just being scum. Just like, fuck's sake. Not
well,
that
the CEO
YouTube
is
is
a big
clean
fan.
or anything.
I mean, the CEO has been a big fan of Hassan for a while, so
He loves the like
Yeah.
Hassan. Yeah.
That
I've known
fucking
that
happy
before, the
birthday
content.
video, man. Like,
dude, it's so crazy. If that was God, I don't even know, man. It's just so Those poor fucking guys are like, hey, can you sing this for this Twitch streamer? Like, not really, but you're gonna probably fire me if I don't.
Well,
I guess you never think to ask, is there any chance he's going to support terrorism directly and openly?
that's usually unlikely. But hey, you know what? Special streamer. We were just covering Mag that just the fact that he steals everyone's work. Like I said, he got promoted. He's well beyond doing that these days. And as much as a lot of people have said like the content nuke sort of just covers everything a lot of people knew already. It's like a one-stop shop video that can be sent to anybody at any time that'll hit a few people who didn't even know or care. So
Pretty much.
but I still don't think it'll actually do anything ultimately.
No, it'll just make a few more people like aware of what's going on, which I mean, it can't really hurt, but it's not going to do anything dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
You got to understand that like there are people who are locked in who are following all this content, and then there are people who just watch VODs and they don't even know this is occurring. That's when you start finding new information out, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone says, "Oh, these are all the talking points that we've heard for years with Destiny." It's like not really. Hassan is kind of like organized his responses to be like anything from DGG is bad, don't watch it. It's all propaganda, and that's what they repeat. So a percentage of the audience has never even seen those talking points because it's worked.
Well, I was wondering if it was a mistake to have Denims covering it, because she's definitely not got the brain to be able to push back on all of it. I haven't seen her stream.
Yeah, but who are you going to pick? Mike from PA?
He'd probably be better. I don't know.
Maybe.
Who else is there? Maybe
They don't really have, like,
Vosh.
an all-star cast. Yeah,
Vosh
Hassan
can
himself
defend.
isn't very into. Yeah, but they don't like Vosh because they don't want to associate.
No, I
with
know.
the
That's
horse
why it would
thing.
be funny. Like they're like, "Here I come to defend you." They're like, "No, not you."
He didn't even get out unscathed. Ethan spent like 30 of his hour-long stream before that covering Vosh.
Oh, okay. I
Before he
didn't even know that.
dropped the new, yeah, because Vosh came out and was supposed to talk about the Markiplier stuff. Basically, Ethan did a little bit where he's like, Markiplier fakes his voice, and everyone's like, holy shit, Ethan is going unhinged. He's going crazy. So Vosh went to cover it, and then Ethan's like, why is this horse fucking pedophile talking about me today?
Jesus.
He just kept saying horse fucking pedophile for the whole segment. And it's like, now I know why Vosh doesn't debate anymore. This is like every combo he'll ever have.
It's gonna follow him everywhere because
Yeah.
of the things that he looks at and masturbates to. So it's gonna be hard to escape it.
I was gonna say something. Now I
Xander
completely
Hall's
lost.
time to shine.
The hero
There's
we
an opening.
needed.
That's right.
It's time to infiltrate.
It's so funny.
Yay!
I don't really pay attention to all these people a lot of times, but every time I do, it's like this is absolute chaos, and it's really.
Well, it
funny.
just feels like a huge collapse all over the place.
Yeah. It feels like I'm stepping through a portal and like to another dimension. It's like, all right, what's going on here? And everyone is screaming at each other. It's like, no, it wasn't our fans. No, it's yours. No, it's actually mine. And then everybody
Oh,
doesn't
also,
get punished.
I saw that clip out of context and I thought it was insane. And I think there's actually going to be a catch-up that comes out at some point where I reference it. So I guess now the context is it was all a joke and that part was cut out. Is the idea or something? The Markiplier thing.
No, so the Markiplier thing was just from a stream a couple of days ago, and I think he did like a follow-up, but that wasn't ever going to be in the nuke video.
No, I just mean that specific event
Was
because it
that
was.
a meme? Was that a meme, or was he being serious?
Yeah, no, he was just doing a bit. That was just like a regular like
okay.
stream riff gag thing, and then people were taking it like hyper serious.
I'm going to say, out of context, even with 3 minutes, it did seem strange. It looked like
Yeah.
he was annoyed at Markiplier for using any kind of thing to make his voice sound better. Which
Well, implying that again sound like the Theranos lady, right? Doing the voice to sort of manipulate people in order to gain or something, rather than like performance as part of like creating content or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I think a lot of these things get clipped and put on these weird like snark sub. Like I've seen it now. Like I've never been hyper analyzed as much as I've been this week. I think I went on a random stream that had like 100 viewers, and I was like, Ethan should really push back the content nuke. And then Ethan goes and pushes it back a whole week. And there's like 3 threads that pop up. They're like, Ethan's listening to Nicholas Diorio. He's taking his tips from this random podcast. And I'm like, holy fuck, you guys were watching? Jesus.
Yeah, the is a YouTube drama, right? I saw something to do with they like hate who are they controlled by? Because there's like the biases on subreddits are
What they control?
like super obvious if you know, as in like because I thought that there was a different subreddit for covering drama stuff. I don't
R
know how
slash
new...
YouTube drama. R slash drama is gone. I don't think that ever really covered YouTube stuff, but that's not there anymore. R slash YouTube drama was tiny and nobody used it. And then H Bomber Guy's video on plagiarism came out and it was immediately tripled in size. So there's a huge H Bomber Guy sector.
You know, you just said
that
nobody used it and
operates.
then it tripled in size.
But you know what I mean? It was like,
Yeah.
it was really
There's
small.
nobody
And all of a
there.
sudden, I think it was like 100,000 people joined the subreddit immediately and just loaded it up. And like moderators from his subreddit were some of the moderators over there when it was first like getting bigger.
Well, you know what? This is on theme because we're covering a completely different lolcow today. One that we have more experience with. But how much do you know about Movie Bob, Nick?
I don't know a ton. I just know that like there are tons of golden age YouTubers from around the time Movie Bob was popular, and for some reason we're just stuck with him.
He's like
He's one of those. Yeah.
I put this like
He's
I
a
feel
lunatic.
yes, like hyper lunatic. Like almost he could top the scale. He really could. He's definitely a competitor. But like nobody seems to treat him quite like that. He seems to
He
have
slipped
gotten
under the
away with it a
radar
little bit.
somehow.
Yeah.
Wasn't there some weird story about him with a woman?
There
Lindsay
are
Ellis?
countless
Yeah,
stories.
Lindsay Ellis,
Sort of.
yes.
Countless stories. And you know, we're gonna go over them today. It's gonna be real fun. But yeah, like for us, because he hates us. We've covered him a couple of times, and his insane, rambly nonsense videos that always drift into the hyper political because he's angry at Donald Trump for stealing his Halloween and quotes like that. Which the
What's
funny
been his
shit.
excuse for not coming on?
Oh, fucking! He would never
Oh.
waste his time.
He would
never
never-
degrade
he-
himself to come here.
He's smart enough to know how that would go.
Oh, so he doesn't go like, I'm not getting on the Nazi podcast like Hassan.
I
It's
think
more of
that's-
I think he has
That's the
called
kind of
us
thing
that
he'd
before,
probably
for
say.
sure.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing he would say publicly in order to save face. The real reason is because he would know what would happen.
Well-
It'd be disastrous for him.
Oh yeah, sure,
He hates us
100%.
so much. He does tweet about us every once in a while, and one of the funniest ones to me was back when I made the Quantumania video with Fringy. We decided, because we thought there was enough to talk about in terms of the ins and outs of how it all happened, that we would do a little stream talking about
Yeah, almost
how
like
we
little
did it.
commentary on making it.
And,
because there was plenty to be said about
Yeah,
the process
we-
of
we-
making that video.
We just talked about every portion of the process and why we made the decisions we
Editing
made and how we
process,
and
Jokes and structure, visuals, the kinds of visuals you'd want to use and why you would use them at this particular point. There's plenty to talk about. I mean, if you spend enough time making something, you'll find things to talk about in relation to making it.
absolutely. And we did the stream, and someone let me know that Bob had an opinion about it because I don't know how this fucking happened because it gets tweeted out by Zod here. Hang on. And they say, Muller and Fringy doing a making-of stream for Ant-Man video. That's an interesting idea. Should be fascinating. Bob quote tweets and says, what could possibly be gleaned from the making of something like this? None of them have any insight about anything.
Wow.
Well, I
Which
mean,
is
shit.
legitimately, it's delusional to think that we don't have insight about these things. Obviously, particularly
Well,
Muller and Fringy here.
you'd think
It is
Muller and
actually
Fringy would have the most
delusional.
insight about what Muller and Fringy did. I don't know. We feel like I'd say that's a solid authority. I don't know.
You don't have
You
insight.
have no
about
insight
yourself.
about.
I mean, I
movies.
don't know what to say other than I guess he's big mad. Like, I don't
He is
know.
big mad.
It's,
Well, have you
like,
considered
holy
changing your
shit.
name to Movie Mauler? Then that way you'll have a bit more credibility on your
Mauler.
show.
In Cinema Fringy.
Yeah, Movie Mauler, Cinema Friggy. There you go.
Mark the movie.
But yeah, there was another one where I think during our MOM stream, he was like tweeting about how we didn't understand a reference to something. It like made him really angry. He's calmed down with us over the recent years because we haven't covered him as much. But you know, I did foreshadow this on the last stream. It felt like the bobbining was coming. And I suppose
Bobbining.
here we are. He's such a remarkable gentleman. I feel like it's not worth summarizing. Instead, we're gonna watch a video do it for us, but with all of the associated clips and references to the man, the myth, the legend himself. Does everybody want to jump in to the watch together if you haven't already?
yeah, because
Popping
somebody
in.
hasn't.
I got
think
a
I clicked
message
in
in the
here.
chat I've never seen this before in the chat. It says, "Don't forget, you're a standard moderator for this channel. To help the creator build a positive, safe community, you can delete inappropriate messages, put a participant in timeout." Oh, we're gonna be doing that. Hide someone from the channel. Yes, and manage messages held for review.
Yeah,
It's reminding me of all the power that I have.
You normally get those the first time you get assigned a mod, and then it pops up.
Been mod for fucking. I don't even remember when I made him. But
That means he's never read the chat before, like ever, like never ever.
He only now realizes we've been doing this live the whole time.
Wait, people speak during these, and I can read their reactions live.
Wow.
So, oh yeah, it looks like we are all in. Maybe, yes. Let's assume so.
I'm
Whoever
all
isn't is
in.
going to suffer because they won't be able to discover the
Man.
greatness of what we're about to see. But yeah, this video comes from the gamer from Mars. What do you know about him, everyone? I think we've covered him once before, actually.
He got
Yeah,
like
that-
crazy jacked 2 years ago out of nowhere. It was
Good
very
for him.
I
surprising.
heard about that, yeah. I think I saw, it was a tweet about it where he was like, wasn't it, he was like, to the people who called me like a weedy loser or whatever, fuck you, or something. I remember reading it being like, wow.
Yeah,
That thick
that's a
Earth
good thing to earn.
atmosphere. You know, he could really
Yeah,
get some
man.
major gains.
But, you know, he does a lot of videos that do the, sort of, you know, the full take on a person's online career. He's one of those sorts of channels, a lot of channels like that. You
Yeah,
know,
he's not really a participant. He's more of a retrospective guy. He makes
Yeah.
like relatively inoffensive, not super long, easily digestible things.
he made one on Movie Bob, The Cruelty. It was
Speaking of
called from...
Not digestible at all.
It was called. This is funny. There's just Nostalgia Critic on screen right now. This is not who this is about.
The look on his face too. He's just like,
This sums it up. But yeah, it was called Movie Bob from Film Critic to Lolcow, and I guess he changed it to the most mocked film critic on YouTube, which maybe, I don't know. Who is the most
They had to
mocked
take his
film
name
critic?
out of the title
Oh.
just so it did better.
I'm not sure what other candidate you would point to for a film critic.
Film critic.
Well,
I mean,
Nostalgia
maybe
Critic feels
Nostalgia
more
Critic?
made fun of than
maybe,
him.
Maybe that's
But
I'd say
Nostalgia
Cinema
Critic
Sins
has
might
a-
be up there too.
but I mean, is it because like Nostalgia Critic still has an audience?
Yeah.
that might be because obviously I respect Nostalgia Critic. I
Yeah.
do respect Nostalgia Critic as a critic. He's, you know, he's a mixed bag, but I enjoy
I don't know.
watching his
By the
videos.
way, I don't know why anybody in chat would be saying Chris Stuckman. That's like the
Yeah.
that's like the
No,
opposite
no.
of the truth. He's one of the least criticized for
Yeah.
given how popular he
Yeah,
is.
you have to
There's a
expand.
difference. Like
Yeah.
the people we criticize a lot recently is not the same as people who are overall criticized a
Yeah,
lot.
General.
exactly.
Yeah, think broadly. What do all communities like? Because Movie Bob is definitely hit by everybody, but so is Nostalgia Critic, and I was going to say so is
He's
Cinema
safe
Sins.
to make fun of.
And
That's
Cinema
the thing.
Sins-
He's always safe. Quinton
Would
Review,
you-
people don't
Quinton?
talk about him. That's the thing. He's like a ghost.
Only when he
For-
posts. Like when his iCarly shit comes out, you get like a week of like, this guy's kind of weird.
He is kind of weird, but yes.
Yeah, but then he disappears again because no one gives a shit about him.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
I would rank him below the others, but I'd be inclined to
Why
hit
mess-
Nostalgia. Sorry, Cinema Sins. I really do think that's probably the
Yeah.
most made fun of by
He might be
everybody.
the most. YMS gets a lot of criticism as well. So it probably is. Yeah, it probably is. Because I mean, Cinema Sins is often blamed for like the degradation of the entire film industry. So yeah, that's
Yeah, that was in
pretty
Slurry
bold.
did that in
You
that
know,
video I
that's an
covered.
accolade right there.
But I think he's just trying to find a title that sort of works better with algorithmic.
Well, yeah, and saying one of the most mocked is like, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not as interesting.
Punchy.
potentially the
throw,
most mocked film critic.
in the
Would you
top
throw
20.
Synthetic
most
Man in
bought.
there?
No, he's not popular enough. Though I will
he
say for
mainly
his
does
size-
He
video
mainly does games.
In 5
Yeah,
years,
it's
do you
kinda
think
more
that he
his-
might rank?
I would say for his size, the response to him is very, very negative.
Yeah, he might
But,
be on
like,
a
whenever
ratio
anything
scale.
comes out,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But then, you know, Movie
He
Bob
should
is still
be,
quite
but-
competitive on a ratioed scale as well. Of those who know about Movie Bob, you know, they're like, what the fuck
Well,
is
it
that?
probably has to be Cinema Sins now that I think about it, because there was a whole
Yeah.
like archetype of commentary, like movie video That was
There's
a
a
whole
whole-
making fun
I
of
would
him.
argue there's a whole
People
archetype of
blame-
criticism that was born from him, as in like
And-
both the way he
Yeah.
does things and the way people talk about him. Like loads of
And
people
controversy,
cloned the way
yeah.
people talk about him.
CinemaSins is
People-
often credited for basically inventing the concept of nitpicking, which is silly, but like, I mean, I guess that is kind of what he does.
Well, yeah, it's just that CinemaSins is often cited as having ruined people's ability
discourse.
to engage with media.
Which is stupid.
So, if any, that's a big claim about the impact of a movie critic.
They would have
so-
liked For the Dark World if it wasn't for that guy, okay? Yeah, that was the only thing that stopped them.
Thor: The
That's
Dark
a-
World
that is a-
stock has skyrocketed over the past two
That's
phases.
a- that's
Yeah,
an
it
almost
really has.
fascinating reference of like people compelled to defend Thor: The Dark World, any film that they would want to do it
You
for.
fucking leave for the Dark World alone, bitch.
We didn't know what we had.
It's a, well, we didn't know what we had because that film ain't as
Yeah.
bad as a lot of the ones that came out recently.
yeah.
Like,
World's
Thor
big
Love and
problem is-
Thunder is worse than that. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
Dark World's lame and forgettable, which isn't really that bad in the context of the last few MCU movies.
Yeah, like largely inoffending, like forgettable movie is actually significantly better.
Well, I was actually going to say that in relation to CinemaSins, because you know I saw him recently. He was getting made fun of on Twitter for this because the cycle is starting to turn over. I think with how culture moves. But Anthony Grumbuglia, I think is the name, something like that. He made a video about how Nostalgia Critic ruined media literacy, and the video comes out. People screenshot it, put it on Twitter, and a lot of people were just like, "Oh, fuck off!" Like this is getting ridiculous. A lot, you know, like different content creators from different eras having created this whole group of people who can't understand, movies, stories, whatever have you. When they're just a part of a different group of people who can't understand movies anyway, as a result of different people. Like people might cite H Bomber Guy as the reason they don't understand, or any given popular, almost thought leader of movie review. It's because everybody on the internet tells everybody else that they don't understand shit. That's just like the cycle. And I was honestly hoping at this point, just like, can we just break out of it? I wish we could retire media literacy as a comment. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
It's just we're always trying to find ways to say no, you're stupid. But like him especially, because when we covered him, he was like smugly standing above everybody on, interpretation of art, and then his analysis of possibly the best scene in Blade Runner was to just repeat the dialogue back and then be like, yeah, that's what that scene's about.
No
It's like,
insight,
what the
no
fuck?
no analysis at all.
That's like, is that better or worse than copying someone's description of the work? Like the other guy we covered. Like, so what would be worse, to just repeat the dialogue from the scene and say, "Wow, that's so meaningful," or to read out what the author of the work said it means and just say that's what you think it means?
Like the art analysis guy. I'm
Yeah.
not sure which one's worse.
I would have
There's
thought
like a
surely,
really-
like, reading out the quote is worse, because at least if you've picked out something that the creator has said, you've kind of engaged with the idea that there might be a meaning behind it, and you've gone and looked it up, whereas just repeating dialogue from a scene isn't even doing that. That's just saying, hey, play the clip. Therefore,
It's like
correct.
the only information that he has is, oh, people think this scene is really good, and that's like the extent of his insight compared to like at least reading a quote from the creator might actually imbue you with that insight.
Yeah.
There is that, but what could one argue the reverse of? At least the guy who's quoting the film remembered the fucking quote from the film, which means he probably remembers the scenes in the film, so he got something from it, versus the guy who doesn't have anything to say about the actual work, he's just saying what someone else said.
Maybe I'm just more annoyed because it was about Blade Runner compared to
Yeah,
some
yeah,
random,
for sure.
like, modern art thing that I don't care about.
I feel like there's like a huge percentage of movie like review channels who are just like, and in this scene, Thanos was trying to snap his fingers, but Tony got them and they're on his hand, and I thought that was pretty good. And that's like the entire interaction they have with that part of the movie. Like they don't, it's just like reading the plot and then saying like, and I didn't like that very much.
You
And
know
then
what?
moving on to the next-
I almost
you're
wish
not
we came
wrong.
across more fucking plot readers on EFAP. That that would be a
I mean,
peaceful thing.
in a sense, you're not wrong, because a lot of the time, what you see with like bad reviews is a refusal to essentially engage your brain and not just accept everything that's being presented to you by the story. Just because the story says this is the way something works like even if it contradicts something that was established prior, a lot of the time we'll just be like, yeah, but I mean that's what that's what it is. Or like, oh, well, the meaning of this film is this because that's what it obviously is. It's like, yeah, but how about the fact that the plot and the character writing doesn't support it at all? And it's just like the only engagement with it is exactly the way that it was intended, without any critical thinking about what's happening in the story at all.
Because some people, I saw two suggestions for that. It's like, isn't that what Stuckman or Cosmonaut do? Stuckman will read you out like facts about it in a meta way, usually. Who the director is, who the writer is, when it was made, what it's a sequel to, what the culture has to say about it, but broadly and in a very sterile way. Cosmonaut, man, we haven't covered him in a while. What is his thing? He just gets stuff wrong all the time.
He will like provide arguments. It's just that there's not much basis in reality.
Yeah, like his thing to me, what I think about with him is just he constantly contradicts himself. It's like he can't stick to any standard. He just fucking runs away with his thoughts.
What he
constantly.
feels in the moment.
How he feels at the moment. Yeah.
I think though that when people are reading out thoughts from the artist themselves, the writer, the director, whoever it ends up being, it's less analysis and more this is what the intention of this was. And some people, when attempting to analyze, just say, well, this is the intention, so that's what it is, as opposed to what about the end product? What did it do, and how might it be different from the intention? Like, did the intention successfully portrayed or not? And I think a lot of people don't want to engage with that level of criticism if they think the director said this, therefore it is.
Well, in the realm of being boring or like and doing that or having no meaning or blah blah blah, Movie Bob doesn't have any of these problems. He's got completely different, horrifying problems. And for anybody who isn't fully aware of his ins and outs, you're about to have your world rocked. Maybe, who knows? But this is the most bite size you're going to get in terms of a coverage of all the different things he's done. So let us begin this journey. As long as everyone else is all right with that. Yeah, you all ready? Is everyone excited?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Let's get it.
Wonderful.
They gave him a bat credit card? No!
This is not Movie Bob, by the way. This is Nostalgia Critic.
This is a classic piece of YouTube history.
Iconic,
right,
one would say, I believe.
Yeah.
Actually.
No! Does not compute! Does not compute!
I oddly look back fondly at my teenage years for being at the ground floor of watching early YouTubers. Back in those days, the platform, along with companion sites with
Who recognizes this? Chad.
Linkara.
I don't recognize him unless he's running in front of a green screen.
What's so funny is I'm kind of with. Is there a short way to? Is he gonna be the Gamer from Mars? Does he have like a? We should call him a Martian or something. I don't know. Anyway, Mars guy. He back
GFM,
in
Martian
GFM.
GFM is that
Martian would be the term. Yeah.
Yeah, so back in the day, channel awesome as it were, filled with creators who have all since I'm trying to think of, we got Angry Joe was still around. He was like connected to him with blistered thumbs, I think. Spoonie's gone, obviously. Nostalgia Critic would be the most successful. Lindsay Ellis is gone now, right?
I think so.
She not still on Nebula?
Right?
I think. Oh, if she's on Nebula, then I mean,
I remember her from all the jokes we've made about Nebula, but I don't know if she's still there.
Everyone's saying
Nebula's not a site I frequent.
What was Linkara's thing that he like wags to Muppets or something?
Well, no, it wasn't M&M's.
It was definitely Green M&M specifically.
Green M&M.
And then I'm pretty sure Muppets was involved in some way, which is just
sure, might as well.
Like whatever, man. But yeah, he was.
I mean, I see the bridge, M&M's, Muppets. I see it. It's right there, clear in my mind.
Yeah, a lot of M's.
Linkara was the comic reviewer of the lot.
Yeah,
but a high-ranking lad. He was involved in all like the significant collaboration events with Nostalgia Critic, and then you had a whole bunch of others that I'm not gonna be able to name because it's been so long. But I know Phalis was one. Film Brain, the British one. I remember Welshie for completely unrelated reasons to being Welsh, I'm sure.
Gross.
AVGN is still around. He like collaborated with them, but he was never like a part of the whole Channel Awesome thing. I don't think. I think Spoonie might actually still be like tweeting, so I guess he counts as being around.
That counts.
Obscurus Lupa Juwario. I do remember some of these names.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Cinema Snob. Didn't he review porn? Wasn't that his thing?
I think so. Yeah.
It was a crazy
I
time.
don't want to Google it though.
But there,
That was a crazy time.
there really wasn't much
Can't
on
do that
offer
these days.
because the internet was still kind of young, and I guess it's still
Yeah.
young in a way. But like back then it was just fucking whatever. Throw whatever you've got at the wall and see what sticks. And in some ways, like I was watching this selection because I wanted to watch film review stuff, and there just wasn't much of it online in the earlier days.
Edited Blip.tv videos were filled with unhinged media critics, with game and movie reviews being one of the first notable genres of online video content in the 2000s. While most of the smaller names in the genre have been forgotten to time, one that lingers in the
That's the classic picture.
I was gonna say name some of them, but then I was like, oh yeah, if it's forgotten to time, you couldn't. name them,
He looks like a
because you-
modern Steven Seagal, kinda.
Oh,
He's kinda
kind of.
skit-
I see what you mean. Yeah. The face, the shape of the face, and the gaunt.
He's
the
got a
odd-
bit of that.
the-
Yeah, like
If his face were Play-Doh, it looked like someone grabbed the top and bottom and pulled. You know.
old, yeah. I was about to say it's almost like there's a really like fit dude kind of in there, like you can see it in the
Inside.
skull, but then there's like wings of fat kind of coming out under the cheekbones though.
I just like the fact that he referred to him as leg good. It's like he's sort of, he's over there. He's
like
doing-
a like
doing
a
things.
tumor.
A little bit,
or- yeah.
online lexicon is Movie Bob. But what makes this middle-aged man so controversial? Well, today we'll find out.
That's insane
Bob
hatred.
Shipman started his online aspirations in the form of a blog all the way back in 2005.
Aw, these humble beginnings. Look at that little smiley face. So much hope.
Yeah, so much joy.
This
I've tried
Where
the
did that
blogging thing
joy
before.
go?
It turned into hatred.
pure,
Mm.
just
I feel like there's
Fury.
a story there.
He turned
There's
that
a lesson
emoji's frown
model.
upside down.
well. Remember,
Oh, jeez.
we know this history that goes back way further than this of his pure just bitterness toward the whole world. So
Dude, this reads like he's a normal person. That's crazy.
yeah, but it's a lie. Even the smiley face.
Oh.
Most
a lie.
supervillains
Smiley
start as
faces.
That's a
I did do
typo, the
some,
smiley face.
there's
I
a lot
did
of
a
pain
little-
behind that emoji.
I did a
You
little
do have
research
things work.
before I came here because I wanted to know like a baseline. So I watched this random video called "Movie Bob or Nazi Quote" from E EFAP.
That's
So-
a good one.
Fucking
Yeah,
classic.
I do know
one.
a bit of him not liking, I guess, the world.
Yeah, you may as well just say everybody at this point.
It was a place to share his musings on films, the industry, and sometimes politics. This led him to coin the alias Movie Bob, introducing himself on his profile in the third person. Bob is a part-time independent filmmaker, part-time amateur film critic, and full-time movie geek. He is heterosexual, a Pisces, and
What?
a severely lapsed Catholic.
What?
He is a tireless
Severely
enemy of
lapsed?
Jesus, considering his personal politics libertine, and enjoys acting as a full-time irritant to overly serious people of all political stripes.
Overly
I
serious.
share
huh?
a star. I share a star sign with Movie Bob. I'm fucked.
So,
Okay. I just
okay.
I need to state that I am heterosexual. Please,
Yeah, I mean,
you
well,
must understand. You're like, okay, all
at
right.
least people know, I suppose.
Even 20 years later, this description is fairly fitting. It didn't take long for him to venture out into video content, creating a YouTube channel in 2006. He was one of its earliest creators, with the site only existing for a year.
Some say it was a better time, but imagine the hell of having him as one of the few people you could watch back then. You know, you gotta go, you gotta really go digging to find quality. But it was so much fun. You never know what would happen. Every day, something crazy could come
Yeah.
It
out.
was a wacky world. It was the old
Wacky.
west.
And look at that rating system. Oh,
Stars and stuff.
Why would you ever get rid of it?
well, we
Why
replaced
would you
it
ever
with
get
likes
rid
and
of the
dislikes, and then we
system
fucking
I just
removed
find
the
that funny.
dislikes.
Why would you replace a system that gives you a greater amount of control over the rating that you assign to videos?
I'm
It's
assuming
like, nope, you
all
either
of it
liked
was
it or you
just
didn't.
algorithmically try to benefit
Yeah.
all the videos,
Mhm.
right? Like, and reduce. But do you
Rather-
think there's anything genuine about like trying to make creators feel less bad? But even they see the dislikes, don't they?
Yeah, but I guess they're still. Yeah, but maybe they feel better. Like, yeah, but nobody else can see it though. So
Maybe, yeah.
for all they know, everybody loves this video, and not a single
remember
person didn't like it.
one of the biggest fuck ups of doing that was whenever, and we've all been there, looking for just a really simple solution to a tech problem. You type it in, you press the video, and then you're like, I can't see the like dislike straight away, so now, it's not easy. Obviously, if you don't have the extension, I guess, but you'd have to go down to the comments and read them all before knowing whether or not it's fucking waste your time, and that's just not nice that they got rid of that. Fucking rude.
It's really annoying as well, because you'll sometimes get people who'll say, like, if you've done a video and they don't agree with it, and they'll say, oh god, I wish I could see the dislike ratio to this video, and you're sitting there thinking, well, I can see it in the back end and it's actually really good, but like I can't show you that anymore, thanks YouTube. So I have to tell you, and you just have to take it on faith that your attempt to downvote my video got it to a 98% favorable rating. Oh shit.
I've never seen a situation like that as bad as what happened to Dream. So everyone uses this dislike extension bot. I don't know if you know this, but it stopped pulling API data like 2 years ago. So any new video that's being used with this extension bot is just doing peer-to-peer with other people's dislikes. So people who have the dislike extension are more likely to use it, meaning that it's more skewed and it's the least viable when it's a video where you'd expect to see a lot of dislikes, right? That's why I don't tell people to use it. But everyone was like, Dream's video has a 40% like ratio or something. It has like 50,000, or like 150,000 dislikes or something. And he sends us the screenshot, and it was off by literally 100,000 dislikes. That's how bad
quite
it
significant.
was. Yeah.
Well, I've known for a while that it's like you could essentially call it guessing. But there is, I guess, some value to finding out what the guest number is compared to just all the other guest numbers. I don't know, but it does seem a little too unreliable to guess anything specific with it. Because a lot of people, like, there's always discussion about the newest cringe that comes out, like Snow White, for example. And when it says like it's hit 2 million dislikes, like, well, has it? I don't know, I guess.
Yeah, they give you the formula they use on their site, but it's like any video prior to 2021 or some arbitrary date uses a combination of original numbers and then like the peer-to-peer. Like there's 5 users who use it, 3 dislike it, estimate 75. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, what else is one to do at this point? Because they've cut it out unless you get the everyone.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube's like, well, we don't want people to feel weird about this stuff, but now we're going to give AI-generated summaries of your video that spoil the entire thing to tell people if it's a scam instead of just putting the dislike feature
It's
back.
going to be really funny when there's like really bad videos and the AI summary is just going to say, everybody hates this video, don't watch it.
Like community notes, but AI-driven. That's going to go fantastic. I imagine it'll be.
It would be my dream at that point. They go like, you know what? Maybe the dislikes, maybe we should put them back.
Yeah.
I mean, it had a huge backlash, but they committed to just keeping them out, which is so fucking stupid. But...
Well, because they hide behind like mental health, and it's like it has nothing to do with mental health. It's because massive corporations don't want to see like YouTube Rewind have.
It happened.
Ratio.
It did happen around the last YouTube Rewind, right? Or at least the one that got the really bad response, because it was... But they were all cringe, to be fair, but like this one was especially cringe from what I remember.
Man. I skip it anyway, because you can still see how many likes and dislikes you have on the video yourself.
I miss YouTube Rewind because they were quite funny cringe, and they made for interesting react videos from people and stuff. And it's like, oh man. And just... It's so funny to see, it's like, oh, it's all the YouTube celebrities you know. And you're like, I recognize 2 people in the entire video. Like, what the fuck?
Also, I know there's at least 2 other people that are way bigger and more popular, and they're not in here. What gives? Explain yourself. What is Will Smith doing here?
That's hot.
That's
hot. That's hot.
Fortnite and Marquez Brownlee at 95 miles per hour in a school zone.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah.
See, at that point, you just want him to commit and have stuff like Peter Griffin and Fortnite in YouTube Rewind. Just make it all deep fried and nonsense, because it would just be like, yeah, let's embrace it. Culture's dead.
Culture's dead.
posted new reviews on both platforms regularly. He was able to keep up this consistency for years, which paid off by the turn of the decade. But before we go any further in today's video, I'd like to give a shout out to my sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm.
Oh, idiots. They could have just called it Morgan. Losers.
The Morgans.
Le Morgan.
I'm sure everyone has seen the headlines of a person being hit by a car and...
Oh, I thought that was blue meth. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What is that?
These fucking ads, dude. They just.
What is that on?
Is it not funny though to be like, let's get some lol cow content from Movie Bob? And it's like, have you been in an accident? You're like, wait,
Been
what?
run over by a car.
But for
I
those
can't
of us who
say
can
shit,
fit behind
dude.
the wheel of a car,
I can't say shit. They bought like 15 spots from me in the last 2 months, so I can't say anything.
Aha, they gotcha.
receiving a multi-million-dollar settlement due to negligence on the driver's part. But what you might not think about are the teams behind the wronged that fight to get them the compensation they deserve,
America.
such as Morgan
I think
& Morgan.
about them all the
Sure,
time.
there are plenty of law firms out there that will advertise
I
this
don't
service.
because
I
don't
bet
know
this isn't even a
America.
law firm. This is just stock footage of guys on desk with papers. That's probably what it is. God, you can't trick me. I can see right
Well,
through
Morgan & Morgan used to have those like late night commercials. I remember growing up over here, and it's just kind of weird to see them as YouTube sponsors now. Like they had like an iconic theme song. I just don't remember.
it. Wasn't that iconic?
You
then?
You don't remember the iconic thing?
But many don't have the teams needed to take on a multi-million-dollar case. And even to find out, you'll have to call them up, leave a message, hope that they even call back, and set up a consultation in the future. The great thing about Morgan & Morgan is you can submit your case through their website without talking to anyone, with you receiving a prompt response from a professional that can help you.
they look like three fake people. Like they're not real.
Rags,
Like,
I thought it was the same guy, just three different
I mean,
angles.
Yeah, the two on the right are copy paste. That's the same person. He just put on a different tie. But the one on the left is, they just don't look real. I
They're
know they're
made of
lawyers.
moonlight.
Well, there's either
Oh, my
three
goodness.
Morgans. There's either three Morgans, or one of them is just like not getting. the credit.
No, two
The
of
middle
them
one is-
Three, 'cause it's
constitute
only
one
the middle
Morgan.
one is
Morgan.
and.
No, yeah, the middle is and. You know,
Yeah.
It's and in the middle.
He's an ampersand. Oh, poor
Or maybe
guy.
the one on the left is and the two clones are the Morgans. It's the same person.
You know.
They kind of missed the
More,
trick.
it should be called Morgan and Morgan again.
Oh, so you gotta be careful with those M's. Linkara's coming for you.
My God.
Yeah, they're blue. It's fine.
No matter how big the
yeah.
case if you become their client. This has led to them winning clients sums in the tens of millions, such as
Whoa.
$12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, and $26
Yeah,
million
but I,
in
in
Philadelphia.
turn, got not hit by a
40 times
car
the
yet,
highest
so
insurance
joke's
offer.
on you.
And the best part is their lawyers are absolutely free unless they win you money. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/TGFM found in the description, or by scanning the QR code on the screen from your phone's camera. So
Wow,
if
wow.
you
So
ever
awkward.
got
This is so
seriously
awkward.
injured, you can reach
Hey
That's
man,
a lot
you
of
know,
text.
that is a lot of text. I feel like weird things are happening in that text because no one's gonna read it. So they probably took my soul in that text.
out to
Oh,
Morgan &
hey,
Morgan.
they're in Little Rock. I could go drive and say, hey, Morgan & Morgan, I saw your ad on the Gamer from Mars video.
Which two of you are
Can I have
Morgan and which is the ampersand? Tell me.
Yeah, I need to know. I have some questions about your names.
Morgan today.
I think you missed the trick there. I think because you can tie those into the subject of your video. That if you've begun by saying, you know, back in the early days of YouTube, there was basically nothing to watch but Movie Bob. If you grew up watching Movie Bob, you might be entitled to personal injury compensation.
Yes.
That's how you segue, right?
Growing up with Movie Bob may have had a detrimental effect on your mental health.
His first break wasn't in film discussion, surprisingly, but a series he created in 2008 called The Game Overthinker. It focused on video game analysis with his signature fast-paced narration.
Oh, I get it, because game over, but he overthinking it. That's clever.
His signature fast speaking is a horrendous fucking feature.
I mean, I guess
Yeah.
I suppose it is a signature.
It really is. He commits, and it's horrible. It's not
Yeah,
just
it
fast
is.
speaking. It's sentences that go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and they never fucking end. It's horrible.
I thought
Well, no,
about starting.
good writing is when the sentence lasts really long and has lots of big words in it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
The less easily understandable a sentence is, the better it's written.
Good
Stop.
editing is when there's no space between words.
Hell yes.
Some sort of introduction, but honestly, you don't care. Many thanks if you were pretending to care
Man, he's even higher pitched. The nasal, the power.
anyway, but we both know you don't. Your first question is not who is this guy, but rather what sets this guy apart from every other f***ing game culture video rant guy on the web, and rightly so.
This
Oh my god, he's so stereotypical.
His voice, the sound, and the sound is a lot. Feels like he was a lot higher pitched back then.
Welcome to my film review. What makes me different from every other film reviewer on the site? Well, here I am today to tell you.
It's just like, oh man.
Damn, you guys are just haters, bro. He sold me.
Yeah. You know what? If someone
I
knew
will say-
nothing about him, I could see them being like, you're being a little mean. It's like, oh, just you wait. Just you wait. His power level is yet to be revealed.
caught the attention of ScrewAttack.com, a titan in early gaming content. Their spotlight quickly netted each episode.
Man, they must have been desperate back then. They're like, this guy, he's gonna go far.
Well, didn't he get rehired by them at one point? Like, as in...
Ooh, I
I
can't
know
remember.
that was the Escapist.
Oh, the Escapist, right? Yeah,
Oh, I
well,
think
still,
that's right. They renewed
that's-
his stuff. I
that's
think,
like,
or didn't
guys,
renew
did you
it.
not learn your mistake? Like, come on.
Episode of Bob's series thousands of views. Mr. Chipman was compared to other creators at the time, like the angry video game nerd and
That's offensive. Come on now.
Leave
Zero
AVGN alone.
Well, I think the prior comment compared him to Yahtzee, which is pretty painful. It's a comparison.
Yahtzee does do fast talking better, and I guess they both work for Escapist.
I mean, if the comparison is literally just that they both have the fast talking gimmick, then I guess there's a comparison to be drawn there. But
They're so similar.
punctuation. The latter, made by Ben Yahtzee Crenshaw, was posted on a site called The Escapist. By 2008, Yahtzee's videos were garnering millions of views.
He's like the go-to for... Apparently, you don't have to change or adapt whatsoever, and you can
well, no,
be hyper
because he's the
successful.
same format for what, nearly 20 years
Yeah.
at this point.
The only
Like,
change that happened was just like a legal one of moving from the Escapist to independent, right? Or at least to their
Second
own.
Wind, I think is
Yeah.
what they're
Yeah,
new
Second
thing is
Wind
called.
is the other one. But I mean, yeah, there's something to be said for consistency with your content, I guess.
Yeah, no, he's like a consistent hard worker. It's kind of good for him that he has lasted forever with that style. 'Cause it's a cool style.
I mean, very much. Well, I guess the interesting thing is that maintaining that style, but then I mean, he's written several books. He's got a video game that I think he released pretty recently. So, I suppose it's funny as a comparison then to Movie Bomb, and it's like, so what's Movie Bomb been? What's he been getting up to all these years?
Yeah.
Which bolstered the outlet's traffic by 394%, getting him hired by the online magazine full-time. With such lucrative returns, it wasn't long until the Escapists began looking for other promising up-and-comers.
No.
This search for new talent brought them to Movie Bob, who was first contacted.
To Movie Bob.
That's so. I don't know. It's just funny as an
Yahtzee worked
observation.
out
Yeah,
great.
searching for talent, they found him.
I don't know how it happens, you know. If you watch those earlier videos, you're like, yeah, this is our guy. It's like, maybe not. Maybe someone
This
else.
is gold.
Contacted a year later. For a while, gaming remained his focus, with most fans watching the game over Thinker. Like many at the time, he introduced storylines around his exaggerated persona. It began in episode 43 with the appearance of his evil doppelganger.
Oh my god! Oh no! I was
Run!
looking at the Dark Woods, and then I saw Movie Bob.
It's Dark Bob.
No! He's like it's a North American forest, and he's this weird cryptid just lurking in the darkness. Have I
He's
told
in
you
better
about how
shape.
Mario changed my life?
What's this stance? Like,
That's his power stance.
is this
I
the one
can't
he
wait to-
That's
did
a
for the
stance of
Mario
dominance.
cosplay as well?
Yes, yes.
I guess this
Ooh,
is
yeah, I think
Bobbert's
so, yeah.
stance, yeah.
This is where he practiced that stance.
It's just cool to meet Dark Bob, you know, in his inception. It's there he is. He's so pure in a way. That's an amazing costume design, I would say as well.
Yeah, the shirt, the badge. Ooh, what is the badge? What's that on his neck? I can't tell.
I really hope it's not a Sonichu.
Some medallion? Some
Oh,
sort
no.
of
It would only make sense. I mean,
No, we'd be able to tell, even at this resolution.
true.
We'd be able to tell.
Anti-thinker. I think I need to back up by saying he fits many of the stereotypes of the era. The nostalgia critic and those inspired by him would feature drawn-out skits with a
Dude, it's so true. This era, everyone had alter egos in different costumes. That was just something you
Yeah.
had to do. If you didn't, you were like strange, weird. That's like the normal thing to do. Nobody fucking does it these days. Nostalgia Critics kept it up though. His crazy skits.
Oh yeah, he's
His alternate-
he commits to the bit.
I'm just thinking of the fucking Melvin.
Melvin,
now.
brother of the Joker, man. Legend.
Legendary.
That's just that's really
Iconic
funny.
character, Melvin.
Don't ask me to explain why. It's just really funny.
Nick, are you
That is
familiar
true,
with
nobody-
Melvin, brother of the Joker?
Melvin, brother of the Joker. Yes.
No, that's not the thing from Smiling Friends, is it?
Look, chat.
No,
We have to.
This is long ago. This is.
we have to. Come on.
We
We're
don't have
about
to
to
watch.
take a trip in time.
We don't have to watch the whole thing, but okay. So context. I think I want to say that The Dark Knight came out and everyone was hype, you know, and Nostalgia Critic was like, you know what, I'm funny. I'm gonna make a joke, and the joke's premise, you know what, it works. It's like, what if the Joker had like a brother who was retarded? That would be funny. And he's just like an embarrassment, you know. He doesn't quite get it like Joker does, and I could pretend to be that character. That would be great. We made a video. Here it is.
Melvin, brother of the Joker. Melvin, brother of the Joker. Melvin, brother of the Joker.
Make it stop.
Oh god.
I'm cool. Hello, hi, I am Melvin, the brother of the Joker. I'm sure a lot of you haven't heard of me, but I am the brother of, yes, the infamous Joker, you know.
Do you think this is the kind of joke where 5 seconds into it you're like, oh fuck, this isn't funny, is it?
It's one of those like edits that edited and uploaded before you realized it wasn't funny.
It's like, I've got this far.
knocks it out of the park.
By
I've
the
got this
time
far,
the
I have to
drugs have
commit.
worn off, it's already been made public. Yeah.
This
and
is
he's
probably
realized
the
what he's done.
second. This is the second biggest atrocity with The Dark Knight Rises, or The Dark Knight. I forgot which one had the shooting. This is the second worst thing that
The
happened.
shooting?
The movie theater one.
That was that
Oh,
Rises?
That was
I think it might have been Rises because wasn't the guy dressed like the Joker?
no.
Yeah, this
he
is the
wasn't dressed
second.
as the
This is the
Joker.
second worst Batman affiliated
really?
thing that occurred.
I thought it was.
Well,
No, I think that's the lie that got spread was that he was dressed as the Joker.
Oh,
He was
okay,
dressed
fair
as
enough.
He was like dressed up as someone, but it wasn't the Joker.
Oh,
Why
okay.
so serious, you know, all that stuff. Actually, I too have been working on my own catchphrase. Sploopity splooch.
Oh god, that's not good.
Sploopity sploosh could use some workshopping.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh man,
He
It's
probably
not
had
there.
like 3 bullet points for jokes. And he's like, "I'll be able to swing this. Like, just I could get like minutes of the cringe."
This is an
Sploopity
8-minute
sploosh
video.
is-
8
It's
minutes
raw
and 40
clay.
seconds.
It's raw, unshapen clay. It needs to be
May not be as
formed.
catchy, but I think it works. So,
Oh wait, why would he think he needs a catchphrase? The Joker doesn't have a catchphrase, does he?
We set it up with the
Why
why so serious.
I guess.
Being...
He's got the pencil. His iconic
Okay.
pencil.
first of all, I'd like to welcome all the newcomers to my blog. Hello.
That's me.
Hopefully we're going to talk a lot about evil. Lots of nasty evil. Did I repeat myself? I guess
Just
that's
8
fine.
minutes left, by the way.
you know,
You know, not every joke
Oh
works,
my
and that's what we come to learn. Is you put on the makeup.
There's a difference
yeah.
between not every joke works and not any joke works.
Hey,
Matt
you're an
Reeves
advocate
saw this and
for
he goes-
Nostalgia Critic, okay? He
Listen,
makes-
I said things that are accurate, but
it's
you know.
I think when the concept of your joke is I'm going to be the non-funny and charismatic brother of the Joker, and that's going to be the joke, you're on really dangerous ground.
is the
for
joke that he
cringe.
is charismatic?
It's
I thought he was
supposed to be
going
that
for the
he's
very
not.
awkward.
I-
Oh.
Exactly, which I think is also what made him upload this, not realizing that the jokes not being funny does not in turn make them funny, like I'm sure he was intending.
Listen, chat. The Batcave joke in Justice League is
Nope.
gold. All right.
All I'm
that's a
saying
good
is Matt
one.
Reeves looked at this and said, "Yeah, the Riddler is going to be a
This was
blogger."
inspiring.
because evil does repeat itself. It's all about getting that massive. I don't know where I'm going with that. Anyway, okay, so today's secret subject, or not secret, I mean, it's all secret, don't tell anybody, but
I really do wish a Hollywood director would pick him up and put him in an incredibly serious drama. Like, it would be fucking funny if he was in, like, The Odyssey or whatever, and he was, like, a very
Better
serious
than-
character.
I'd rather see him in Game of Thrones than Philosophy Tube.
I think, look at him, look how much effort he puts in. He's so desperate
he
to
colored
be.
his eyelids.
He wants to
He
be
even
an
made
actor,
sure to
damn
color
it.
his
They got him in
eyelids.
Smiling Friends. Come on, that's step 1. Step 2, Nolan.
you know, today's big subject is ray guns.
All right, that's enough.
There's
fuck did
something
Chris Ray gun
particularly
do?
like crushing about it, looking at the timestamp and realizing that like this is probably the strongest material in the set. and there's still 7 minutes of it left. It's yeah.
Think of all the gold we're missing by going back to this video.
I know, but Melvin, brother of the Joker, deserved its attention, you know?
It's a really funny, terrible idea. It's the song at the beginning.
Melvin, brother of the
Melvin.
Song turned out to be the strong point.
It is the strong point as far as I'm concerned. That's the funniest thing about it. Why does Melvin have a song?
Why does Melvin have a name? The Joker doesn't even have a name.
His name is Brother of the Joker. What? The Melvin part's just a coincidence. He just makes that noise, much like his sploobity sploo catchphrase, the one that we always hear. It's so good. Oh, anyway.
Of his evil doppelganger, the anti-thinker. I think I need to back up by saying he fits many of the stereotypes of the era. The nostalgia critic and those inspired by him would feature drawn-out skits with a slew of different characters, which were usually just them in different costumes and wigs. This similarly gradually became the focus of Bob's show.
Although your primary function is to provide commentary on games and game culture, about a year ago you were attacked by the Anti-Thinker, your evil double from an alternate
Oh my god!
Oh god.
Game Over Thinker B73, as in like episode 73, I guess, or man,
I guess so,
think of the storylines. That was the thing they did in back then. They don't do it as much these days, if actually not at all. But they would say they reviewed like 50 films. Over the course of those 50 films, there would just be this creature or enemy that pops up and does things, and things would develop. They'd have season-long storylines, you see. It was a better time. Reviews nowadays, they mainly talk about the film and analyze it and talk about its meaning. It's a huge shame compared to... I say all that as if that's fucking true. It's not.
universe. You defeated him, but the battle ripped a hole in the space-time continuum.
Oh my god, the special effects, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Red Letter Media kind of do that. They've sort of stopped doing it these days, but they would get somewhat of a storyline going.
Allowing creatures and powers from the video game world to cross over into the human world.
The series eventually reached over 50 episodes, with a loyal audience on both YouTube and Screw Attack. For The Escapist, he created a new show called Escape to the Movies. It often received multiple uploads a week, accompanied by a written column. This is where Bob would sometimes break character to discuss real-world issues. It's
bit
clear
about
he had
Iraq.
We interrupt your movie review to talk about Iraq. You're like, oh, no.
a lot more to say than these alter egos allowed. The habit was rewarded in 2010 when the mag gifted him a second series named The Big Picture.
You know, when The Escapist told me they wanted me to do another show for them, I couldn't quite process what was going on. But when they said it could be a show where I just get up on my soapbox and say whatever I want about whatever random nerdy thing is on my mind at the moment, while these pop art representations of my fractured psyche spell out my emotional state, it all became crystal clear. I am working for crazy people. And it's awesome.
This allowed him to rant about a broader range of topics.
I think that's broadly what we've covered of his stuff. It's a big picture.
Yeah.
He says a lot of wacky things in those. I don't think he makes them anymore, though.
Yes, he does.
Or at least it's been
What
like a
does he
whole
do?
year. I'm not actually sure what he does anymore. Movie
Let
reviews
me,
primarily, I think, is all he's doing.
As well as be more personal with fans.
Donald Trump pretending to run for president as a publicity stunt for his crappy reality show does not bother me. Rich idiots with no taste wasting their money pumps billions back into the economy. Always has. What does bother me is that the make-believe joke candidate isn't really acting or speaking all that differently from some of the real candidates.
An early
Wow.
Wow, he missed
This,
on that
this
one, huh?
aged interestingly.
episode
Yeah, he
of
just makes like movie review stuff.
Nowadays, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much. Like big screen with it's the big screen with Bob Chipman. Yeah, it's just random little movie things.
I hope he's around forever. He's a staple.
Me too. I never want him to leave. He's a
Magneto
bottomless well or pit. maybe I
Magneto
should say,
was
bottomless
right.
pit.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was eyeing that. Magneto was right. The big picture.
was right had Bob open up about his childhood.
So, as a kid,
Oh, no.
I was bullied. Most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself. And
he showed Spider-Man going into Venom. This is how
You're not ready for the beast that lurks within me.
This is how I contextualize my bullying nature.
Why did he just was one day was just like, yeah, I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about how I was bullied in school.
I'm going to talk about my childhood
apparently
trauma.
the videos is talking about how Magneto was right. So
I guess is he going to try and
if I were bullied like Magneto was bullied, then I would do what he did.
And I don't know anything about being in the Holocaust, but what I do know is about being bullied in grade school.
Bullied in high school, it's the same fucking thing.
It's basically the same thing.
Previous clip, he did mention that he's speaking with elements of his fractured psyche being represented by those graphics. So maybe like diving into that was his intention with talking about the bullying.
Someone just mentioned the classic lolcow move of here is some embarrassing information about myself. Please do not use it against me.
Oh, yeah, a classic.
Projection, something I regret to this very day. Straighter than Brad Majors, whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner. What had my crime against the standing social order been?
That led him to conclude the bullying.
There is that power pose, just like him in the woods. That one night.
Evil Doc Bob and Mario
The
Bob
anti-thinker.
have the same stance. What does this mean? Is this like a clue as to the nature of their origins? Perhaps I don't
Is
know.
Movie Bob the secret to Mario's jump?
Oh,
I presume Movie Bob can't jump very high, though, so
That's the secret.
that's a bit of a problem.
you know the sound it makes for Mario's jump, like the burn. Like for him, it's just just flat sound. But yeah, no, I love the idea that in that video he was explaining like other people get bullied for these reasons. What was my crime? It's like you can't just cut to this picture after him asking that.
Bullies were simply intimidated by his superiority.
It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong,
yes.
you could make them pay for it.
Classic.
Oh,
I remember that. This is what
It
I mean.
really is
This
like
reminds
the
me-
origins of a supervillain.
This is. I'm pretty sure this is this the origin of Diabeto?
This is. Ooh, I think it might be.
we were
Because this
saying
is
like
Magneto was right.
yeah,
video.
Magneto is right,
So-
and he's gonna kill his bullies, and he was gonna use the power of manipulating sugar to kill them all. I think was the idea.
There's a lot of sugar in your blood.
I suppose it's like I'd say Magneto's a bit more of a big picture kind of a guy, which is his show is called The Big Picture, so that's a bit.
Like I agree with you, Magneto. The big picture is we kill our bullies.
Yeah, if Magneto was in my school, we would be going to college. Okay, never mind. I can't.
Magneto, did you kill your high school bullies too?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Those thoughts seem like they're sort of inherently disconnected. It's like these people are actually just kind of jealous of you because they think you're superior, so you need to make them pay.
It does sound like the kind of thing you might find in a school shooter manifesto.
Oh,
It's like,
definitely.
I don't know who had said it.
He's got one of those. He just never got to the school.
Like at this point, isn't he like in his 30s? Why hasn't he just gotten over it?
One does not simply get over being stuffed into a locker, Friggy. You have to make videos about killing everybody.
He yearns
After
for
all.
the days he could fit in a locker.
The impression of nerds by normals thing kinda and
to like make a special locker to stuff him in. To be like a double.
once you're out of the cesspit of high school and into the adult world, right? Or does it? Think about the way the popular culture, even today, demonizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly
Okay, but you're a monster, though.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of there's an evilness that kind of stains the whole thing.
Think of how the world demonizes monsters like me.
I should be able to roam free,
Okay.
unshackled by human morality.
I don't know. I mean, it really is like bizarre, isn't it?
Well,
you know,
It is. Yeah.
If you're exceptional at something, you don't have to make the people who are not exceptional at that thing pay. That's not how that works. Just be good
Well,
at the
we're
thing
seeing
you're
it-
good at.
We're seeing it a lot lately, whether it's Elon Musk or Pirate Software, countless other people. But
The need to be
I
like
think
appreciated
that-
for their intelligence and power. and
yeah,
stuff.
like there's an ego component that comes into play here.
Oh yeah, I was because I saw it on Chud's stream because I haven't seen like all the breakdowns yet, but Pirate Software like regularly cheats at video games to seem clever at them. That's so lame, dude.
Like, where's the fun in that?
The fun is in watching his audience be like, "Wow, you're so clever! Wow, you figured that out so quickly." He's like, "Yes, well, I do design video games. I understand them at a coding level."
What a lame way to engage with video games.
By cheat, is he finding exploits, or is he just like firing up cheat engine and being like, "Yeah, see, I can't die."
If you watch the breakdowns, the idea is like, so take any game that just do you ever see Labyrinth? You would have seen it, right, Mark? You've seen films.
Yeah.
Remember like the riddle, the getting through the door with the one that tells the truth and one that lies and stuff. It's the kind of thing where if someone walked up to that and went, it lies, truth, and then they just go really quiet, pick up their phone, put it back down, then go,
okay.
Oh, it's the left one. And then they do that, and then you're like,
He looks up a guide and then pretends he just figured it out really quick.
It's not. He doesn't hide it very well. Some of them, anyway.
Okay.
But the others, I guess what I'm getting at is like he's got nothing, and then suddenly he's figured it all out. And it's like, okay,
Yeah, that's lame.
Yeah, it is lame. It's fun. I like watching people figure out puzzles, even if they take fucking longer. Who cares? It's the same with like defeat an enemy. In a sense, defeating bosses is a puzzle. You don't need to broaden it out that far, but that's kind of how I'm trying to justify like enjoying watching people figure things out. But I guess he really wants to soak up the adoration aspect of it. But I'd have to imagine that's pretty fleeting with a let's play audience. You know what I mean? They'll just be like, "Yeah, good job. Next." I can't imagine that they would be like, we worship your giant brain and your second puberty that gave you such a beautiful voice. That's definitely what happened.
Extraordinary intellect are outside the mainstream artistic vision.
Bob then reveals he still desired revenge, and this torment had shaped his entire worldview to this very day.
To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement.
That's really funny.
There's a peek behind the curtain.
That's because
it informs everything. Like, all of the comments he makes about everything. It's all he's never gotten out of high school. He's still being bullied to this day in his mind.
Man.
They made stories about this. These are how villains are made.
Online self-preservation was like not invented yet. Everybody kind of said everything about their lives publicly. Remember like the Boogie Draw My Life thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
like
because
that was just the commonplace.
In game, he thought, you get sympathy, and everybody would be like, "Oh,
it's like whoever,
man,
whoever looks the most pathetic will have like the most,
that's
like
that's true, but like
empathetic audience.
You can select from a different set of when your history is, I was heavily abused, and I fought to make it through and create content about living life to treat people better and to be wholesome and to just review some stuff in a positive way. It's like that has an angle that obviously worked for Boogie. This one from Movie Bob is basically like, I got bullied, so I fucking hate a lot of people and I'm going to take revenge on them. It's like, oh.
So
it's
I
not
this trench coat and
but lots of people get bullied, and like that's not like unique enough that it really. You know,
it's a villain backstory.
Well, I guess
most people who get bullied will get over it at some point. They'll, eventually.
Logic, I suppose, though, talking about your bullying can help connect the audience to you, because you can be like, "Hey, yeah, I might have gone through some stuff that you guys are going through, and I've found ways to get over it." But I think when you're,
it has to go unhinged.
Like, that's the thing. When you're framing it as, "And I still want revenge," it's like, oh man, like. What?
It's not that sympathetic as it to be told. Yeah, the voices in my head are still telling me to kill those who've wronged me. It's not a great way to garner sympathy from any audience.
No.
I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to...
So why would you volunteer this information? This is what all the videos say about you.
Of, like, attacking my high school bullies. That's fucking crazy.
Well, I would also tell Bob, it's like, Bob, they've won. This is the biggest victory they could possibly have. They didn't even know at the time that this would work.
You still can't let go.
You let them win, Bob. You let them win.
To happen in
it
the
is
first
kind
place,
of funny how like a lot of the generic advice about dealing with bullies, like for as corny as it seems, is often just totally true. Like in terms of how to deal with it, but like none of it got. Bob, he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept, rise above it, turn the other cheek.
Well, he's gone.
Or,
this is like
sort of things. It's like subsumed his psychology.
I would argue this is the primary pathway people try to prevent a bullied person from going on. It's like, you need to not, internalize it all till the point where you want to hurt everyone. That's probably the worst thing that could happen. And Bob is just like celebratorily explaining that this is his perspective and it informs every little thing in his life.
Psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place.
So he's gone well beyond the bullies. It's the people who allowed the bullies to exist.
It's so sad because it's like he didn't peak in he did peak in high school, but it wasn't a peak.
His origin
You know
story.
what I mean? Yeah.
Well, I think it's more that he's fixated on that. He sees that era as the most important in his life and is unable to move past it mentally. Even if, I mean, realistically, for whatever we feel about Movie Bob, he did gain some success on YouTube. So he has done more important stuff than, I'm sure, being a socially awkward dude in his high school.
I've never seen anyone write it like this, but the guy Crimson wrote, he valleyed in high school and he's still stuck in the
Valleyed.
I know the problem is that talking about any kind of success that he may have had. It's like, yeah, but if he was pissed off and miserable the whole time, then what's the good of that?
Yeah,
what's the
not
point
much.
of being successful if you're really mad the whole time?
Well, it's because the success doesn't matter to him. Like, it's not vindictive enough. Like, he can be as successful on YouTube as he could possibly be. He could make millions, and he'd still be sitting there stewing over the fact that his enemies are alive.
Trump killed my Halloween.
I hope that comes up in here. I think it does.
I hope so. It's my
They're
favorite.
alive, they're happy, they haven't paid for what they've done to me, therefore this world must pay.
I just love the idea that if he did, because he would do it. If there was a button he could press to kill all of those bullies, after making them suffer for days on end, he would press it. And then there's another button of like, kill all of the people who, constructed that school, who parented those kids, who were friends with those kids. He'd be like, yeah, instant press. It's like, and then all the people who were friends with those people, yeah, instant press. Like, Bob, please, you gotta stop.
Which I acknowledge is
Bob,
both
I haven't
sad.
even told you the terms of how much money you got. He's just like, hit.
If you kill these people, you'll receive. He's just like, yep.
Who cares? Bang.
And the worst possible way to deal with something like this, but whatever.
Thankfully, he was now working his dream job writing about movies, video games, and comic books. However,
oh, young Bob, look at
Focus
him.
on that, Bob.
This is a more hopeful Bob, I have to imagine.
Why?
This reminds me of like Ethan Ralph with the cake.
I feel
You
like
ever see that-
goatees are just fat people beards
I-
at this point.
This is
Wait,
definitely.
no, now he really looks like Steven Seagal.
Well, I was gonna say it's got boogie energy. This is very, is a boogie look,
Yeah.
right? From back in the day.
It is.
It's
I
the
really-
glasses.
I mean, it just bothers me. It's uneven.
Yes.
You're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on the. I guess on his right hand side there, it's looking a bit thin.
Yeah.
these attitudes were scrutinized as he became more outspoken on politics. He started a show to discuss contemporary issues called American Bob. With some of his stated
What?
positions, it would be easy to label him left-wing. However, in a Q&A,
I don't think any wig would take him at this point. It's like, please stay away.
he clarified his only alignment was whatever benefited him the most in the moment.
Wow.
He's out there and he's saying it. You know
That's what I mean.
That's better than most.
He's like the whole character profile. He provided it, like, but he still, to me, feels like just one of the lesser commented upon lol cows. Even though he's like a full villain.
Political affiliation, whatever benefits me or the smallest of stuff that me actually cares about most in any given situation.
Like that's not good. That's whatever benefits
It'd be better.
me.
It'd just be a better. It might be a better system to just pick the party with the animal that you like the most. Like, I like the donkey or I like the elephant, rather than just, well, what's the one that benefits me?
He's such a villain. I'm serious.
This wasn't just an offhand remark. He later went on record to state he literally didn't have any morals, as the idea...
I mean,
why would you say that?
The thing is that if you believed it to be true about yourself, why would you announce that to the world?
yeah,
Why
and-
would-
I mean,
why
if
would
that
you tell
if,
anybody?
if there is no morality, then was the bullying you suffered even bad? Were they doing anything wrong? If nothing matters,
I have no morals. Fuck those. I hate morals.
The idea didn't make sense to him. While he voted Democrat, he wasn't a liberal and felt, we do not all matter equally or at all. It just logically...
I like the first take is already shocking, right? We don't all have like equal worth in terms of value as life or whatever. You know what? We don't even matter anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's like it's just picking the worst parts of nihilism and getting rid of all the stuff that makes it a little more fair.
Jeez, man. Because I already know that he considers some people not people and therefore absolutely removable and killable, but
yeah,
that you know, just the fact that he's just like announcing it, you know, he's like, that is how I function. It's just like, wow, you're like an awful human being, and all of this because someone shoved you in a locker. That's crazy.
Nothing matters except for the things that I feel matter. Maybe is how it works.
Well, but he's already said that's only whatever benefits him. That's what matters.
Only insofar as it benefits him. So if other people were benefited as a result, that it would make no difference to him.
Yeah, in fact, that's probably a step in
If
the wrong
anything,
direction.
that's probably a bad thing, right? He wants to be the only happy person on the planet. I guess.
That's like next level main character syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Sense to help others, so the subjugated wouldn't take revenge. While I'm accepting of natural selection and a chaotic universe, I'm also accepting of reality. Even if you were cold and inhuman enough to cut the disadvantaged, undereducated, homeless, mentally unwell, etc. loose from help to fend for themselves, it's not going to work. These people will not simply die off or disappear. The species is too resilient for that. They will survive. They will organize.
What the like, he's saying if we got rid of all of the lesser portions of our humanity in the form of people, we wouldn't be able to just cut them off. They would fight. they would respond.
It's like a disease, you see. Humans are like cockroaches. There's nothing you can do to just let them die off. You have to take action against them. It is basically indistinguishable from Mein Kampf at this point.
This guy is like his whole life is a shooter's manifesto.
And you guys see the Mitchell and Webb sketch called the one where they basically just say, "Can we kill all of the poor?" I fucking love that sketch. They've got a computer that basically runs. They're like an insurance company or some shit. I can't remember what it is, but basically they're trying to figure out the solution to a problem. And the company director just says, "Have we tried kill all the poor? Can you put that in the computer and see what it says?" And the worker's like, "I'm not going to put it in the computer. I don't care what it says. We're not doing it." And it's like, we're not going to do it. I just want to see what it says.
Let's run the simulation. See what'll happen.
Yeah, it just feels like if he were in the room, he'd be like, "No, we can't just kill all the poor. They'll fucking unite. You can't have that." It's just like Bob explaining how we can't do this.
Inconvenience to kill all the poor, yeah.
Such a fucking
or was it that?
say.
Can we go back a bit? Wasn't it you can't just cut those people off because if you do, they'll just organize? Or is it you can't kill them?
Well, cut them off could mean a lot of different things, or cut them loose.
I think it was saying, like, basically, if you were to abandon, like,
social assistance programs.
If you were to abandon them and have them be in a case where they are, like, totally on their own.
Social programs, no support, no consideration, no.
Yeah, they'd come together and rebel. Is I guess what he's saying.
But the more important takeaway. The more important takeaway from this statement is it matches his other things about like how, humanity does have members that are worth less than others, and in some cases worth nothing at all. And so he's now saying, if one was to consider removing / cutting off the disadvantaged, the undereducated, the homeless, the mentally unwell, etc., the problem is they wouldn't just die off. They would unite and fight back. This is what I mean. He's worse than Magneto. Like he's gone further at this point. These Magneto's tried to act like. What did the homeless do to you, Bob?
Magneto at least cares about other mutants.
The fucking Rick and Morty was like, at least he cared about Germany or something.
Loose from help to fend for themselves, it's not going to work. These people will not simply die off or disappear. The species...
It seems weird to put those in quotations. Die off and disappear and work. There's a lot of very tactical quotation marks in this. Is this part of the original quote that he said? Were all these quotation marks in there? It's very It like amplifies the evil sentiment by having all of these things in quotations: work, die off, disappear. Okay.
He is consistently, from our point of view, just like it's if there was one person we wouldn't have wanted to get any power, it would be Movie Bob. It's like, good God, the world is much better off with him just being a movie reviewer in the corner of the internet.
Brilliant for that. They will survive. They will organize in one form or another, and they'll likely exact a certain amount of payback upon those who decided to cut them loose, which they will deserve.
Oh my God. We try to kill them, they'll kill us back.
This talk of natural selection doesn't pair well with tweets like this from around the same time. There are days when my fondest wish is that eugenics hadn't been tainted as a science by racists and Nazis.
Oh God!
You call them weekdays.
So
I'm telling you, that's a certified Bob classic.
I was going to say, yeah. So on the weekend, he's like, it's actually okay that eugenics has been maligned, but on the weekdays, nah. This might be the core tweet from him to just immediately be like, oh, you're like, yeah, it's a quick summary for you. He tweeted that out, 2012.
Just has a bad rap.
13 years ago.
Well, I guess you could say stuff like this on Twitter now, but maybe for different reasons. But it was a wild time.
There are times when I really hate that Jim Crow era racists pretty much ruin the idea of intelligence tests for voting.
Man,
I'm not a philosopher.
That was in the game.
What
I remember that quote. That was in the Nazi game.
one.
They're like, well, it couldn't be Hitler because Jim Crow didn't exist yet.
See, the Republicans will be too stupid to vote. Unfortunately, the Jim Crow era racists, they already tried that tactic, and we had to say no.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
You want it to happen where they introduce intelligence tests and Bob fails it, and he's like, "What?
No.
An assumption, isn't it?
Bring it
Like,
back. Yeah.
This is not how it's
eugenics
supposed
had
to
actually
go."
worked, he would actually have been the result of eugenics, as opposed to the thing that was gotten rid of by eugenics.
It's always that way, isn't it? Everyone is always like, "They would have kept me." It's like Goblin Cave person.
I think all the evil of this tweet is kind of doing a little cover fire for the fact that he put a dash between pretty and much. Is that a thing? Because that's strange.
So.
That's
pretty
not
dash
a
much.
thing. That's not a thing.
I feel like the first time I've seen it.
I don't think I've seen it ever. Oh well.
Of intelligence tests for voting. I'm not a philosopher. What I want is a better world. Moving forward. Whatever gets me there, within reason, is what I support.
I want a better world.
Eugenics.
I mean,
even
like,
if it means killing every last person that exists.
That last tweet in pure isolation is like, okay, that's not bad, I guess. You want a better world and within reason, right? It's just that Bob Chipman's within reason is the lamentation that
what do you specifically mean by reason?
Testing has been ruined. Their reputation's been tarnished.
I don't
There's
think
no
you guys
point of-
understand how lucky as like a species we are that Bob Chipman likes movies.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if he didn't have this hobby, I have no idea what he would be doing with his spare time.
Thank God. If it wasn't for Super Mario Bros, then we'd be under a Fourth Reich.
Thank you, Mario and Luigi, for calming Bob down.
This is what painting failed to be for Hitler, is what video games is for Bob Chipman.
He would paint like a Renaissance era type image of Mario and Luigi with the pensive emoji face, with their hand on his shoulder, being like, "You are our warrior, and you tried to save this world." Like that's what he would want for himself, I think.
It'd be like, instead of the thinker, it'd be like the jumper or something like that, of them jumping.
Let his dream come
Moving
true.
forward. Whatever gets me there, within reason, is what I support. However, these specific remarks went unnoticed, with most of the backlash he received at the time being towards his stances on political correctness.
Say something bigoted and hurtful, and if anyone calls you on it, no worries. Just accuse them of trying to enforce political correctness. Suddenly, they're the bad guys, and you're a mighty warrior for free speech.
In 2013...
Well, I mean... depends.
Oh, God.
Maybe.
Yeah. Depends. A lot of political correctness is kind of insane.
Yeah.
And that hurts the position of a lot of people who don't have very crazy opinions on maybe the kinds of things we should and shouldn't say in polite company.
But it is undeniably hilarious that we are entering the Anita Sarkeesian era now. Here she comes.
Yay.
Bob sided with feminist critic Anita Sarkeesian. He made a video praising tropes versus women, calling her detractors trolls and miscreants.
Okay, who doesn't know about that era at this point being just she's a fraud? She is. I really don't like this like effort to try and look back and be like, wasn't it crazy how correct she was and how crazy everyone was? Like, no, stop it.
No, it was a really bad, stupid series.
It's.
I remember how much money it made as well.
Insane.
Like how much money, an insane amount of money was raised to create that, and it's like, what was it? It's like these really poorly scripted, like analysis of video games that, in many cases, included just obvious misrepresentations of the material.
Hitman being the most funny one.
Hitman's the easiest one to point to because it's just so blatant. It's like you lose points for the thing that she says that the game incentivizes you to do.
Yeah. It's like it does the opposite of incentivizes you.
Because I can't remember if I ever watched the videos as opposed to watching people responding to them, but there was definitely like a full. You'd call it a hyper autistic breakdown of every last thing that she said, and of that aspect, you could say maybe she was under a bigger spotlight than almost anyone would have to be. But her videos were like staggeringly awful, and. I guess it's because, at least in part, due to her choice of lens, as you would want to put it, it's almost like evolved nowadays into whichever one you want, there's a YouTuber out there doing it. Like, she was one of the, I want to say, first ones to really popularize the notion of, hey, have you ever watched a film and just, looked at it through the Bechdel test? And it's just like, why would I do that? And then it's like,
no, I haven't, Anita.
Like, why would I do that?
Proof of why I'm glad.
But nowadays you've got every form of intersexual analysis that you could ever want. There's a channel out there for all of them. But she was.
Oh yeah.
She wasn't like the first, but her doing that with everything it was like no wonder she got the brunt of hyper criticism because so many people were just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She
was the loudest pioneer.
There was a tremendous amount of backing, essentially institutionally, from like all of the gaming press outlets and companies and stuff that like insisted that the videos were really, really good and that you couldn't possibly dislike them. It's like, well, yeah, of course, there's a lot more scrutiny when that happens.
Later that year, he attended one of her lectures in person. Behind all the digital fog, the reality is simply one more young woman who loves video games.
Nah, really? Does she now?
But simply wants what others have and take for granted, and what she concludes that games won't allow most women to do. Love them unconditionally.
Bullshit.
Well, no one loves no even hardcore gamer loves any game unconditionally. There are things about the game you like that if they were not there, you might not like them as much.
Super Metroid, maybe.
But, I have some issues with Super Metroid. Good, it's not perfect.
Okay, what about Mario Sunshine?
To be honest, Mario Sunshine, I'm not an expert on, so I'd need to play it again more thoroughly to pick it apart.
The music alone cancels out any problem you could ever find. That works.
It does have good music.
This also applies to Bloodborne and many other games. Another perfect. What about chess, Mark? Huh? You got a problem with chess?
No, chess is perfect.
That's what I thought. Coward.
Cowards.
Have you seen?
I mean, if you remove the bishops from chess, I might have a problem with it.
Why?
That's a
What's with your bishop love?
How are you going to attack diagonally without a queen? Or pawns,
what? What? You remove the bishop and the queen? Why? We didn't agree to this.
You only have one queen, so if you remove the bishops, your diagonal attack vectors are very limited.
So your assessment of how good chess is was based on the 3-piece option for diagonal attack.
I pulled a random piece out of the equation and then made that argument around it. You can pull anyone.
You're as much of a fraud as Anita Sarkeesian. Look at this guy.
It's not a condition. The things that make up the game are the conditions, right? So if you remove those things, it's a different game, and you might not love it as much.
Yes, and my condition is if I can't murder women, I'm not going to play the video game. It's very simple. I don't see how that's controversial. It's just my preference. Okay.
I mean, if I can't
This
do that, it
stance
really
al-
takes me out of the immersion. You know,
It
that's
really
what I'd be doing if
does.
I
It
wasn't
really,
in the
really
game.
does.
Yeah.
Art
What if
should
it-
imitate life.
Imagine
so
the
I
game
don't see
did
what
like
the
when
issue
you
is.
kill a woman in Hitman, it like has a bunch of confetti and streamers and shit. And it's just like, woo! Bonus points! Nice job, man. Yes.
You are based.
Good job.
with the
Every time you
start of
kill a
hashtag.
man, it subtracts points.
Yeah, it's like,
that wasn't very based of you.
boo.
That was a very red pill of you, my dude.
Concludes that games won't allow most women to do. Love them unconditionally.
Let me start. Even if I know that the reality is simple, the reality is simply one more young woman who loves video
read
games.
this
and
out.
simply
Where were
wants
you?
what- I know. I'm just focusing. Just focusing. I've got Bob on the brain.
No,
I'm already. It's already
you
mush.
didn't hear what he said.
You were focusing so hard you missed what he was saying.
I was looking at the icons and like I was split.
This
my
stance
attention.
only strengthened with the start of a hashtag called Gamergates, an online movement meant
Started by Adam Baldwin.
Well, hold it. This is the moment of truth. We get to see if Gamer from Mars gives the correct take on what Gamergate was, or if he just does the.
But there are
the
ways
lefty
you can get past it
corporate
without,
narrative.
you could be hyper objective and distant about it, right? It was an event that happened. Like,
Yeah, he could go that route. There's a big area for that.
let's see.
hashtag called Gamergates, an online movement meant to address ethics in video game journalism, or was a harassment campaign against women in gaming, depending on who you talk to.
There you go. See, he's
Fair.
through.
Yeah,
There you
fair.
go. There you go.
Yeah.
It was sparked by an affair between developer Zoe Quinn and five guys in the industry.
Oh, most people won't even say that part.
Sparked by her and five guys in the industry is a great way to put that.
No, like that's true though. It's because she
I'm
was
picturing like five
I know,
people
it's just
standing
the
behind
structure.
her on a couch.
It's a good sentence. I just like
the
how,
fact
how he
that
phrased
he
that.
even the fact that he was even like saying that's what kicked it off. It's not something that the vast majority of people on the other side would tell you. They don't want to talk about that part.
So you're saying we
Bob
can
was
detect
firmly-
his take on it, you know?
I'm
Let
just
it slip.
saying he said the thing that a lot of the other people don't like to say.
in the anti-camp, labeling it a harassment campaign against his colleagues. He then made a series of tweets lamenting that the fictional characters Mario and Link would be ashamed at
I already got caught. Nick, how is this not the same as like
Mario.
Peter would be ashamed and he would make a fucking TikTok about AI Peter Griffin, like saying, "You can't do this. Like, it's wrong.
Mario's just looking on, shaking his head. Mamma mia!
You
I
can't
guess
harass
Link wouldn't
women.
say anything, but he'd be frowning.
Stewie,
Astaghfirullah,
women are
Stewie, the
people.
Quran says that you can't.
Stewie, you want to go harass some women? No, you can't do that. It's wrong. And people will listen to those more than they will the Bible these days. It's horrible. Ugh.
what
Well, they have
gamers had
Bible
become.
Peter too.
We are
They have
still
Bible
become.
Peter,
We are
Quran Peter,
Oh.
and Torah Peter.
Which
I
one's
was
the
following
best?
Anarchist Peter. Well, I liked Quran Peter, but there's a controversy because he just launched a shitcoin. So now
No.
all the other Peters are getting mad at him.
Oh, now I have to unsubscribe from his channel.
I trusted Quran Peter, but he betrayed me with fucking shit coin.
This one isn't the rock poll this time, I promise.
Chris was like, Stewie, should I get some Ethereum? And then he's like, Astaghfirullah, Chris. You have to get Iman Peter coin.
Dude, it's like the most deep fried content you could actually imagine. Does it go further than that? You know, like it's over.
The internet
He
will
then
find
made
a
a
way.
series of tweets lamenting that the fictional characters Mario and Link would be ashamed at what gamers had become. We are supposed to be better than this. There's no Triforce of
No.
pettiness. There's no gym badge for hate.
It might be worth stating again, like plainly, that trying to appeal to the political opinions of fictional characters is some of the most embarrassing shit that you can do.
What would
Yeah.
Luigi
It's
think,
embarrassing
Criggy?
every
What would
time.
Luigi think? You know,
It
you gotta.
is
This is like some
particularly
Xander
embarrassing
Walter
when
shit.
you're. It is particularly embarrassing when it is Mario and Link and
Link.
stuff like that. But even if you're dealing with characters, like in
Metal
just in
Gear,
general, don't
people
do
who-
it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
more overtly
in
political
general, it's
stories.
difficult. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Mario and Link are arguably that it's very difficult to say anything about what either of them think.
No,
because
but
they're
pro-monarchy.
No, that's I was about to say they're pro-monarchy. Yeah, that's right.
Which is interesting, which is just interesting. I just fair enough, but that's just.
We don't know that they're pro-monarchy for sure. They
well,
might...
that's true. He could be anti-monarchy.
They could have ulterior motives.
He just needs to save, Princess Peach because she's maybe he just
or
really hates
Princess
turtles.
Zelda too. I mean, maybe
Mario's
maybe
not
he's like
saving Zelda typically.
Well, I mean, but we're talking about Link as well, right? So
that's true.
Link saves Princess Zelda.
Both of them are probably more primarily motivated by their feelings for those particular princesses than their political frameworks.
Well, obviously that's the
the
real take, because trying to look at doing political analysis of Mario is just cringe.
It's a little silly. It's a little silly and stuff. Yes.
Oh no, we must save the monarchy.
Oh, hail to the queen!
But as a general rule, even comparing characters in more overtly political stories, trying to appeal to them for who they would want you to vote for in an election and stuff like that is embarrassing. Don't do it.
Just Triforce of pettiness. Shut the fuck up. The gym badge for hate.
God, it's so embarrassing.
It is doubly funny as well, having just spent so much time going through all of the long list of people he hates so much, even after he left school and grew up and became an adult man, and now he's telling us, no, pettiness and hatred, it's not a good thing. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah. You know what? What would Mario think about you dwelling on your negative experiences
with plans to kill them?
I don't think he'd approve of that.
Oh no! Forgive your enemy.
Likely just frames Bowser.
Why are you doing this?
Frames Bowser and or Ganon as an avatar for bullying and processes it that way, I suppose.
He would be like, but Mario, you step on all your enemies, you kill them, you kill the Goombas. No.
Turtles.
They're gonna organize, they're gonna come back to kill you.
Gamers treated Zoe Quinn. We'll continue to treat Sarkeesian. All of that. What would Mario and Link think of us?
I think I don't know what the fuck they would think of any of this shit, man. What the hell?
I feel like it would only be made funnier if we said, "What would Sonic the Hedgehog think of us?"
It would be better because Sonic is like the autism hero. It always feels like he's much more associated with.
He's the patron saint of autism. He is.
Wow, that's major.
Those aren't rings that he collects. Those are halos.
Aww.
Our heroes should be ashamed of us. The next Smash
Our heroes should be ashamed of us.
Oh, free! Look at that! Look at that follow-up though.
All of that. What would Mario and Link think of us? Our heroes should
Based.
be ashamed of us. The next Smash Bros. Cinematic should be a bunch of iconic characters looking away in shame.
Oh my god.
What is wrong with you?
So perfect.
Look away in shame.
This is the intro to Super Smash Brothers Brawl with all the characters lined up except they're facing backwards.
They're all they're all aware they know what happens and they can't look at us anymore. Pure shame.
This reminds me of when people make those 9/11 drawings, but it's with video game characters being really sad about it happening.
Yeah.
Remember 9/11, but it's
remember what
Mario
Jigglypuff tweeted about 9/11.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So sad.
Looking away in shame. We were supposed to be better than this. Better than all of this.
How could you say this, Bob?
I just need to stop.
Yeah.
What is better if you don't have morality?
That's There's that.
Stop to swear he is not trolling in any of these statements. If that wasn't enough, Bob then feuded with Total Biscuits.
Never a good idea.
A commentator that often criticized Anita and refused to condemn Gamergate.
Well, that was a close one, because you never know who's going to line up with where and what, but to try and focus, because back then when all that happened, it was try and keep it clear and understood exactly what the issue is, but then once everyone shouts and there's enough information, anyone can draw any conclusions they want and the whole thing. It's just kind of funny, because now everyone looks back on it and they just have their own take. There's 17 different realities of what Gamergate was,
Thing I resent. Lumping all gaming video reviewers and YouTubers in with Total Biscuit. Yeah, he's a clown, but there's a lot of good people in that field doing good work. Angry
Oh,
Joe
no.
is legit. Jim Sterling is legit.
No offense,
Screw
but
Attack is.
Tall Biscuit fucking
Attack.
clears Angry Joe, Jim Sterling, and all of Screw Attack put together.
Oh.
It's not even close.
Screw
Easy.
Attack is legit.
Many feminists f***ing love sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of humans do, Joe.
Yeah, human, because they're human.
Many
It's like,
feminists
great.
love sex.
Many
Quote,
many humans and feminists.
This is where problems started to arise behind the scenes. You see, while Bob was aligned with most of the industry, the escapists weren't. They allowed discussions on their forums and were sympathetic to the divisive campaign. A notable instance is when they platformed a dev that suggested hacking Zoe Quinn's email. In February 2015, the escapists declined to renew Bob's freelance contract, ending their near decade-long professional relationship. His shows were to continue under new titles.
Do you think I can imagine the escapist as Andy Dufresne getting to the end of the tunnel and the rain and the thunder and crawling out
Dude, I
after
fucking
they
wish.
refused to renew the contract.
I remember
with
this
Movie
being
Bob.
like hilarious news, but then they rehired him like several years later, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? How did you not learn your
desperate are
lesson?
you?
Yeah,
You've got to be desperate.
Namely the big screen and In Bob We Trust. The reason for his departure was unclear at the time, although he elaborated in a post 6 months later. I have in fact become a bit more enlightened as to opinions held and things said about me and my work. Persons, or perhaps just person, that I have naively considered friends or at least good faith business partners that leave me deeply suspicious about the circumstances of my departure.
well, you probably should have avoided all the psychopathic tweets that might have. It can lead to firing. It's happened. We've been known. It's been known to have that effect, you know.
And profoundly disappointed in their behavior of persons. I'll leave it at that. It's unclear who this was, although an ex-contributor blamed the site's parent company Defy Media for its leanings. Bob was furious, vowing to never forget whoever had wronged him.
I knew that was coming.
I will never
He's
forget.
sitting in his little supervillain hideout with like it's lightning behind him and it's dark and it's raining and he's just got these like more people who don't appreciate my genius. I'll just add them to the list of people I will kill.
We are on that
They're
list. EFAP is dead.
They're going on the eugenics list.
Yeah.
I just love the concept of like he'll never forget the person who he hasn't actually identified and doesn't really know who it was.
He's not sure, okay? So when you're not sure, you're gonna put loads of names on there, circle it, and be like, this is the person, maybe.
He's not a man, he's an idea, and I will never forget his idea.
I read ahead in this paragraph. This is particularly unhinged.
I have nothing but hatred in my heart for every force and circumstance that led to its loss. That's probably a little immature, but it is what it is. I work hard to expel pain from my psyche, but the memories of people and things who have wronged me and mine I keep for a long, long time.
What a spiteful being. Holy shit.
He admits it
I
all the
love that.
time. He's just
Yeah.
anger. Petty anger is all he is.
I have
Pain
become
from my
anger.
psyche. I work hard to expel pain from my psyche. Clearly, you don't work very hard.
Yeah,
to-
like
Did he
You know,
visit the shaman Flaming Star? Was that his name?
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
movie. This is not a man who should
Oh, he's
experiment
dead.
with psychedelics.
Yeah, he
Oh,
died,
you're right. He
Yeah.
did die. Oh,
Flaming
yeah,
Star
he
is
did.
dead since our last episode of the
He
Bookie
died.
podcast.
Oh, jeez. What a loss for the world. How come we lost Flaming Star, but Movie Bob is still among us?
It's not fair.
I mean, drugs would be the easy guess.
Probably the hard drugs and whatever crazy shit he was taking.
Could be that.
Mine I keep for a long, long time. This was followed by the end of the game.
Oh my god, he's got a gun! Bob's got a gun! Everyone
Wait
get
a
down!
minute. Who are these
Oh.
characters here? We've got. You can't have so many.
got a
How do you track
Wii.
all this? You know.
It's not
Stringy,
fair.
what does he have there? Is that like a Wii
Zapper.
gun
Oh,
remote
Wii
that,
zapper?
that looks. Yeah, that. Oh, all right. Yeah, I mean, I guess
Wii
he's got one of
Zapper?
those.
Wii Zapper.
And
is
he's
what
got
it's
the
called.
Master Sword there. The one on the right.
Oh, you know what? The gun reminded me of something. I saw there was a post, I think on the subreddit, or it was like a picture of some comment, but it said, "It's so obvious Rags only knows what he knows about guns from playing Call of Duty." And that's it.
If you, yeah, I know it's a bit of a meme, but if you pay attention to the guns in video games, you can actually learn a lot about their operation and maintenance if you actually pay attention.
That's where I was going to go with it, because I was like, first of all, there's a shit ton you could learn about guns from video games. But secondly, I thought there was. I thought people had
quite
countless.
accurate with it too.
I thought people had countless references for you having used guns in real life, not just in video games. I thought that was like super confirmed.
I'm a gun guy. I enjoy my guns.
He likes his guns.
I think they're interesting. Yeah, I'm a gun enjoyer.
Of the game Overthinker, which concluded after its 100th episode. He was proud to have concluded the series on his own terms, the way he wanted to. It centered around him questioning his gamer identity, with a heavy focus on
gamer identity.
Consider what? I didn't start Gamergate or any of the other stupid outbursts that came before it. All I've ever tried to do is fight that mindset. No, you didn't.
Wow. Oh my god, it's Quantum Bob.
Is that the letter N? And he's like the evil version of himself.
No, that's not Nega Bob. That's
Nega Bob.
That's Zeta Bob, and it's on its side.
No. He's got a NES controller belt that's totally. Look at it, it's struggling.
That's what the N stands for. Nintendo. It's this Nintendo jacket.
Bob.
That big black N, it just means Nintendo.
What is this character? His shadow self. Oh,
he's in the kitchen.
It's so beautiful. And he's arguing with himself about whether or not he helped start Gamergate. Am I truly a gamer? I don't know.
What I'm trying to do is fight that mindset.
It could have been a lot worse. Given that the thumbnail was like him holding a rifle and the subtext is, I ended it on my own terms. We're probably quite
No!
Oh god.
He's pointing a Wii Zapper to his head.
No, Bob.
I ended it on my own terms.
Do you not love the physical acting? He's going for it. He's making sure you understand his emotional state.
Consider what? I didn't start Gamergate or any of the other stupid
Look at all those gestures.
Before it. All I've ever tried to do is fight that mindset. No, you didn't create it. You only trained it and armed it.
Wait, sorry.
You trained it and armed it?
Wow.
Gamergate?
What? I'm very confused. What's going on?
Maybe he's saying that because he created arguments which Gamergaters argued against, he taught them how to argue against the anti-Gamergaters points. I guess.
This is that meme. It's the Breaking Bad thing. Movie Bob sees Gamergate, all the things that happen there, then he just goes, all about me. It's all about me.
Talking about. Don't get snippy on me now, Overthinker. You're here to learn something, and this is it.
The video attempts to
his voiceover voice, like microphone quality and everything, is way better than like the him talking into the camera. So it gives the Negaverse version of him a bit of an edge.
Mm-hmm.
Examine how the gamer identity was formed in the first place. But the bizarre presentation only invited widespread ridicule.
No way.
No way.
Crazy, dude. And
why would we ever distance ourselves from Movie Bob?
Yet he continues to provide such wonderful treasures to the internet.
Nothing like hearing where Gamergate came from explained by a man who had no part in it, yet somehow manages to feed its origins into his Messiah Complex video series.
Exactly. Movie Bob's like, it's all about me.
Yeah.
Oh no. Peter, no. But I feel like he, as Movie Bob ever talked about Family Guy being like a horrible thing, or does he find Peter to be an inspirational character that would have things to say about Gamergate? I don't know. Be interesting.
Well, he's only
out.
bad because he stopped the. He's like, no, it's off, and you just hear the gunfire in the background.
Yeah,
that's why he's bad because he didn't follow through.
You just want to talk to him.
Meanwhile, Bob was in the process of releasing the Movie Bob anthology. It was a collection of books he self-published.
Where's the book with the amazing quote? The Mario. I forget which one it was.
War.
Which one? What?
Oh, the one about the Vietnam War?
Yeah. I know it's to do with Mario. I just can't remember what book it was.
The most notable was...
Oh, that's the one.
Oh, that's probably it, yeah.
Brick by brick. It's gone viral for several excerpts comparing...
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, should we read it someday? I don't know. Maybe.
Put it in.
Like, because, minding it for the best quotes is one thing, but to read the whole thing is like, ugh.
Notable moments...
Mahler narrated brick by brick audiobook when.
Oh, I'd be tempted. It would be funny.
Changing historical events. The climactic reveal of Super Mario Bros. 3 is burned, no, seared into my memory, the way JFK's assassination was for my parents' generation, or the way 9/11 would be for mine a scant 12 years from then.
Oh, God.
Why would you write that? What's wrong with you?
It's not even the collection. What do you mean?
Why is it above it says he touched my breasts? What's this? My God.
Be for mine a scant 12 years from then. In my memories, the Great Console Wars dragged on like my own private Vietnam.
There it is.
Why? What are you talking about?
And it didn't help that I was still constantly in trouble at school.
You guys have so much trouble in the military.
We need to make Vietnam vets read this. Just ask their opinion. What do you think about high school trouble, console wars? What would they even think console wars?
Well, I just imagine he's watching Rambo and he's watching him, at the end of the movie, and he's just nodding his head like, I understand you. Deeply.
I've also been in the console wars.
I mean, you already compared his being stuffed into a locker to the fucking Holocaust level trauma, so I guess it's not far out actually.
In and out of therapy for anger, attention, and authority issues.
I'm shocked.
However, it really only lasted a couple of years.
It only lasted a couple of years. You mean you only went to therapy for a couple of years? That anger, that
that's. I don't think it worked very well. Yeah.
This book is deceptively personal, giving more insight to his early years.
I thought he was going to say giving more insight than anybody could possibly have wanted. But he just keeps on speaking.
He was seeing a child therapist who tried to prescribe medication, only for his parents to reject it.
He would have been saved. He might have been normal.
I mean, you wonder if there's an alternate timeline there, don't you? Of movie Bob on antidepressants, and that actually makes it to where he's a normal, well-adjusted person.
It's so
It might have been worse though.
We should summon Quantum Bob to ask him about this. He probably knows.
Was that who that was?
Yeah. If that's who he is, then I guess he would know the answer.
There was Dark Bob from earlier, then there was the Gun Bob and a Sword Bob. Did they all die in his epic series? Is there only one left? Is Mario Bob or a different Bob?
We need the juicy Bob lore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, juicy Bob! Don't say that.
No, I shouldn't.
Yeah, that's a rough 2 words to put together.
Rather talk about hot cream again.
Yes.
His only refuge from the constant bullying, a loyalty he carried for life. After about 20
he just put that image there, because it's the concept of him getting bullied. It's it's probably because of stuff like this. Just so you know.
His only refuge from the constant bullying, a loyalty he carried for life. After about 20 minutes of waiting, I was joined by another pair of early birds, a young mother and her 2 children. One was a boy of about 6 or 8, and the other was a toddler whose gender was undeterminable. I got the sense that we may have been there for the same thing, and I could tell this despite the fact that we only said hello to one another. Not by some psychic intuition, I stress, but because the boy was making it pretty clear. He was excitable to the point of bouncing, and his attire told the rest of the tale. Mario t-shirt, Mario baseball cap, a Mario backpack, even Mario sneakers.
We were kindred spirits.
What's interesting is that aesthetic is kind of looped back around into being cool again in a way. You see people with baseball caps and jackets and stuff that have Yoshi and Mario and 90s cartoons on them, except that when he said this, it was just back in the day. But it has looped sort of back into being cool again.
There are 2 factors to consider. You are correct that nerd culture has become mainstream to the point of it's pretty much everywhere. Everyone's wearing all kinds of crazy merch all the time now. It's not a weird nerd thing to do like it was back in whichever decade you want to choose. But the second factor is that it also helps if you're a normal person who's wearing it and you're doing normal things, talking normally. If you have a shirt that just has, some cool graphic on it, or you're I really like blah, 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 versus someone like Bob who's struggles to not mention genocide in every other sentence. That can give you points down on that subject and make you kind of stuffable into a locker.
Just goes in the store, has this shirt on, and it's we want to hear about my personal Vietnam. No, not really.
I looked down at him, smiled, nodded. He looked up at me, realizing, before I did honestly, that I also happened to be wearing a Mario shirt. One from my era, Super Mario Bros. 2 character select screen to be precise, with a look of quizzical surprise. This big older guy knows Mario 2? Yes, I do, kid. Yes, I do.
Wow, you know Mario? Cool.
And then everyone on the bus clapped.
You know,
Everyone clapped.
This would be in his movie for sure. This would be like a defining moment of I inspired
Oh
that kid.
yeah. Yeah.
This is what it's all about now.
The Christopher Nolan biopic about the movie Bob.
Played by Jack Black.
Ooh. Why not? Yeah.
Guess so.
His near fanaticism with the Japanese developer is undoubtedly apparent by now. When their magazine Nintendo Power shuttered in 2012, he held a full 12 minutes.
Dang, it's been closed that long? Wow, I remember having some of those back in the day. 2012 is when it closed. Is there still a digital version of it, or is it just the magazine itself?
I think it's just Dunzo.
Nintendo Power Online? Yeah, I guess it's not. Oh, yeah, I guess it's just done. Because a lot of like newspapers, they stop the real printing and they just go to digital. At least locally here, there's only a real paper on Sundays, and it's digital every other day of the week. But I guess it's just done even in digital form. Though it looks like on r/retro gaming, you can get PDFs of all of the Nintendo Power magazines. It's a website called Retro Mags, so that's really cool that exists.
Cool, yeah.
You know?
2012, he held a full 12 minutes of silence to mourn its demise.
12 minutes.
Wait, what?
And they were the best 12 minutes of his career.
12 minutes of silence with his cloned creatures.
Just to be clear, how many did he give during 9/11?
No, Rex. No.
How many minutes of silence did he give?
Well, truly, what affected America more, that or the closing of Nintendo Power?
I guess it's true. I mean, really, Nintendo Power was the end of an era. So
9/11 wasn't his personal 9/11.
Look, terrorist attacks happen all the time, but Nintendo Power happens one.
He's
I don't know.
Cosplaying
That's probably
Holdo.
one of his. That's one of his personas, like the overthinker and the.
There's just so many of them. But I'm glad they all got together to mourn. You know.
Well, he reached across the political aisle for this one.
regardless
of your political orientation.
I mean, we joke, but that probably is the angle here. They probably are like antagonistic forces. Like we came together to respect the end of an era. What we had.
Like the person on the left is like someone on the left, and the guy on the right back there is a conservative, and
maybe
he's in the middle as the Chad centrist that he thinks he is. Maybe
who knows? That could be a Mario hat, could be a MAGA hat. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know for sure.
I appreciate wearing the black T-shirt in front of the black background, though. That's a good artistic choice.
There is no joke coming, and to respect the end of an era.
No! Takes his hat off.
I wonder, if I go to eBay, last Nintendo Power issue, I wonder how much those are going for. Oh, wow. Some of these are going for a lot. Yeah, the final, depending on the condition, they could be worth a fair amount of money. Ooh, issue 1. That's a good question.
Probably quite a bit if it's in good condition.
Nintendo Power first issue from 1988.
Jeez.
These are... I mean, some of these, if they're graded and they're graded well, they could be $200-$300, even more potentially.
Honestly, I would have expected higher than that.
I thought higher than that.
Yeah. I think they just made so many of them. That's probably the thing. The fact if something is like new in box or really sealed in box, then like if you because I've been browsing out of curiosity for like old like red, blue, gold, silver versions of Pokemon, and if it's sealed in box and it's in good shape and it's graded, that stuff can cost a decent amount of money. Yeah. Interesting. End of an era.
While able to success off
That, by the way,
2016,
that's the
he was
soundtrack of Respect. That was playing right there. That's the music. That's
My
the
guess
music
is-
you put on when you want to show respect.
My guess is there's no loop for this too. He probably recorded the 12 minutes of silence for all of his characters. Like he committed.
Yeah, standing for 12 minutes was his exercise for the week.
Also, I think it must be
surely
that if you've got
36
music
minutes.
in the background, it's not a moment of silence if there's music playing.
No, you're
that's
right.
not-
I get, but no, there's
It's a
a
moment of
a
lot
lot
of-
because there's plenty of moments of silence where they still play music actually. So
Yeah.
that's.
I mean,
not
like
even
at least
bad.
like when we do Remembrance Day, moment of silence, it's not like there's a trumpet playing. Like Last Post will play before it and at the end, but the moment of silence itself is quiet. Like,
I mean,
Well,
he-
surely of all the Nintendo music that had come out over time, there had to have been a better, more somber and respectful tone than this. Surely.
yeah, Bob. Next time, get a more somber tune for the 12 minutes of Nintendo Power respective silence.
I think I would. Yeah, there's got to be. I'm trying to think about what song.
Surely
you could
there
use
is.
from, like, especially because you got Mario there on the cover.
Even if it was, I mean, there's undoubtedly there is. There's so much Nintendo stuff
been
that
the-
they've had.
Isle Delfino theme.
Well, he could have taken like a celebratory, we're saying goodbye to an old friend. It's the end of an era, but we're not going to be sad it's gone. We're going to be happy it happened. And they play like really like triumphant end credit music or something like that. And he just like salutes for 12 minutes or something.
Oh,
don't know.
I
That
wish
would've
he'd
been harder.
saluted. That'd have been
Yeah.
great.
It would have been harder for him to hold his hand up for that long, but it would have been a different vibe.
While able to subsist off Patreon, in 2016 he was hired onto
He doesn't look like he's subsisting.
Screen Rant's news team. He kept making videos for sites like Screw Attack, surviving as an independent critic. However, this is also where he started getting a lot of backlash. That's because Bob made a ton of inflammatory tweets about Trump supporters, who he didn't consider worthy of being human. If you voted Trump
There it
because you're
is.
disenfranchised, you've only proved that you deserve to be so. You're a failed human. All
How can Bob be saying these things? Like, come on.
right-wing Americans are unsalvageable, failed humans. Reject them and push them out. His rhetoric focused on them being mediocre troglodytes, while asserting his own superiority. The best day that will ever happen to humanity will be the moment when physical strength becomes meaningless, and intellectual worth and creative vision become the only measures of human being to be considered.
What does he? I mean, obviously, putting aside all of the craziness, like, what does he? Does he seriously think the world is governed by? I beat you in an arm wrestle. Now I'm in charge.
Yeah.
Like, we do not live in the world where, like,
We do not live in Wakanda. You can't say that, Bob.
What you have to understand is any remnant in any way, shape, or form that involves anything to do with intimidation of strength or any kind of thing like that, he considers himself fucking eons ahead of everyone mentally. So obviously he would be in power if that were the focus. If there was any focus on intellectualism, he would be the one that controls everything.
Why he has a very high opinion of himself?
Sure does.
Yeah,
Well,
yes, he
it says
does.
right there, it's the superior future if that's the case. So he's got it all figured out.
I'd almost be curious to see him explain why that would necessarily be the case, but but I'm not very interested in finding out it because I mean, this is pretty hilarious, right? His view is like, oh well, I was bullied because I was weak, but one day there will be a world where I will do the bullying because I am smarter.
He's
than
almost like
everybody else.
it's all so in character for just a generic villain. When I was younger, I was bullied, and now I hate the whole world, and I want them all dead. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess. Also, I'm the smartest person ever. He's fucking Syndrome.
but Syndrome at least built cool shit. He built robots. And,
He's retarded Syndrome. Like, he can't build anything. He can't create anything. The fact that he thinks he has, like, immense creative vision when those are his YouTube videos is insane.
So you're saying it's Down syndrome?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
This led people to spam his replies with a photo of his old Mario costume.
Mario costume, my old friend, my
Makes this
one
fucking
good true friend.
world destroying like genocidal tweet that's absolutely insane, and then most people just like, you dressed as Mario, you fat fuck. That's
Put on the overalls and dance.
Your political career is ruined. You dressed up as Mario. What did you think was gonna happen?
That ends it for me. It was Mario this past Halloween. I'm in better shape though.
It was to the point that even other left-wingers were telling him to shut up.
Damn, getting shown by Sean of all people. Oh, what shit, you know.
Telling him to shut up. With that said, there was a brief show of unity following the death of Total Biscuits after a long battle of cancer. He was very respectful, which even his own ardent critics had to give him credit for.
Yeah, he passed the fucking test that Boogie failed.
That's
honestly impressive.
That is actually something that is like truly grim, isn't it? That the Boogie. That was back when Boogie like wasn't, you know, hated by everybody.
He was teetering.
Like
he was beginning to teeter.
Close, but like it is pretty crazy that he couldn't like he had to make it about himself.
Yeah. If you scale it from he's at 0 now in terms of public perception, he was at 10. With that tweet was like when he was I want to say like 6, something like that. He was he'd definitely fallen, but he hadn't gone yet.
It may sound like the bare minimum, but you'd be surprised on the internet. Shortly after Bob was fired, the Escapist went through a series of layoffs from their parent Defy Media, which would eventually go bankrupt. By late 2017, its closure seemed imminent, being reduced to Yahtzee and a dwindling number of volunteers. That changed in 2018 with its purchase by Enthusiast Gaming. The new owners brought back former editor-in-chief Russ Pitts, who left in 2011 to co-found Polygon. He was tasked with a complete relaunch of the site. That started with the return of one of his
Man.
Yeah.
Good old friends, Movie Bob. To commemorate this, Bob elaborated on his original departure. I would later be told second and third hand that said owner was at this point in contact with various fixtures in the right-wing alt-right media. Names you'd know.
You don't need to be right-wing to think what Bob was saying was fucking insane, you know? Like,
yeah.
As if what he'd said wasn't already enough to just be like, do you mind not working for us, please?
Well, yeah, like the notion like, well, no, but in my world, you would be spared. It's like, oh.
Well, thanks, bro.
As if that would compel them to agree with him.
And that talk of ousting me specifically had come up, but didn't initially happen because I was at that point producing a substantial amount of the site's still profitable content, as name creators and contributors had been fleeing amid the mess. Though, as I said, I can't confirm that firsthand myself, and it's not really germane anymore. It's worth emphasizing these are only allegations with no actual proof. This post also addressed his bizarre old tweets which had just resurfaced. He denied being a eugenicist, surmising that was...
He's not a... No, that's true. He's not a eugenicist because that's been tarnished by the Nazis.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
That's
he would
why
like to be, but
he wishes he was. Yes, he
doesn't want to be associated with the less based eugenicists, you know?
I can't believe
he's like the...
being in the position in your career where you need to deny being a eugenicist. You're like, yeah, I just want to make it clear, guys. Just need to sort that out. Yeah, just a little thing.
I also can't really put myself in the mind of someone who's like, oh, let's relaunch the site. Who should we get? Let's get the guy who regrets that he can't be a eugenicist. Let's bring him back on. That's a great idea to get this.
Well, no, we need someone with ambition, who has aspirations, all right? Who has a vision. That's who we need for a magazine.
I wonder if they were like during the dying breaths of the site, like, okay, maybe we should bring back like people from back there. Like, okay, who can we bring? And then they just didn't even check. It's like, oh, there's Movie Bob. He looked like he was popular back in the day when we looked at all these numbers. Yeah, let's do that. And,
like a bird's eye view, who are the personalities people remember from this site?
Yeah.
Okay, that guy, what's he doing? Nothing much. Let's get him.
Yeah, that could be. It could also be that guy just really likes Movie Bob's channel or something. Who's like, why
sure.
Like, really? It's always hard to believe, because like we've seen not a huge amount of his videos, but enough to definitely take a pretty strong opinion of this is absolute insane garbage. Because he doesn't even fully appeal to any given political angle, I don't think. He's a little too unhinged for anybody.
It's
I
a
mean,
combination of the extreme element of the rhetoric, and also I think a lot of it's just the aesthetic is really unappealing.
there's that too. Yeah, he never improved. Just
The gamer nerd veneer is really tough to wax over the I wish eugenicism was okay angle. It's a weird mesh.
What world would we be living in if Movie Bob were handsome?
No, oh boy.
And I mean, the fact that you can go for that long and not improve, but he does edit, you know? It's like he's done a lot of work over his time and just never learned to do it better.
Yeah.
It's just funny when he believes himself to be like a creative genius.
Dude, consistency is his strength, okay?
When
Most
he
people
still has a
inevitably get better, you know? Most
yeah,
people
you would
inevitably
accidentally buy a better microphone or like edit in a resolution over 480p. It would just sort of happen.
An edgy bad joke. The context was his frustration at dealing with crowds and traffic. He then
What?
Excuse me?
As it happens, at a certain point several years back, I tweeted a pair of bad jokes on unrelated occasions with eugenics as the punchline. In the context of the time, it was an attempt to make darkly humorous light of frustration at dealing with respectively crowds and traffic. Not my finest moment, inappropriate even in context, looks worse out of context. Okay, sure.
I don't know. I feel like all the
Okay.
other things you said make this unbelievable.
Exactly.
Well,
If you hadn't
lined
said-
up perfectly.
Well, yeah, if the eugenics thing was actually the one edgy thing you said, I could believe you. But everything else you say is evil, so I just think that's you normal. This is just the one getting a lot of pushback, which is why you addressed it.
Mm-hmm.
context was his frustration at dealing with crowds and traffic. He then offered some insight to why he constantly picked fights on Twitter. Suffice to say, what's in my blood when it comes to any kind of conflict is, you hit me, I hit back. You tell me to fuck off, I tell you to fuck off. You talk about my mother, I talk about your mother.
There goes eugenicist movie Bob talking about what's in his blood again. Oh god.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
Apologize for the times I stepped over the line from giving jerks back what they gave and being a jerk myself. My aim going forward is to have less of that happening in general.
Yeah, so when people were like, can you please explain all of your psychotic, just schizophrenic, fucking insane ramblings on Twitter, it's like, yeah, you know, when someone hits me, I hit back. Like, what? That doesn't answer any of that. What do you mean?
Whatever the case, Bob was able to resume his series under their original mantles. Evidently, there was no expectation from the escapist to change his tone as he only used more extreme rhetoric. This led him to descend further in notoriety.
We hadn't seen this
Oh, he's got a
iconic
gun
image
again.
either. This one's
It's
great.
the
I love.
end jacket.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to see the belt as well, but it is
I hope so.
peak nerd form. You know that this was him feeling. He was feeling euphoric, is how I would assume.
Poor
Pride,
trigger
now
discipline too.
seemingly advocating for violence. I found a closed fist to be a solid place to start, though there's plenty of variety beyond that. At the end of the day, they're just bones and meat, and sufficiently cowed, most will stifle before you have to break any of that, so long as they're convinced you would.
Shut up.
That is
Fuck me.
a horrifying tweet.
That is actually really, it's very threatening in like this dark way.
He's rotund. Like, he's not going to be able to do any of this to anybody. It's insane. What are
His
you talking
whole,
about?
Well, his whole body is the shape of a closed fist.
I like how he
Mahler.
talks
That makes him
about how he's
extra
like-
deadly.
Oh, we need to live in a world where we're ruled by intelligence instead of physical strength, but he also thinks himself to be like a tough guy, and it's like, yeah, you gotta, the threat of violence is enough to keep them in line. So,
But you see,
holy
because he's got
shit.
the best of both worlds. He thinks that he's the only clever, massively brilliant intellectual one, but the rest of humanity is all base animals, and base animals just understand threats of violence and force and breaking their bones. So,
see.
he's treating us like the animals that we are.
He's communicating in their
Trying
language.
to,
rather than
trying to
his
speak our
own, I
language.
see. Yeah.
What is this shit, though? Like, they're just
No, I
bones
know,
and
I know.
meat. As if he's not.
No, he's transcended us.
He's primarily not actually bones on meat. This is a different element, but yeah.
I mean,
The most-
I like it is. Why does he feel compelled to say these things?
Well, because he's a
all the
very
time?
self-righteous person, and once you're at that level, then you could justify anything you say and do.
It was
I
well
guess it's
aimed
more
to
so
put
that it's all.
the context clips make a lot of sense, right? Like you have to look at everything through the lens of him seeing everyone as his high school bullies. And that sort of brings clarity to the entire situation, unfortunately. And the whole, like, Magneto was right thing.
Cowed, most will stifle before you have to break any of that, so long as they're convinced you would. The most infamous was a thread claiming they had robbed him of living out his sci-fi fantasies. 2019. I was supposed to be on a starship by now, conversing with intelligent robots, deciding what sort of body I'd like to upload my immortal consciousness to. Instead, we're all still on this fucking rock, wondering how to placate the white working class.
The fuck?
Don't you know they don't deserve anything?
Like this one is not even like a response to someone. He just went on Twitter and was like, "I'm gonna write this, and I'm gonna hit
I gotta
send."
get something off my chest about the spaceships and my consciousness.
Where are my robots?
Where's
my
my
fucking robots?
Where's my jacked body I can download my consciousness into because of how superior it is?
I'll never forgive the troglodytes who stole the future I earned to prolong.
How did you earn it? What did you do to earn it?
Be intelligent.
I do find that funny, that the future you earned. Like, what have you done to contribute to the advancement of science and technology?
He told people about how some movies were good and or bad.
And he talks about Mario.
Yeah, on that.
He loves Mario.
It's just.
I wonder what he thought about the Mario movie.
I don't care what he thinks about it.
Wonder if he wanted to genocide like a particular group in that. Probably, it probably did.
He read some very controversial political message in the movie that nobody else even imagined except for him.
You know those people that like this tweet? Like, do you think most of them are just like, "Oh, this is funny"? It's so unhinged if you took it seriously.
Yeah, I mean, God, he's like declaring, "I'll never forgive them for stealing my future."
Their worthless existence. I'm done.
Existence. I'm out of patience. There's no worth in the backward people. They could all be Thanos from existence tomorrow, and we'd not lose a single person of value or decency.
Oh my God.
There's no separation of shades between the ignorant and the wicked.
Bro, that profile pic is insane with the words that are coming out of it.
It is, isn't it?
This is what I meant by, like, he gives you so much more than your average lolcow for the full story, but it just feels like he's sort of around. He's like a hum in the background. Maybe it's because he just doesn't do enough these days. That's, like, shocking. He needs more of these tweets. When was this one made? Does anyone know? A classic. More modern.
That is a classic. I have no idea. That was a while ago, though.
This got a ton of backlash from across the political aisle, with the podcast Chapo Trap House weighing in. The group went on to satirize
He does sound like a comic book villain because he's fucking modeled himself after them.
Him in their book with the page describing the movie Blob. Bob surprisingly took it on the chin, even admitting they were usually pretty funny. This wasn't the only caricature to circulate.
I saw Razor Fist in that tweet. Hold up here.
Wait, which one?
Describing the movie Blob.
Hell, Razor Fist is usually funny.
So if it were funny, I'd be more or less okay with it comic to comic. It's not like I should be particularly difficult to caricature, and I have no problem saying people opposite me are funny when they are. These guys are often really funny. Hell, Razor Fist is usually funny. So he's saying the reference to him in that comic just wasn't even that funny, but he didn't really care if they make fun of him, which isn't... Isn't that against what he said when someone makes fun of him, he has to fight back or whatever?
Is this him fighting back, though, or is this him taking it well, even though he's opening it with, yeah, it wasn't funny, and that's why I'm not okay with it, because if it were, I'd be more or less okay with it, by implication, right?
Yeah,
Would
no, I get you.
Bob be a better or worse antagonist in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier TV show?
Than the lady Ginger Girl?
Yes.
Movie Bob would be better, yeah. Way better.
I feel like Movie Bob would have enhanced the show.
For sure.
I'd like to see him fighting on top of a train. I think that would be quite funny.
Just play Mario music.
In like a trench coat with the Mario logo peeking through, you know?
Dude, do you think that would be the way to get to him the most? To be like, you're not like Mario, you're like Wario. He'd be like, No, I'm not. You're
How
like,
dare
that's
you.
exactly who you are.
Surprisingly took it on the chin, even admitting they were usually pretty funny. This wasn't the only caricature to circulate, though, with his likeness being a new Wojak called the Consumer. Thinks watching comic book movies is doing politics. Poor white people are suffering in the Midwest. Should have consumed the correct product. Unironically thinking doing video game reviews of movies for children is a significant contribution to society.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what he does believe that. He believes that he's changed the world way for the better. Which, you know, there's a scale for how much any given video might matter to the world, but his
it's okay to see yourself realistically, like what we do and what a lot of YouTubers do is like we make some effect in the world, we make the world a better place, but we're not like Mother Teresa and philanthropists.
We know Movie Bob.
Just know where you are on the vast spectrum of changing the earth.
Contributions to society, that could be considered significant.
Setting realistic goals and expectations, because I think there's worth and value in doing video reviews of Peter Pan, but I don't think that it entitles me to a place upon a spaceship with body consciousness transference that take me to a new planet away from all the poor white people. It's like realistic expectations are kind of important.
Specifically the white people.
He even became a reoccurring joke on the podcast.
It's you.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
EFAP?
Is Diabeto going to make an appearance in this
He's a
video?
classic EFAP villain. Been with us for so long. We love you, Bob.
Coined the nickname for him Diabeto.
Oh my! He said
Let's
it.
go.
Oh, I want a clip of that. The way he says it, Diabeto. He really pronounces the consonants. It's snappy. It's sharp. Diabeto.
The fan art for Diabeto is fantastic. If there's ever an EFAP video game, he needs to be the villain, like boss.
He's gotta be.
It's so easy to make mechanics for him. Like lives in a little sugar factory thing, and you're like, oh shit, you gotta take out his little sugar minions, and then there's so many different easy ways you could design that fight. It would be great.
His final phase, he drops a metformin and goes like berserk.
Yeah. Wait, why is it not playing?
Coined the nickname for him Diabeto.
It is for me.
It is playing.
Yeah.
I think it froze temporarily for me. Hang on. Whenever this happens.
Just reload it. Sometimes it happens.
Talk amongst yourselves.
If he shows fan art of Diabeto, then Gamer from Mars showing the people what they need to see, what we want to see, what we've got to see.
He would be doing the homework, what's necessary.
He really would. He must have been laughing when he was like, "What? EFAP? Diabeto? What is this?"
I think you watched there must be an EFAP highlight for Diabeto, right? There probably is.
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
Get the context from there. Or would you need to? Is it self-explanatory? I guess so, right? Especially with all that Magneto backstory that he made clear as well.
Yeah.
Could be. 1 second. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm gonna roll him back to yeah, that should be.
Significant contribution to society. He even became a reoccurring joke on the podcast EFAP, who coined the nickname.
Also, no one in the history of EFAP has ever called us EFAP, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Nice. I think you probably didn't want to say EFAP.
Yeah, I guess there's that. I was thinking he might have just done his research via text, because sometimes you don't know how to pronounce things.
Yeah, maybe he thought that EFAP would be like a little insulting to call it that, and he just went with EFAP. He went with the safe option.
Mm-hmm.
He went with the safe option.
For him, Diabeto. One of their bits included.
That clearly makes him happy that was the nickname.
It does. You can tell by his eyebrows and
Diabeto.
Quiz asking viewers to guess if a quote was from Movie Bob or a selection of excerpts from Mein Kampf and neo-Nazi websites.
Wait a minute.
What a good episode that was.
What was the result of that?
I think we were about 60% accurate, 60 or 70% accurate, I think.
Is there? It's got to be highlighted, right? I think it was.
It was shockingly.
It was definitely highlighted. I watched it earlier this week, but it was like 100 questions.
It took us fucking ages.
It was so long.
But the thing is, it was kind of just really fun because of the fact that it was difficult. It shouldn't be difficult. Oh,
that was one of the anniversary streams, right?
Our total points were 360 out of 500.
Damn.
So not very good, which is that makes it hilarious. The fact that we got so many wrong.
Cite the Daily Stormer. There was a completely new wave of people who had no idea who Bob was outside of his tweets. This is reflected in the numerous posts simply asking for his best hits to catch them up to speed with Movie Bob lore. I'll go through some of the most popular Movie Bobisms now, since there isn't really a way to explain these chronologically.
Yeah, I can totally get that. He was like, where the fuck do I put this in the script? It's like, well, just the miscellaneous Movie Bob pot.
In March of 2020...
Yes! The classic.
Yes, the classic.
I still have PTSD from that.
Yeah,
how
Mel
far did you
tried
get,
it.
by the way? I can't remember how far you got. How far did you get?
I think I had all the fries left and a couple of drinks.
Yeah, the
Jeez,
carbs
you could
were
really...
get, yeah.
Wow.
I didn't feel good.
No, I would have done the same
I
strategy. I wouldn't have
I don't
touched
feel
the
good looking
fries.
at it.
There's no way I'd be able to, like, filling up on that. You'd just be fucked straight away.
Well, there's got to be a strategy for like meat versus carbs versus like sugar.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at like competitive eaters, they do fries last most of the time.
Okay.
Isn't there a whole thing you have to eat as fast as possible before your body realizes it's full?
Oh, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that you eat really, really quick, so your body's like awareness has to catch up to you. I have heard that. Yeah.
Your body releases, I believe it's a hormone called ghrelin, and that's what makes you feel full. So
ghrelin is how those burgers were made.
Yeah.
My strategy, I think my strategy might be to like sip the soda slowly, so it just becomes infused with the other mush that you eat.
Infused with the other mush.
Soda infused mush. It's what McDonald's sells, to be fair.
To be clear, does anyone here think they could do this if it meant if they didn't, they'd die? Like they have a gun on you?
Like this is the next American Squid Game. American Squid Game is they just roll this tray out to you, and if you can't finish it, they shoot you in the head.
I think my follow-up question to that question would just be, am I allowed to vomit?
Well, yeah, that was going to be my question.
Yeah, probably not. That'd be your best.
If I vomit but instantly keep going, would they let me live? I think I could do that.
The compromise, and this is the wizard is involved. It only counts if it's an involuntary vomit, like you didn't want to, but there it goes.
And the wizard knows.
He knows.
Like, if you vomit, you look over, and then it's like, no, you're good for now.
If my life was at stake, I think I could do it.
Don't test me,
It could be an
boy.
event in LolCow Fat Camp. Like halfway through, they just pull out a tray of
Wouldn't that be
McDonald's in front of them and force them to eat it.
Wouldn't that be the opposite?
Exactly. That's why it would be like the expectation would be that this wouldn't happen. You know?
It'd be so funny if this was like the reward or something. And he, like Keemstar changes his mind. He just wants to fatten them. Like,
Boogie, you've done 3 sit-ups. Congratulations. Here's your reward.
I heard that apparently in the fat camp, so it's something like it's going to be 2 weeks, and apparently the goal is to make them both drop 50 pounds. And I was like, has anyone explained
in 2 weeks
how much
that's like
weight?
An amputation.
Well, it's bad to drop 50 pounds in 2 weeks. Like
where
that's
does all
not a
that
good
skin
thing.
go?
Dude,
You'll be like you'll be like a
Generally,
parachute.
what you would be losing primarily is water weight. You can do it, especially when you're at that size. Because I mean, 50 pounds for a guy like Boogie would be honestly probably not too similar for how I would drop 5.
You're probably on point with that because he has to be eating a shit ton to maintain it, right? So if he goes from that to almost nothing,
a lot of maintenance.
It'll probably be a mental thing, that his compulsion to eat, not his actual need for the sustenance.
Yeah, I think the challenge would be make them fast for 24
right?
hours, put this in front of them, and say, "Don't eat this for 90 minutes."
Yeah, we'll see who the Ubermensch is there. Yeah.
Someone just mentioned, like, if you lose it fast when you're that big, your skin will get hanging. I think when you're that big, it won't matter how fast, right? You're still
that'll be the
get
least of your concerns.
Your skin's going to be hanging regardless if you drop a substantial amount of weight. If you've spent a lot of time in the 400-pound mark, if you're young,
only to an extent, right? Like it can only go so far.
Okay.
Elasticity of skin increases.
Rags, if you remember, Boogie has 3 bellies, so like even if there's no recovering that. In fact, he's probably got a 4th one on the way now if he was to actually drop weight. It's kind of remarkable that he showed that off. That was horrifying. Anyway, back to this again. So, does anyone here think they could do it with those rules?
I think I could do it with those rules.
I don't think I could.
If vomiting it up when you didn't intend to means that you're okay, yeah, I mean, I don't see why that would. I mean, it feels like if that's the case, then like to me, the idea of being able to do it without vomiting seems impossible.
I think that it's a matter of
it's
like just
literally too much
mass.
food.
I cannot fit.
I have
that
eaten
amount of
fast food in
inside
my
of
life,
me.
and I'm a big fella, but I can't see this even remotely possible.
This is a lot of food.
The
It's,
time
like,
limit, I think, would
what do
make
you
it
mean?
impossible for me.
Oh, is there a time limit on this?
90 minutes.
90
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh no, yeah, then not. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't
You'd
think
have
so.
to pace it out
actually.
Man,
really
like,
accurately. Like
I keep thinking
like
about
a bite of a
strategies.
burger.
It's like what do we do? You go for the like rags veg? Like do you knock out the buns? Like you don't eat them. You eat all the meat first. Try and get all of that down. Then
I think so. So I had like
you can compress. Can you compress the bread a whole bunch so that
yeah, you could.
it's more dense, but
I don't know
wouldn't
if
make
that
much of a
helps.
difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd eat it faster. It's still the same amount of calories.
Yeah, but like mentally, if you take the bread, squeeze it into a ball, and just swallow it, would it feel as if it's more if you compact it down?
That's what all the competitive eaters do. They have like all the bread and stuff at
do
the
they have their own
end and carbs.
portable fucking? Well, why am I forgetting the name of it? You know the thing that goes viral all the time for squishing stuff. Why am I?
Donut.
No.
Oh, the hydraulic press.
Yeah, do they all have a portable hydraulic press for like situations like this?
I was still at competitive eating. I was like, the thing that squashes. And I was like, huh?
I think you're talking about they take like the donuts and smash them together and eat them as like one super donut.
I think one of the competitive eaters, he actually just dunks the shit into his water and makes like really gross and sloppy.
Yeah, you gotta dunk the burgers into the
I
Coke.
saw.
Did
you guys?
Oh my god!
Did you guys see the video? That was like, there's a girl who's like £1 million or whatever, and it said like a day in the life, and the first thing she ate is when she woke up for breakfast was like this huge donut thing dipping in just loads of milkshake. Like she can't. That was like her waking up snack. I was just like, Jesus Christ!
Wait, is that the same show where they're like, I got weird cravings. I think I'm pregnant. What's the craving for? Water.
Bitch, you're thirsty. Just drink some water.
Your body's trying to survive.
You're a human being. You're a living organism that needs water to live.
Yeah, it was like I don't know if it was TikTok or whatever on Twitter, but it was basically just a whole day of her food, and it was absolutely fucking insane. And it makes me think about, no offense to Wings and Boogie, but they're totally lying, aren't they? Like, in terms of what they're eating, and they'll never let the world know.
They have to be, because fundamentally, if you are that size, you must be consuming a gargantuan amount of food.
Like 3,000 plus calories a day.
Yeah, like,
I was about to say,
yeah,
without
it's
exercise, you still burn at least.
You
like
still burn a lot.
Adult males like 3,000.
Sitting around.
No, I think it's like 2,000
I
thing.
think 2,000. Yeah. And so, like, the idea of Boogie ever being like, oh, you know, this diet's working out really well. It's like, dude, you're a fucking circle. You're a sphere. Like, it's not. You have to be eating lots of food. Who are you? Like, what's the point of lying? Because at the end of the day, the lies, you know, the results need to materialize.
I forget where I got this saying from, but anything you eat in private, you wear in public. So it's like,
yeah, good one.
even if you're not showing us that you're eating that, we can tell.
Well, I mean, the fucking grocery thing, right? Like,
yeah,
he caught with his pants down at that point. Not that you'd ever want to visualize that, but like, just the
demonstrating an inability to even understand what foods you're supposed to buy, like as a regular person, like what kind of meats and stuff that you would want to be getting to cook.
Like I said, if you go to the grocery store, you buy chicken and spinach and like water. If you need water, unless you have like good drinkable, like if you just have those things, and maybe eggs. And nothing else in your fridge.
Eggs and veggies.
Nothing else in your fridge. You will lose weight, like whether you want to or not, and you'll be relatively healthy too, because like you've got enough there to survive, and like even improve if you work out even a little bit.
He has lost weight recently. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess the problem is like because if it was anybody else, it'd be like, yeah, cool. But when it's from him specifically,
well, I mean, he's done this sympathy journey of that shit. How many times did we cover it in that video? Like 7.
He's done it so many times, over and over and over again. Where he'll be like, look at the progress I've made.
When he was like, bitter, and he was streaming. I think it was Destiny, the game. He had like a fan in chat asking him like, oh, I was disappointed that you've like given up on your weight loss journey. I thought you were doing really well. And he was just like, yeah, well, fuck you. I can make whatever choices I want. I can eat whatever I fucking want. It's just like, that's inevitably what's going to happen again. He's got like a huge pattern of it.
Yeah.
But,
You feel better if you change that attitude, though.
Yeah, I think
yes.
removing the 90 minutes, it's definitely possible. But within 90, even with vomiting, I'm not even sure. I don't even know. It's crazy to say, right? Because it's like if your literal life is on the line. But
yeah, but it's what your body can allow you to do. Like willpower's kind of got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the time limit is the thing that's probably fucking me over as well. Because if I could just wait for like 30 minutes or something,
imagine doing
the sip on the cokes or whatever.
Yeah, imagine doing the cokes first. You just nuke all of them. I feel like you'd already be done.
I feel like
I think that actually might make it more difficult.
No, you just want to use them as loop, basically, when you eat the rest. Just go like, rum.
Especially once you get to the fries, like that amount of salt, it'll be so hard to even swallow any of it if you're like totally dehydrated.
Yeah, my point is that was not a strategy option. That was just a reality. Like that level of that is already gonna kill you pretty much.
I actually think that it's the Coke that's the bottleneck. I think like the idea of having that much liquid rattling around in there is really like, damn, I think that actually just inhibits me from succeeding in this.
It's the weight of it. The weight of those 4 sodas. It's probably most of the weight on that plate is those sodas.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's probably at least 2 liters, yeah. That's a lot of liquid. And I don't think there's any cheat in that. I was thinking maybe like
you'd have to pace it. Like you'd have to be steadily drinking the Cokes while you're doing the rest of it, I think. Are you allowed to pee? That's actually not a bad question.
I don't know if you'd be able to metabolize it quickly.
I was about to say you probably are, but it's not going to make a difference. It's the 90 minutes.
I don't know, if you're drinking that much soda in 90 minutes, I feel like you're going to have to urinate at least once. Although that's a lot of salt you're putting down range too. So.
My point more so is like they would be like, yeah, sure, you can pee. That's time you can't be eating, so go ahead. You know? Like you that's losing with that one.
I mean, if your life is on the line, if your life is on the line, you can piss and eat. You know, if your life depends on it.
They throw you an empty ball, and you're just like, no, I will pee myself. I will pee in my pants, damn it. Everything is on the line. But yeah, interesting that there's 7 patties, by the way. I don't know why they wouldn't have...
I guess
7?
Oh yeah, I never noticed that.
Two double cheeseburgers and then just one.
Well, it's McDonald's. They're not going to get 4 orders right consecutively.
That's crazy talk.
But
I do find funny the difference
was the single patty burger.
I do find funny the difference between American and Australian McDonald's. It's not like, you know, look, Australian McDonald's, I mean, it's McDonald's, but like, though then again, a lot of Americans talk about McDonald's like it's dog shit, but yet McDonald's is like incredibly successful. So
that's because some of y'all out there are liars.
It has to be. Some people who say that it's dog shit are going there regularly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be like 10,000 locations.
It is legitimately it's just a place I don't get food from. If we stop there on a road trip for a bathroom, I'll get a coffee. But I won't eat their food. It's just nasty. But I don't know. There's something in it where people just go there voluntarily. They hand over their hard-earned money for that.
I need to try American McDonald's.
It would be a good.
I mean, I guess it's probably worth trying
just to understand.
Yeah.
But they're all bad. It is the most. You know how some chains like they try to keep them sort of similar to each other, but there's still inconsistencies. McDonald's is actually like factory assembly line terrible food. It is identically bad everywhere.
That's why it is successful though, because wherever you go, it's
reliable.
Menu. That's that's the success of any fast food restaurant is a reliability that it doesn't matter if you're going in, you know, one part of the country or another, that you're going to get the same menu, generally the same prices, and the same kind of food. Reliability will trump trying something different that might not be good to get something that you know for sure is like, you know, sludge, but hey, it's reliable. We don't have as many fast food choices in Australia, though. We don't have like Wendy's or Arby's or any of that shit. We basically just have McDonald's, KFC, and Hungry Jack's, which is Burger King. Like, that's it, basically.
We've got those ones in Canada, but there's a lot of other American fast food chains that are not here.
What's the coffee one you got in Canada? What's that called?
Tim Hortons.
Yeah, you got that, I guess.
Or Timmy Hose, as we affectionately refer to
Timmy's Hose.
Timmy's Hose.
Let's go.
We got those down here.
I'm kind of hungry now.
There's actually
I think we do.
I try to, if a super relevant super chat comes in, I tend to want to mention them. Someone's mentioned they did the challenge in their early 20s, and that the strat was nuggets first, then burgers, then fries and sodas, which probably would have been what I'd go with.
Do you think that the soda, because it's a fluid, kind of like, this will sound weird, but like it fills in the gaps,
Yeah,
so to
pretty much.
speak?
Yeah.
Like if you put it in last, it just sort of settles wherever it needs to go, whereas the food's more lumpy.
I don't know. I feel like I really do feel like the drink is it's like the challenge where you have to drink.
I think you're right. It's a hard part.
Yeah.
Yeah, because normally, even in most like food challenges, there's like no drinks included unless like a dessert milkshake or something. But normally the drinks are like they get those extra just to like get down things sometimes, you know.
I still think that doing all those drinks in one shot, whether it's at the beginning or the end, is going to not be possible.
Oh, that's just gonna gas you up like crazy, and you can't eat anything.
You're gonna be throwing that up.
You need to space that out. I'm telling you.
Hey, maybe that is the strat, as long as that's within the rules, right? You down the 4 drinks, and then your body rejects it. You shoot it all back out, and the wizard is like, "Wait," and you go, "No, that was genuine." And he's like, "Okay."
He's like, "Yeah, that's true. It is genuine. I am the wizard, and I know all things, so I know."
So yeah, that means that you've cleared them out, and your stomach is maybe half of all of that is gone, and so yeah, you got to think about the fastest way.
Is there Sorry.
No, go ahead, Free.
What I was going to ask is if the types of foods that are presented here are going to be making substantial differences to like how easy it's going to be to eat it. Like if you got different, like if it wasn't McDonald's, right? Like if it was KFC and it was, does that make a difference?
Well, I think those would be equally difficult. You might have a bit of an easier time if it's something like sushi, but even then, if there's a lot of rice, that would make things hard because the rice will expand in your stomach.
That's right.
Yeah. That's
I
what
mean,
I was
I'd
thinking
rather have
the
this amount than just meat. I could probably eat down that way
Well,
easier.
Yeah, no, if it was the same weight of food in just meat, it would be far easier.
Yeah, and much better too.
Carbohydrates and salt are the thing that are going to make it really difficult to eat.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Would you guys be eating the burgers as they are, or would you separate the meat in the buns and do them different times?
I don't know how much any of those strategies are going to be helping.
I'm not much difference.
90 minutes, Fringy. Every choice matters.
I feel like the condensing of the buns, the bun squeezing would be useful. I feel
That's
like
what I'm actually on board with. If you separate them out into meat and buns, you could probably take out all the meat at once. Some big horrifying Frankenstein burger. If you stack them.
Oh my god!
It'd just be cheese and meat that you'd have.
Actually, I'm kind of thinking your best bet might be to just go hard and crush half of it in half an hour, take half an hour to rest, and then do the same thing again.
Oh, that might help. That might help. Like you just try and eat as much as possible.
Could that backfire though?
Possible, really early on.
I maybe, yeah. I think all of this will backfire one way or another.
I don't mean like but I just meant like in that half an hour of resting, the body has processed fully the nature of how full you are, and it's just like, no, thank you, no more.
Yeah, you can the effect of ghrelin, the hormone that we talked about earlier, is something that you can ignore though, and you're probably going to have to be ignoring it at one point regardless. So I think that at least giving your body that 20 minutes it takes your stomach to start moving things into your small intestine gives you then more time in the stomach, or more time with an empty stomach.
Is it safe
the
to assume?
Psychological thing as well of like you get to the end of the first half-hour stint and you look at it and there's still an equivalent amount left and you've got just half an hour left to do it, and like the psychological impact of knowing that you're only halfway there is phenomenal. I was feeling fragile enough before we started talking about this subject, so this has been great. I'm enjoying looking at this food on this picture right now. Yep, it's fun.
Well, just if the stakes were that high, I'd have to think this all through because I'd be like, got to do this, got to pull it off, but.
Yeah, gun to your head really does recontextualize it as something you can or cannot do, doesn't it?
Well, I was going to say, is it safe to assume this was an order for 4 people? It is, right?
Probably, yeah.
You got 4 drinks, 4 burgers, and a lot of nuggets. I guess the 2 fries is a bit odd. You think it'd be 4, but
I assume the idea was just we all share the fries and nuggets. You know, we don't need much more.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, this is for 4 people, basically.
It's just so funny that it was intended for that, and it's like, could you beat all of this in 90 minutes? No. But like, gosh darn it, we tried.
Man, for $3,500, that's a decent amount of money, I guess. But with your whole life on the line, it feels impossible. So just for some money, right?
Yeah.
To buy a few PlayStations, it seems like it's not enough of an incentive to try and eat it all.
The other one I was going to mention, by the way, was someone said I watched your first Boogie EFAP 6 months ago, and it caused me to change my life. Went from 325, assume pounds, to 264. Soda was my main problem.
Hell yeah, dude!
Yeah, right on, man.
Excellent job, and yeah, soda I think is like a surprising one for a lot of people in terms of how much damage it's doing. Any given.
Yep, absolutely. It's a lot of sugar you're taking in.
And it's just so easy to do without realizing as well, right? It's just like a constant drip feed going in. So cutting it out has like huge, awesome effects. So excellent job. Nice stuff.
Hell yeah.
We need more of that. It's a real bad problem throughout the world.
That read, somebody offers you $3,500 to finish everything on this tray in 90 minutes. Could you do it? The image shows 4 double cheeseburgers, 2 orders of chicken
inaccurate. One of them is a single. This is propaganda.
nuggets, 2 large fries, and 4 medium sodas. Bob replied, that's a fairly small amount
Are those medium? Are those medium drinks from McDonald's in America?
I was going to say, not in Germany. That's the big one.
Yeah, I've seen comparisons. The American portions are all bigger than everywhere else. It's like
that is large. That is a large one in Australia.
I think they did a comparison of McDonald's between America and Britain, and like all of our portion shit were just half of the American ones. It was like, wow, that's fucking crazy.
You live on a smaller island, so.
Okay.
Is that medium fried?
If you go to Russia, and McDonald's, ooh, boy, that's big.
That's not medium fries, right?
I think that's a large because.
Is he gonna say it?
Don't they? Don't like for the small fries, aren't they in like paper bags?
Medium fries.
Yeah,
a lot of people in
are.
chat is saying they're medium fries.
Small.
Small American small.
They're not.
Medium.
Those aren't small. Surely mediums are in the
medium. Most people are saying medium.
It's got to be at least a medium. If they were small, they'd be in the paper bags.
Well, yeah. I guess I'm just trying to figure. Okay, medium. God damn. All right, that looks like a large one to me.
Somebody
looks like a large to me, but it's on the McDonald's scale of sizes.
$500 to finish everything on this tray in 90 minutes. Could you do it? The image shows 4 double cheeseburgers, 2 orders of chicken nuggets, 2 large fries, and 4 medium sodas. Bob replied, that's a fairly small amount of McDonald's for an average-sized person,
insane statement.
I don't like what universe are you from?
What is average to you?
It's exactly. It's for an average-sized person coming from Movie Bob. If he had said, "Oh, I could do that, no problem," well, I guess he does at the end. But like someone like me, it's a fairly small amount. He didn't say that. He said an average-sized person. That's the weird part.
Average.
How is that small?
Maybe. But surely he notices when he interacts with the civilization that he is not average size, that everyone else is generally smaller than him by a considerable margin.
Do you think his perception of everyone's orders at McDonald's is they all leave hungry? Like, they all eat, and they're just like, and he's like, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, me too. It's like, no, Bobbit, no.
The main reason fast food cooks so fast and lasts so short is that there isn't much density to it. I wouldn't want to eat a double helping of nuggets in that time frame, but I could easily.
Liar.
I could easily. That's actually a thing, because a lot of people meme on him for being like a super fat guy for this comment, but do you even think he could do it?
No.
I'm not convinced. I don't think
every time that thing comes up, I see so many people like, I could do it. Yeah, probably. It's like, fucking try it. I did. It's hard.
That reminds me of like
big person, I think.
Like the polls that they've done of people estimating like how well they'd fare against different animals in a fight.
Yeah.
And you got like 30% of Americans think they could beat like a bear in a physical fight.
No, you can't.
Well, no, of course not. But I mean,
listen,
that's
you have to compliment our confidence.
Yeah, it's the reverse for Britain, where they don't even believe they could beat a rat.
A rat's even real.
And it's got to be a pretty big one if you want to defeat the bear before it kills you.
Hello?
Yeah, just a silence.
Hi.
How about that?
Oh, okay.
I think you confused people with that statement. That's why no one said anything.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to make it clear? You defeat a bear to kill it. What?
To kill a bear, particularly like a grizzly bear, you would need not just a gun of a sufficient enough caliber to put down a bear before it is able to kill you. And
baked into the, I presume baked into the question is like a fist fight, no weapons.
Yeah.
No chance. You're dead. Even
like
if
maybe the only weapons
Yeah.
you get are what's literally laying on the ground around you in the arena.
Doesn't
Which in this
matter.
case would probably be the woods. So like rock and
damn.
stick.
You would
wanna know
need a
what the
very, very
chances
sharp,
are,
very long stick to have any chance against the bear.
Well, and also if you
Stick's
mess
no
up
good.
once, you lose.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Also
You
that.
got to get that critical hit.
Yeah, because a lot of people saying they absolutely do believe he could do it. So the people that would shock you with stuff like this are always going to be those like professional eaters, essentially, right? The competitive ones.
I think there's like a very tiny Japanese lady that is competitive eating, and she just fucking downs crazy amounts of food, and it's like, I don't understand where this food goes.
Well, yeah, I've seen
understand.
competitive eaters that would consider this challenge actually easy mode, but they're a different kind of people. And unless Bob is like secretly one of those kinds of people, I just don't buy even. It's funny. Being really fat isn't like necessarily going to help you with this, right? Like, it's not like fatter that you get, that the more food you're able to eat. It's more so like they just eat lots of fucking food in general. What I guess I'm saying is like it doesn't make their stomachs bigger. If anything, couldn't you argue that the stomach's got pressure on it from all the fat, like in a way that could sabotage them from being able to complete this?
Maybe, but if they were standing or sitting, maybe because like if they were on their sides in some way, I think so. But maybe standing up, it's not.
Like I'll admit they've got
feel-
experience in terms of just eating shit tons of food, fat people, but most competitive eaters, you don't see a lot of the mukbang people you see are super fat, but a lot of the competitive eaters aren't fat, right?
Well,
No,
what I
yeah.
was going to say with the thought that you had about fat people eating a lot of food is like, well, sure, but you're not necessarily eating that food
in one
thinking
go.
about how to maximize like how much of the food you're able to get in you.
It's not like a sport to them; it's a life.
Yeah.
And it doesn't go in one go, obviously. It's just food all over throughout the day. So
yeah. And remember, I mean, that's the lesson in The Simpsons. Homer didn't do that well in the steak eating competition. I mean, the other guy was pretty fat as well, but like Homer being fat didn't make it easier for him to succeed.
The other guy died though, right?
The other guy did die. Yeah, that's right. He was just sitting there in the chair, just sitting still. It was like, oh yeah, ripperoonie. No, that was like a season like 12 or 13 episode. That was like, but that's like not a recent episode now by Simpsons standards. That was a while ago.
It was, yeah.
But
like
I could
20 years ago. Jeez.
This went viral across several different sites, with some calling it the Movie Bob Challenge. In an old video, Bob said his favorite hobby was baking. Over the years, he shared some of his home meals. Mountain Dew marinated chicken with mango.
Oh god, that is.
Oh my god,
that is just repulsive.
Vile.
That chicken looks pale.
This is an okay tweet to make if you're like a joke channel who makes silly food options. Like, but if you're Movie Bob, we think it's just real.
Yes.
Well, it is real, right? Like this is like a meal that he would eat, I guess.
Did you just want to embrace like the nerd? Like, why isn't there Doritos with it? Like, you need that to finish this off, right?
Like,
Dorito breading.
Why would you ever want to marinate it in Mountain Dew?
Like, it's not unheard of using sodas as ingredients for things, but not only.
Like Coke and, you can use Coke as like in sauces and as a little bit in chili sometimes.
But if I remember correctly, it's basically just Mountain Dew and limes or something, and then it just puts it on there. It's so gross,
so nasty. And you know that he ate it happily. He was like, "This tastes fucking great. I love it."
And I mean, it also helps to just like look at that sear on that chicken, non-existent.
Yeah,
beautiful. It's like boiled Mountain Dew chicken.
God,
like surely if he left it in there, it would like caramelize all the sugar, like with all the water would just like evaporate from it.
And... He's not cooking it correctly.
Well, it depends on what he means. What process did he actually do? Because to him, marinated might mean that he sprinkled it on. Oh, doesn't he have like a sack that he puts it in or something? He has a picture of that at some point.
He has a chicken sack? How does that even work?
Did he boil it in the Mountain Dew?
Maybe that is what it is. It was boiled, which is not. I mean, I guess you can boil it, but like, why would you boil chicken in Mountain Dew? Why would you do that?
I didn't mean like a Santa sack. I meant like a small like bag.
That's what movie Bob gets for Christmas. Santa comes down the chimney. Well, obviously he wouldn't get any presents, but he'd reach into a sack and pulled out
lays down the marinated chicken. Mountain Dew.
Carrot spicy rice, roast whole chicken, and marinated 3 days in Mountain Dew.
No. Why?
I mean, that looks slightly more appetizing than the last one, I suppose.
I don't want to. I mean, there's probably a reason why we haven't heard of this being something people commonly do. Mountain Dew marinated chicken. But no, yeah, this looks like more cooking happened, but just cooking, quote unquote. I want Gordon Ramsay's opinion of this.
It looks like any amount of cooking happened with this one, which makes it a step up from the previous set of chicken.
I suppose so. There's at least it's seared, I guess. But man, roast marinated 3 days in Mountain Dew, like what?
Okay,
why?
Been mentioned that Dorito breaded chicken actually tastes really good. That one I can believe very easily, though.
But Doritos are corn chips.
Yeah.
Doritos
corn
are
and
flavored
spices
corn
and salt,
chips.
so.
Yeah. It's not sugar water. It's not sugar.
Was stuffed with lemon, lime, and kiwi, olive oil, salt, pepper rub. In regards to food on other occasions, he stated, tasty cooking.
There it is. It's the sack.
Oh my god, I don't even remember that. Just get a zipper back or something, or some cling foil. What are you doing?
Dude, the fact that he opens with tasty cooking ain't always pretty cooking. It's like, oh.
Like this
I guess that's a way to. I guess that's a way to do it.
It feels like a serial killer cooking.
Yeah, there's so many ways to do it that don't look like you're just trying to hide some body parts. Like, what are you doing?
You would totally believe there's a head in there, and he's put chemicals to dissolve it.
Yeah, the head of some Republican he saw on the street.
It's one of his high school bullies. He's finally tracked them down.
And found them.
Fridge marinated with a mix of 3 different hot sauces, sriracha, and hot taco seasoning. Oh, so this is closer to normal.
This is like a kind of a normal. This is a normal thing. It's just the presentation is weird.
Serial killer-ish. There's a serial killer vibe, or
a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit. It's
serial
got that
killer coded, as they
you
say. Modern lingo for media literates.
Cooking isn't always pretty cooking. This double vacuum sealed marinade bag contains an entire chicken that's been fridge marinated in a mix of 3 different hot sauces, sriracha, and hot taco seasonings for 5.
And it's always it's hot sauce or it's Mountain Dew. Like it's always.
Wait, so is that so? In total, that's 4 different hot sauces and a
4
hot taco
sauces,
seasoning.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Why?
Yes. The more that you put in, the better the flavor.
I was going to say, why not 10 hot sauces then? Let's just keep it going.
I don't want to say that actually it would be a good idea to add something with sugar in it to just make that not an infernally hot thing to bite into, but I don't want to encourage him to put sugar into things.
With ingredients like that, it might just shoot right through you, which I guess you complete the eating competition with these at that point.
5 days. Tonight I roast with savory sausage stuffing. Fingers crossed. Another thing dug up.
Fingers crossed indeed, buddy.
From the archives was his love for Pabst Blue Ribbon, the staple beer.
That's like the archetypal redneck.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes, and it's hipster beer too.
Okay, so it's redneck beer and it's hipster beer. Okay.
Identity crisis.
Can't confirm the redneck. I'm Canadian. It's different shade of rednecks here. I don't know how PBR is accepted.
I learned that from South Park. Is the
the redneck
one?
That's definitely not a redneck guy. That's a hipster guy for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Of millennial hipsters. One photo shows he had accumulated enough empty cans to fill 2 trash bags.
Why would you? I know what happens next is the funny part. I hope it's in here. I can't remember.
The rest were stored next to a window, approximately 84 in total. I mean, I'm a slob.
We've covered this before.
So funny.
I have a windowsill that I use to have empty beer cans. But even I know that floors are not shelves. When asked why he was hoarding them, he said it was for deposit money. This took a tragic turn when it got
tragic.
Wait, hang on. So the thing is, in America, you guys recycle, right? You don't get. So here in Germany, we get deposit back like 25 cents. So we have to bring them back to the store, and we
10
get like
cents for us, but yeah, same.
Yeah,
so
in order to so that's why you ever wonder why movies and shows and stuff, homeless people have a big bag of cans? It's because you can turn them in for money. Yeah.
We can turn them, but you don't take them to like the shops. You take them to a place that processes.
Yeah, it's like a recycling place. I don't know.
Okay.
But it takes a lot of cans to make a meaningful amount of money. But obviously, if you're homeless or you have a crap load of cans, then it might be able to, be something. So it's better than nothing. In fact, let me actually look it up here.
I suppose by there's that.
It looks like aluminum is about 50, or that if you want to say it that way. That's fine. I think that's fine. That's fine if you want to say it that way. It looks like in order, Yeah, it's not written that way for us. So it's a metal that has transcended different cultures and changed and shifted. It is not a noble gas, I'll tell you that, or else it would be the same no matter what. It says to make $100 from recycling aluminum cans, you'll need about 6,000 cans. So, if you're collecting cans to make money, your life's not great.
Not going great, yeah.
Well, especially considering, in the case of, I mean, you got to buy these cans in Movie Bob's unless he's scouring the streets for
this.
Not drinking so much beer would probably help his physical appearance as well.
Oh, this says it takes about 30 recycled cans to make $1.
Oh,
so
damn.
If you drink 30 and then go through the trouble of saving them and then making a trip to go recycle them, you could make $1, which is about 2 sodas if you buy them in a large enough quantity.
Do you have is there a consistent pricing for? Because here it's like 10 cents. You get 10 cents for a can. It's even printed on the can itself. It tells you how much you're gonna get.
Usually they say like me 5 cents a lot of the times. It probably depends on location, but I don't think they're 10 cents here.
It does.
Yeah,
I think it varies here as well. It depends on the state you're in, how much you get.
Yeah, how much value, how much aluminum's really wanted.
Well, we get 25 cents for cans and plastic bottles, and glass bottles are 8 cents.
Really? I figured the glass would be worth more than the cans. But
you get 25 cents per can.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I paid them up front. I just get them back, right?
4 cans and get turned into $1. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying like the cans themselves cost almost 25 cents more to begin with?
Yes. You have to.
Yeah,
it's like a legit deposit. Sense. You just go back to the store and they have like actual like machines. You just throw them in, and they spin out the ones that just get crushed and I don't know, burned and recycled and melted or whatever. And then the glass will just go back into the boxes, and they send them to be cleaned and refilled with more stuff.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The price for exchanging for their cans in The Simpsons, it was so low they ended up not being able to go to Albany.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because they were recycling so that they could go to Albany.
And they got called off because they got a lot less than they were after. Bad times.
And that's unfortunate because, Skinner, he's been to Albany. He really likes it there. That's where he learned the expression steamed hams.
That's yeah, that's true.
Oh, it's an Albany expression.
I see.
These taste a lot like the Krusty Burger. Oh no, it's a family recipe for steamed hams. Yes, you call them steamed hams despite the fact that they're obviously grilled.
You could steam something after grilling it. Makes sense. Makes complete sense.
I just find it funny because it's such a benign. It's like, why are they called steamed? They're not. they're grilled hamburgers. And then, oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Walks through the door and it's bright red.
What's
Lord. Aurora Borealis at this time of day, at this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. Can I see it? No. Seymour, the house is on fire. No, Mother, it's just the Northern Lights. Well, Skinner, I must say, you steam a good ham. Help! Help! And then Skinner just give it a thumbs up. So, yeah, that's the end of steamed ham, right?
Just recited the whole scene.
I at least well enough to know that Fringy is spot on with every single word he said.
Everyone here probably knows steamed ham is like the most famous Simpsons meme at this point. It's a good one, though.
Classic.
Do you remember there was a meme
episode.
fab? Oh, well, first of all, I need the other context, which ironically in this case it had to be this way. It's a Simpsons reference. There's that fucking like midget Krusty character who, when they throw a coin in, he's like, "Yar, he'll be dancing for hours." There was an EFAP meme that the coin was referencing a Simpsons thing, and then you were the Krusty. Just like, there you go.
Well, yeah, that was the Krusty episode where he went broke and then faked his death.
Yeah.
No, he was broke, and then wasn't it?
Fisherman.
It was a joke, wasn't it? Because it was Bart's fault. Where Bart's like, you can punch me if you'd like, and then it shows Krusty reeling his fist
winding
back
up for the punch.
He's like, whatever.
Handsome Pete. Was
Dude,
the
classic
name of the character.
Simpsons. I mean, yes, that's right, and it was because it was with God damn it, I can't believe it. Captain. Does he have a name other than just like
Sea Captain?
Captain?
Yeah.
Sea Captain.
Sea Captain? Is it just? Yeah, I thought so.
Dude, one of the lines I'll never forget from Sea Captain is when, have you ever seen the sunset at 3 p.m.? I once, when I was sailing round the Arctic, shut up, you. Just stop. He's in the middle of like this apocalyptic plan to block out the sun, and he just wants to talk about one of his fucking... Well, you know what? It'll be nice and clean on the people who get the re-upload, so it's all good.
Oh, thanks, Singapore.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Singapore got us. I wanted to stop you because you were roboting a whole bunch and we weren't catching all that gold.
Now just Krusty the Clown getting back into town. Hey, I was in Reno for 6 weeks. Did I miss anything? And everybody's just frowning and miserable.
I was trying. I don't know if I completely glitched out. What I was trying to say was just, I love the nature of the Sea Captain being interested in telling a fucking nautical story in the middle of Mr. Burns announcing he's stealing the sun. It's
pretty funny.
Wants to stop talking about that shit.
He's just so oblivious to what's going on.
I love it.
That was a classic.
Anyway, back to this tragedy.
Gamer
from Mars called it.
For deposit money. This took a tragic turn when a gust of wind knocked 100 empty beverage cans all over the kitchen floor. The thing is,
that is a lot of room to spend on 100 cans takes up a lot of space.
That's a lot. That is
yeah, well, Mel was here. I was annoyed at how much like 4 cans takes up. I was already like, ugh, ruining all this desk space.
How do you open the window that's behind all those cans for a gust of wind to have any chance?
He found it.
I don't know. Because a lot of things have to happen. You have to have 100 cans have to have piled up in your room, and then they have to be in front of the window. I guess you have to open it up. They have to get blown over.
Here it is.
Oh my gosh!
That is a sizable amount of cans to just stack up by the window.
That's a lot of cans.
So 12 by 3 is 12 by 3 on the top, and I assume 12 by 4 at the bottom.
It might be, it might be 5 actually.
So you're right. Like, how would he? Because you need more than that to stack up to 100. How is he opening that window? I guess he must have left it.
Maybe that window opens like up. You just slide it to the top.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we establishing there's a plot hole in this story potentially? He may have lied. We can't have that. Garnering sympathy.
Like, don't you feel ashamed to look at that all the time? And you,
why no picture?
No, he was proud.
Okay, I guess.
We lost Platoon. He's trying to make his
wild
Discord
that he
work.
It's just he took a picture of that and showed the world.
He did.
84 in total. I mean, I'm a slob.
The 84, but then 100. This story's not making any sense. Ridiculous.
For deposit money. This took a tragic turn when a gust of wind knocked 100 empty beverage cans all over the kitchen floor. The thing is, these
over the kitchen floor. So this wasn't like out of the way. This wasn't in a nook or in his goon cave or whatever. This was in the kitchen.
It might all be one room.
Man. Oh, that's true.
We don't know the size of his place.
That's true, yeah.
Tweets are separated by 5 years. So I have to ask myself if he had been accumulating them for all this time. There really is...
Oh, that was his 5-year collection. Okay.
5 years. Okay.
Suddenly that went from like a crazy
5
amount
years.
to, oh. There's not that many for 5 years, I guess.
But that means they just linger forever.
I guess so, yeah.
I guess there's a sort of impressiveness to having 90 cans on your shelf, right? But to have like 3, 4, 12, 20, and they just slowly but surely add up and you never move them, that's sadder in a weird kind of way.
Yeah, and if he's not rinsing them before they stack up, that would smell terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet he reaches his tongue in there and gets every last drop.
There's no end to this low-stakes absurdity, with the film critic constantly getting baited and ratioed. The most serious attempt to reason with him was from none other than a bomber guy. He wrote a long post trying to change his mind on the subject of offshoring jobs.
I thought he was going to say on the subject of fucking eugenics. Like, let me try it and see if I can argue against it.
Only to be dismissed entirely. This further soured people who may have otherwise given him the benefit of the doubt. In late 2020, Bob ranted about how Trump had stolen his summer, Halloween, and ability to enjoy itself for 4 years.
Well,
where's the tweet of stealing Halloween? Why wasn't it there?
Halloween. Put up the stealing Halloween tweet. It's funny. He mentioned it, but without the tweet, it doesn't have the same humorous punch.
It's gotta be Googleable, right? Stolen Halloween. It's pretty unique. Oh, it automatically put in decorations, like people stealing. No, movie Bob.
Oh, our memes pop up.
That makes sense.
Yeah, if you Google it on the Mahler subreddit, it's the memes. Trump steal.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's a bit deep fried, but that's okay. As long as we can read it. My God, it got nearly 1,000 likes. At least at the time of this image getting taken. Impressive, Bob. So the tweet reads
15 at the price of 1,500 replies and 800 retweets. But
well, yeah. Donald Trump stole my summer, my Halloween, my ability to enjoy life itself for 4 years, and people who would later help him steal the presidency in the first place ruined my professional life and put me in a debt hole I'm still only barely back from for years. Fuck them all.
What? The debt? What? What? Why?
How did they put you
on the election?
Yeah, it's everyone else's fault.
Then maybe
that my life is terrible. It's everyone else's fault. That's how it works. You do wonder, what did he do to get into a debt hole? Like
that took him years. That he
Biden, I guess.
What do you think he spends his money on? Because he lives in a
people
basement
who
apartment, right?
help
It's not going to
steal
be
presidencies.
It's not going to kill him expenses wise, I would imagine. But I guess how well does being an escapist contribute to pay?
Does he buy lots of like merchandise? Is that something he buys?
He
a lot
might
of like
do.
figurines and shit.
I don't really associate Bob, like, 'cause he does do video stuff every once in a while, but I don't remember his room being like completely filled with stuff.
I mean, obviously, food is an easy thing to point to, but even then, it's like, yeah, but that wouldn't be
beer
like,
cans.
That wouldn't be enough to put you in debt, right?
He could be
It's
like a
gotta be,
gambler or something.
It has to be stupid purchases, like in some way.
Yeah.
shape, or
No, it was Trump. Look, he stole his Halloween as well, dude.
Trump did this.
Sure
Did
did.
debt come about because like he lost all those beer cans because the wind knocked them off the shelf? Was that his retirement fund?
No. They won't take them if they fell off the windowsill. They're not worth as much.
He then revealed his departure from The Escapist all those years ago.
Wait a second. Wait. If he turned these into recycling, then that means that it's very, very probable that out there are people who have drunk from soda cans that once touched the mouth of Movie Bob himself.
Ew.
And they, by proxy, if not extended proxy, are, smooching from the same can that he was. Which is not a pleasant thought.
Some people might
for
consider
4
that
years.
a valuable experience. There's people who like his channel out there. They might even pay for that
Oh.
as a collectible.
Something that, like sitting there thinking that my lips have basically touched Bob's. I feel so alive.
Violation.
He then revealed his departure from The Escapist all those years ago left him in debt. People who would later help him steal the presidency in the first place ruined my professional life and put me in a debt hole I'm still only barely back from for years. F*** them all. The next day, he caught flack for defending the controversial Netflix film Cuties.
Oh no! Oh, there's always that.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I didn't even. I forgot about this
that
one.
God, that's one of those like life is throwing a test at you, and it's the easiest test you've had in forever.
It's a movie where they sexually exploited actual minors to make.
Anyone who fails this test.
Thing. Oh, they did the bad thing to say the thing is bad. That's bad. You're doing the thing.
Now, what must be understood is that by this point, Russ Pitt was no longer at The Escapist. This is because in 2019, he wrote an op-ed about ethics in gaming journalism. It was controversial for suggesting...
Oh, we've gone back in time now, yeah? Because I was about to say, did he get fired twice?
2019, right? So... Now I am confused about the timeline.
Yeah, let's
this would have only been like
bit.
a year. This would have only been a year before that tweet about him complaining about being broke.
Because this Russ Pitts guy, has he also been fired twice? Is he about to set that up? Because I'm just tracking it. I can't remember what Bob's current position is.
There may have been truth to Gamergate's stated intent. This led many to try and discredit him for the site's previous decisions, despite again having left in 2011. That included Zoe Quinn, who said, "You literally revived a Gamergate hub of a website and didn't bother contacting me, or anyone else I know who actually was at the center of Gamergate for this piece." Pitts responded, "Sorry Zoe, I genuinely thought you'd probably be over this being all about you. I'll be sure to check
look at that ratio though.
380 comments.
There. Yeah.
He's in the den of psychos, you know? But this got kicked off because she slept with a bunch of people and they weren't her boyfriend and they were working on publications that reviewed her game.
Well, you know what? She's not wrong by saying she was at the center of all of it.
So she certainly was. I mean, it wouldn't have happened without her.
Next time. This received so much backlash that the article was removed and Pitts took a voluntary leave of absence. He was eventually replaced by Nick Calandra, their managing director of video. The reason all of this is important is because in late 2020...
And then Movie Bob got fired again. I guess that was how it worked.
The Escapist once again chose not to renew their contract with Movie Bob. An exact reason was never given, with only a pinned comment disavowing all the people celebrating his departure. Bob's statement implies it was simply business, as it didn't make financial sense for him.
Also, because I do kind of have vague memories of this, I think it's true. If you were subscribed to the channel, it's like, oh, new Yahtzee video, awesome. There's like new Movie Bob video. You're like,
Listen, it's the entertainment tax you have to pay for a Yahtzee video. Is that every once in a while in your notifications, Movie Bob makes an appearance?
Well, no, it's the opposite way around, right? It's like the surplus of how popular Yahtzee was essentially subsidizing Movie Bob's existence on that channel.
Well, yeah, because like
the viewership difference was
I didn't mean
substantial.
tax in like a literal sense. I mean like this is what you have to pay in order to get Yahtzee.
If you want Yahtzee, you have to tolerate knowing Movie Bob exists.
Yeah, I mean, like you want to subscribe to Escapist.
Though, it is so like because zero punctuation, we getting like hundreds of thousands of views, and meanwhile, like any other video on the channel, we getting like less than 50,000.
And then this weirdo shows up talking about the Nazis again, and you're like, what the fuck's happening? What's going on?
I mean, man, like
I can't see anyone. Kill how many people?
Any rational person, why would you ever hire him? As like, oh, he's going to create, review pieces about all kinds of pieces of media. You're just like, how could you? What are you thinking? It might be the worst collection of tweets, and that's saying a lot. Certainly,
dude, he's been doing this for a long time. Where's all his peers? They're all gone, dude. He's survived.
Well,
but he's surviving on spite and hatred. But they're probably just living life doing other things.
People love Star Wars.
Not anymore.
Not recently, but they like it.
He's still barely existing in this space, and those other people are probably just being successful in other elements of life, carrying on. He's just lingering. Lingering is just the word to use.
That's kind of what I was getting at earlier, though. Was what is his current presence? When was the last time Movie Bob did or said anything that anyone talked about? Like he's just disappeared
right now. Just now.
Us?
We're
He
doing
was.
it right now.
We're keeping him alive here. We're trying.
And
Yeah.
I like unironically, the last time his name was popular might have been just like the last EFAP coverage of him. Was the biggest thing that
because the things that he's being talked about are not like related to the videos he's made. It was like the Lindsay Ellis thing, him landing himself in trouble on Twitter. That doesn't really count in terms of what you're trying to get at here, which is when was the last time that him offering a perspective in a video was like of note to anybody?
Dude,
I can't think of a single time. Like
Mezza
myself.
just came in saying, I lost 220 pounds, mainly due to not drinking sodas and eating clean. Watching Boogie last year made me physically ill and drove me more. 220?
Yo,
Fucking hell.
Congratulations, dude. Duvall, man, that's insane. 220 pounds.
That must
not
feel
drinking sodas
amazing.
and eating clean.
Mm.
I
Oh,
hear
yeah.
that sodas are the really bad thing, and sodas are my vice, so I make sure that in order to keep drinking sodas, I have to balance that out with other stuff. But
I gotta make sure, like, I drink all the
That's
soda to prevent other people from falling down the trap. You know, like if I drink all of it, there's none for anybody else.
I stack them on my windowsill.
It's an altruistic motive. Yeah.
Is this not
Sorry, go ahead.
Is this not what Az has said a bunch of times? Is that cutting out the sodas was a huge part in his weight loss?
and
Yeah, for sure.
Good food was a big thing for him too, like just cooking for himself, not ordering in.
That's
you
just
mentioned
one
before,
we all
Mark,
need to
but
do.
there is a substantial amount of sugar in like Coke.
Yeah, it's
There's
a bunch.
lot of sugar. You see them at you remember when you went to the dentist and they had they had like a whole bunch of different posters up for dental hygiene and stuff, and I remember that there'd be one that it's funny because it didn't work because I drink Coke, but like that would show it's like 12 teaspoons or actually it might even be tablespoons of
Here's a handy
sugar in,
image
like,
to
one can of
illustrate your
Coke.
point.
Oh well,
oh god, yeah,
yeah. That's similar. It was illustrations, but it's still the same deal.
The 220 pounds thing, it's what I was talking about with the exponential weight loss thing, where if you're starting at like 600 pounds, losing 220 is actually not all that tough to do because almost anything you change will make a very substantial difference in sheer
you
weight.
obviously know more about this than I do, but 220 is still huge. Like that's a great achievement.
That's
like a
100 kilograms, ain't it?
It's a lot, but I'm saying that if you're 180 pounds and you're trying to lose weight, the equivalent amount of effort would be trying to drop 20.
I thought you were about to say if you're 180 pounds trying to lose 220, you'll probably
you shed an entire person basically. Like a whole other person could be built from the fat that was removed.
Yeah. Oh no, I know it's a lot, but I guess what was the numbers we were talking about for Boogie and Wings to be able to lose in what was it 2 weeks?
50 pounds.
40 pounds. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like that sounds crazy if you're like kicking around the 200 mark, but if you're in the 500, 600 range, 50 in 2 weeks is not that insane. Is kind of what my point was there.
It's more like the lifestyle change required to do it is the really difficult thing.
Yeah,
The weight will fall off more quickly, but it's such a massive change to everything you've ever done that it's still really difficult to do.
Well, that's why
the way
initial drop is just nuts.
That's why wiping out
That's one
something
for
like
disorders.
sodas is such a common thing of like it's such easy sort of in a way it's an easier formula than properly calorie counting or taking in particular meals at particular times or whatever food. To say just stop drinking soda, you can keep everything else as it is right now. It's so much easier for a lot
very
of people.
simple. Yeah, I need to. It really is like I gotta do other stuff, but geez, I really like sodas. I really should work on cutting them out of my life. I just like them.
I mean, yeah. Well, that's why it's so commonly referenced, right? There's a lot of people's killer.
Them anymore.
Long story short and straight to the point, Enthusiast Gaming and The Escapist and Movie Bob Productions have not renewed the contract by which my material was appearing once again on The Escapist. Why
is he using such? Why would he say it like this? It feels like he's using more words than necessary. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you not just choosing the direct route to explaining what's happening?
Or just carry on, or just don't even like address it. Just move
we
on.
did not.
Carry on.
By which, I don't know. It's just like it's.
I think I know
holy
what you mean.
shit!
Yeah.
Just speak plainly.
I mean, this to me just feels a bit copy, right? Like he's trying to make it sound as professional and businessy as possible. Like this was an actual big decision they had to make, and that he's pretty important, and that. You know what? It's not really. Maybe it's more their loss than his. That sort of thing. Just like, Sure, man.
Mm.
At this point,
I
like
do
I
prefer
said,
the more direct version of him, though. The one who sits in traffic, gets angry, and then starts ranting about punching
Kill the
people. Like,
Republicans,
that's way
yeah.
more direct than this.
Is he wearing a Captain America shirt?
I think so. Yeah.
Might be,
They're
yeah.
spitting images of each other.
I look at this and I see Chris Evans. That's true. They're basically him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Years. Kind of a bummer on my end. I have to assume.
Can you imagine he's hanging out with Chris Evans? He's like,
Kind
"You have a marinated chicken and Mountain Dew." Chris Evans
And then
like,
Chris Evans goes, "Stop talking to me."
I'm gonna call the police.
Security.
He's like, "What did I say?" And it's not what you said. It's the smell.
How much would you pay to see him debate as on Captain America?
I thought you were going to say on weight loss.
I think that would actually turn out to be not interesting because movie would just start calling him a Nazi and everything.
Yeah.
And then obviously if Az comes in knowing about the tweets, he'd be like, "But you're the Nazi," and then it would just devolve.
Yes, this is why it would be good. This would be a good conversation.
Wow, such a hate monger. I'll watch it too.
I'm also
I'll be there.
on theirs. It's been a tough year for everyone. Business is business.
This time around, they returned all the rights to his work, giving him complete control over his back catalog.
More than
You
Machinima.
can have him. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean,
Take him.
that would be really
goes to
funny.
show you, Machinima was like, "Yeah, we want to keep Red versus Blue, but we wouldn't want to." But Escapist was like, "No,
you're
take
you're
it."
mixing up your Machinima did not
Rooster
Red versus
Teeth,
Blue
yeah.
was Rooster Teeth.
Rooster Teeth.
Yeah.
As for
It's hard to
fate,
keep him straight.
Fake fan.
I don't know what I mean in a sense because it feels like the demise stems from similar problems. But what is the state of like Rooster Teeth?
Didn't
It's
it
like Red versus
dissolve
Blue.
or
Is that
whatever?
something you could?
Well, I haven't
Well, it's
Rooster-
gone. Like the company's gone, but I don't know. Like, can you watch like Red versus Blue and stuff? Like, is it on YouTube?
Surely yes. Gotta be right. Right.
I don't know.
If you go, because I
Because
don't know.
that was what. Because I mean, the story with Machinima, like everything was gone, and it took a while for people like John and like Neebs Gaming and stuff to like get the stuff that they made and be able to put it on their own channels.
There's full seasons on YouTube.
Yeah, Rooster
I might have DVDs. I might have DVDs of the first few seasons of Red versus Blue kicking around somewhere.
I had a 5
Maybe I should
DVD
start a
box
channel.
set
of
Red versus Blue. I
Oh,
think
right,
I think
okay.
I own the first 7 seasons on DVD.
There's a channel called Rooster Teeth Animation that has all of them, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something that I mean, at least it's not gone forever.
Looking
yeah.
back at
It used
Halo
to be
1,
Also,
and
I'll be
Alex,
honest.
when they were holding pistols.
I would never have thought they'd become lost media because someone would have downloaded them, right? Like it would have to.
Oh,
be
yeah,
saved.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's physical copies, so at any point they could pop back up if they ever are totally gone. Jojo, no.
There was a point where like I think 12 of the seasons were on Netflix.
Really?
You were able to like watch.
I mean,
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that.
That's. I mean, yeah, that's. Well, I just have them on YouTube for people to watch them. I don't know. But I mean, that's a whole story of just like, what would the fate of Rooster Teeth been if it had stayed relatively smaller and independent rather than getting acquired and expanding massively? Because once you're at the point where you got like hundreds of employees, but your videos on YouTube are getting like 20,000 views, there is something fundamentally unsustainable about that like is just plainly visible. But
Well, and on the point of them saying to him he's allowed his back catalog, like it truly would be a moment of him being like, "Wow, that's very gracious of you." They'd be like, sure,
Yeah, no problem.
yes,
because they would know.
Yes, it was very generous. Of us.
They would know from the community that he was fucking hated. I remember him being hated. All of his videos, top comments were really funny on Escapist around that era because it's just like, good God, this shit again. Especially because Yahtzee, as much as you'd say he didn't change the style, the quality followed the times, right? It didn't look, like how Bob's videos look like they were made 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean because zero punctuation is fundamentally the same formula, but it doesn't feel like it's some dated, shitty formula.
Yeah.
I mean, part of what helps is that one, it's funnier, the writing is sharper, but also that you've got like the illustrations as well, which is unique for every video and is like contextual rather than generic visuals that Movie Bob would be. His whole format is just, it really is fascinating because you would think that you would just inevitably change over the course of like over a decade, but I guess not.
I don't like his thumbnails. So inconsistent and
tacky,
noisy. Yeah, Tacky's good as well. Yeah.
Would he feel
I
the
think
need to
I
change
think the
though? Like if
recent
he
ones
views
are more.
himself. Sorry, Matt, after you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to mean, but does he even feel the need to change though? If he has this higher opinion of himself, as we've kind of established over the immense high regard in which he holds his own intellect, is that like a barrier to him improving because he wouldn't want to admit to anyone that someone might be doing something better than he can?
It's definitely fair to say that he thinks he's already nailed it. And so why change? For sure, yeah, I think so.
So if you look at the recent ones, they seem to be a bit more streamlined, the thumbnails, but they're still noisy as fuck though. Here, that still applies. Hang on, that's like from right now.
He's found, I guess he's found his sort of template.
Yeah, but then the like some of them are fine, but then like the green ones, they go a bit overboard here and there.
Well, he still has the fucking text in the bottom right, as if he hasn't learned that that's where the time code is for the YouTube video thumbnails.
Oh my god, review Star Wars Outlaw. Is that? Oh, Star Wars Skeleton Crew. I was hoping it was Outlaws for a second there.
We were
Outlaws.
Yeah, it looks kind of like it because everything looks the same now. Yeah.
I'm looking at these and it's like 2 hours of 2010s gaming videos marathon. So that's just all of his shit from ages ago. That sounds like a nightmare. Any of this is all just reviews. Where was his think pieces where he says insane shit? Yeah, the big picture, right? That's what that was.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to go have a look, see at his channel at some point and see if there's anything wacky. But
don't do it.
I know.
It's a trap.
I'll put on the hazmat. It's okay.
Channel. But it was only going to get worse for the ex-freelancer. On November 10th...
Oh no, it's this one. I almost want to... Before seeing his version of this, do you all remember the fucking the Quid Reviews version of this?
God, it's barely.
Not quite. I know
the thing with his editor.
No. So like, because this is something we definitely covered fucking years ago, but it's just such a sad and cruel story. But Quinn Reviews, he was, I think, like, Nick, do you remember this? He was in with the commentary community people once upon a time, right?
Yeah, he was friends with Turkey Tom when Tom was like a teenager.
Yeah, super olden times. He was like totally fine with them, but he like made that video where he talked about how he was falling into the right wing rabbit hole. And he was going crazy. He was falling in with bad people, but then he came out of it thanks to ContraPoints, I think, and someone else who saved him. And he's like abandoned all those horrible people, and he's better for it now. But what happened, of course, was he'd lost like all of his friends, basically, or at least the people he would have treated that way. And so he was looking for friends, trying to reach out to people. And I'm given the wholesome version. I don't know if there's a darker version of it, but like he reached out to plenty of people, including some girls, and probably tried a little too hard to be friends with them, right? Like, do you want to meet up? Do you want to collaborate? Do you want to do that? And what happened was 2 of those girls happened to be, I believe, Jenny Nicholson and Sarah Z, and both of them shared in tweets like they posted his messages. And they said, if you like, don't do this, never be this person. It's gross, it's wrong, and don't come at people like this. But they were courteous enough to scribble over the profile picture. But they only scribbled over 97% of it, so there was still some pixels left.
And then they figured it out.
And
I think he was wearing like a really bright yellow shirt that made it very easy to compare to the non-blurred one.
I don't want to imply it was some crazy thing, because ultimately, if you just look at his profile picture and then look at the way they scribbled it right, would show you where the colors would be, and it would just match perfectly. And it's like, oh, whoops. And so, yeah, they accidentally revealed that he was the one that was trying to, like... I think the messages weren't even that bad. They were just continuously like, hang out? We can hang out? You want to talk? Anyone? Like, it's just like, oh, man.
It seems to me just like the ultimate nightmare of how poorly a parasocial relationship could backfire on you.
Yeah.
Worst you can do is say no.
Like, almost the worst case scenario.
The worst they can do
we don't
is
give a
fucking
shit about
expose me
you.
on the
Just
internet.
tell us the thing.
It was like a combination of like, wow, that's awful sad, and just I almost feel bad for you. But yeah, I don't know how he's doing these days. He stays in like a cave and reviews what are they, like Disney Channel shows usually? The
Yeah.
And
Has
they
he
were
done
like,
Hannah Montana yet, or is that like this year's project?
probably this year's one, yeah. He's moved out of drama. He's moved out of any kind of political statement. Yeah, because of course, he's the one that said he fucking hates Donald Trump in the middle of a film review.
He's kind of one of those. He's one of those plot guys too.
Oh,
Like you're
good
watching the
times.
iCarly shit through him, and I'm pretty sure it's just him describing an episode, right? There's not really much. I don't know how much in like a 12-hour video are you really taking
Oh
apart?
no, I've tried to watch some of those sometimes. They suck. I actually like the pacing and the editing suck ass on them. And he also he outsources a lot of the editing, right? He got into a controversy because of that, or rather, how he treated. Was that like
Yeah, that
solved?
was the woman who had like a bottle of wine in her hand, which she was like belligerently drunk, explaining why Quentin reviews is like a fucking terrible person. That was hilarious.
He's had a rocky time on the internet. That guy. Yeah, James just said he invited a ton of people if they wanted to go to Disneyland because they were close, and only one person responded, and that's who he went with. Oh, but hey, the reason I bring that up is that he's like a protege to the king of this happening, and that's what this story is.
YouTuber Lindsay Ellis joked about having a group chat. I know, right? I've uncovered the conspiracy of people being friends with their peers. Then Bob replied with a photo of the two together with the caption.
I remember that.
No.
Oh, yeah.
What's so fucking brilliant about this, right?
Yes.
It's already cringe. You don't even need what happens next.
Yes.
So
Bob, you're such a cool guy, dude. Yes.
Like she's talking about, they're talking about like, oh, it's conspiratorial, all these different people in different group chats planning things, and then she says, yeah, that's crazy having a group chat with your friends. And then there's Bob coming in being like, it's insane. Post a picture, being close with it. This is like
we're friends who touch each other.
As you can see from the lanyard, this is like some kind of con or some meetup, whatever, and
yeah,
he's just taking a picture with it like a selfie. But the implication that he knows fucking full well he's doing is that, yes, I am friends with you, which apparently...
Yeah, we hang
please
out.
Please invite me, please.
Did you ever see the TikTok where the guy's like, it's my birthday, and this is my girlfriend, or whatever, and then they all start cutting away, and it like shows he has a gun to her head, and then somebody else...
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what this looks like, dude.
That TikTok was fucking awesome.
I love it when it gets to the point of the people at the end of the door. They're like, "We're coming in!" Like, don't kill her, don't do it.
Don't kill her, don't do it.
And then it cuts to the news guy, and it's like, man's girlfriend is currently held hostage right now.
It's so good. It's so good.
And I, for one, am positively shocked. This lighthearted remark was seen in a different light when the video essayist responded. This is honestly really inappropriate and creepy, dude. A selfie at a con several years ago does not mean we are friends.
No.
Also, the fact that I have soft blocked you like 6 times and you always refollow is creepy. Take the hint, and please leave me alone.
I'm being rejected by my queen.
No.
So yeah, what she's talking about is when that's like an interesting strat, right? You block a person, then unblock them straight away, so that the hope is that they forget that they've now been unfollowed from you and they didn't notice. Like, that is a strategy people sometimes do. So it looks like she did that 6 times, and he followed her again. He didn't take the hint, is what she's saying. Oh, that's weird. I got unfollowed from you 6 times.
Deactivate my entire account out of embarrassment if this happened. I mean, how do you recover from this?
You don't. He didn't. He's moving, Bob.
If that would happen, it would time to get those cans to the shops or to the recycler finally. Buy
Bob
more
tweeted-
Paps Blue Ribbon.
He felt borderline gaslit before privating his account.
I'm not planning to say anything further publicly here on Twitter about what I imagine many people want to ask me about, other than to say I feel deeply hurt, confused, and borderline gaslighted, but that I won't push for explanations that may invite irritation. So he thought they were close, even though she soft-blocked him 6 times in a row. Okay, I guess, just mistakes were made. What can you say?
The exchange quickly went viral, with the entire internet taking a moment to laugh from afar. Lindsay Ellis doubled down further, refusing to
harassment-enabling hypocrite.
apologize before stating he had made her uncomfortable for years. I'm not about...
Oh, wait, we gotta read... This is a pet peeve of mine. You gonna read the thing on the screen, or I'm gonna read the thing on the screen? What's happening?
Yeah, because I'm currently listening to you.
Yeah. Getting a tiny bit sick of people calling me a harassment enabling hypocrite for publicly calling out a man who has made me uncomfortable for years. Jesus. All while he tried to create an image that we have some sort of connection or relationship where there is none.
Ellis doubled down further, refusing to apologize before stating he had made her uncomfortable for years.
I'm not about to accept responsibility for any dog piles that happen as a result of me having to publicly tell him to leave me alone and to stop projecting to his audience that we have some form of relationship. I unfollowed him years ago because of how toxic he is. Who the fuck was blaming her?
That's a good question.
Maybe one person, and this is like farming.
I think you might be right, because
I could see, like, if you don't know who Movie Bob is and you have no interactions with this, it's just like, yeah, we're friends, and then she's like, get away from me, creepy, weird man. And that'd be like a little bit of an interesting escalation, maybe?
Yeah, but like, it would only be...
saying here is that you're saying that you'd have to not know who Movie Bob is to defend him.
Didn't she say... She said in the first tweet, the only tweet that regards the resulting dog pile, that he was, like, blocked 6 times. Yeah. Like, I think when you read that, you'd be like, oh.
I'm not about to accept responsibility for any dog piles that happen as a result of me having to publicly tell him to leave me alone.
Also, the people laughing at Bob probably weren't the problem. It would have been the people that took him to task as, like, a misogynist or something. Those people would have gone way harder on him.
Yeah.
Followed him years ago because of how toxic he is. I slept on it a full 24 hours before I decided how to handle it. Even blocking him wasn't going to stop him from broadcasting to the world this delusion that he and I are friends.
He's already dead. You don't have to do this.
Stop, he's already dead.
And I want it to be public that I don't condone the things he says. No, it's not okay. With all that, it wasn't long until Bob returned and went back to business as usual. It didn't seem to dissuade him from making...
Wait, what the fuck? Incel man-child nude gatekeeping feedback loop Gamergate model had nothing to do with the rise of Trumpism, alt-right, false reality, cult programming. No reason to revisit or interrogate that part of recent history at all. So, yeah, this is what he means by he goes back to normal.
Tweets calling others man children and incels. Ellis herself...
For the record, because it's like a point of contention for some reason, Shang-Chi did not make the money it needed to. All right.
Even though it was kind of, they tried to make the case at the time that it was successful. It's like, well, it had a really good Labor Day opening. It's like, yeah but it cost like $200 million. It cost $200 million and made $400 million. Maybe it just made its money back. Maybe.
If it was safe to say no, right? We'd already know about this.
Well, the thing is, Eternals was not successful, as I understand it, and it cost a similar amount and made a similar amount. So
yeah.
I mean, there's no sequel, right? And it's been 4 years, so no sequel announced, no reappearances of the character. If it was as successful as they made it out to be, they probably would have made a sequel a lot quicker.
Wasn't the hope, at least part of the hope, that this would obviously it would play really, really well in China, but then it never even got a release there? And so, like, if they planned to make a huge amount of money in international audiences in a country which eventually didn't even show the movie, then evidently the strategy failed and it didn't make enough money domestically to be worth doing it again.
Well, yeah, because that was because it was 2021, so this was when they started releasing all the movies every like couple of months, because they did Black Widow, which was also simultaneously on Disney Plus, and that didn't go so well for them. And then there was this, which I don't think it had I don't think any Marvel movies recently have had like wide releases in China, so yeah.
Children and incels. Ellis herself was cancelled a few months later for tweets about the Disney film Raya and the Last Dragon.
Her tweet about that was so fucking harmless. And I will say, like, the cancellation only took place when she cancelled herself. That's how that works.
Remind me? I don't remember this at all.
She said that she watched it, she thought it was, like, fine, and the good parts felt like they were essentially taken from stuff like Avatar: The Last Airbender or other influences. So
that's it?
Yeah, no, and people were, like, offended.
Okay.
It was weird.
Was the idea that the only reason that she made that comparison in the first place is because they're both, like, fantasy stories set in, like, a East Asia, like, Southeast Asia setting?
I think that's the angle, but it's, like, we just don't even need to... It's so absurd, because Atla's super influential with loads of people. They talk about it for all kinds of things. Like, the idea that she wouldn't be able to reference that she's only referencing it because she's racist. It's just like, okay, sure, fine.
It is kind of fascinating, the idea of like, yeah, you got cancelled for a Disney movie that nobody cares about, nobody talks about. Like,
I will say
this film had no like cultural footprint.
Something that annoyed me at the time though was because she did I believe it's called the EXO talk, EXO. It's something along those lines. I remember watching her describe the process and the nature of cancellation, and I remember finding it quite like compelling. I thought she had a really good understanding of it, and then she like made it strictly a thing the right wing do, and that's it. And I was just like, you must be joking. Like, this is insane. And I remember
we've seen it before. People try to redefine it.
When this happened, it was such a moment of like, how do you not understand what's happening here? Like, it's the thing you described, but it's being done. Like, no right-winger is going to say, wow, you referenced Atla. Like, how could you? That's so socially insensitive, or racially insensitive, culturally insensitive. It's like, no. So, yeah, it really bugged me that, like, she... You know, it's like team politics sort of shit where it's like, I can't admit my team's doing that. Though I think she did somewhat do that in one of her final videos, right, where she was announcing her leaving.
The ultimately baseless accusation.
Oh, there it is. I watched Raya and the Last Dragon, and I think we need to come up with a name for the genre that is basically Avatar the Last Airbender Reduxes. It's like half of all YA fantasy published in the last few years anyway. Harmless.
Okay.
No one would ever think.
That is the end of the career of one of the most successful like media analysis people in terms of just sheer popularity on the platform.
You really created an amazing audience there, Lindsay. Couldn't have happened to a nicer lady.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? That's kind of the point where I was going with it. It's just this weapon that she recognizes. It got turned on her by people that she's supposed to be supported by, and honestly, this was the one that made her like leave. So maybe that did like shake her to the core. Not like straight away.
Wasn't that video? Because I think I recall what you're talking about in terms of the whole like, oh yeah, there's a phenomenon. It's not canceling, but it's a phenomenon where people have their careers wrecked because they said something, but it's not canceling. I think it was in that video. Didn't she say like that she knew a bunch of people who were like petrified of saying the wrong thing because they thought that their audience was going to turn on them?
Yeah, no, it's like
yeah,
it's insane.
To feel like that's got to be really uncomfortable.
Didn't she say like it's the beast we don't want to refer to or something like that gets you?
That rings a bell. That rings a bell.
The monster, yeah. It's such like copy garbage because you can't admit your own team are like the main and most powerful people doing it.
You're something of a contributor to this happening.
Yeah, she would have encouraged it too, for sure. 100%.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, you know?
Well, yeah, that's why watching this happen was fascinating. So I was like, is she gonna make a big piece about how, holy shit, my whole worldview is getting shattered right now? Maybe.
Led her to leave Twitter, with some using it to declare that Bob won. Lindsay
Bob
I suppose it's funny in the sense
Bob
that
persists.
he has outlasted her. You know,
I was about to say he won in the same way DSP keeps winning because he just gets to exist
going.
Still. Just keeps going.
He persists. He crawls forward, but he's still going.
I was picturing him reading that tweet, reading the cancellation, and being like,
yeah, I did win.
Not my friend. Well, I won't protect you.
Another win for diabetes. Let's go.
Later made a video addressing the scandal and cancel culture. That included an apology to Movie Bob, regretting her actions after the entire ordeal.
Like, one other person I owe an apology to is Movie Bob. I told him on Twitter to leave me alone. Because...
So I'll take this moment to be like, no, you have nothing to apologize for. You were completely reasonable. This is insane nonsense.
Because he was
I remember this statement.
By being overfamiliar and continually signaling to the world that we're friends, and he was acting like a creep, and we're not friends. But
this is pretty funny. This is
but I'm
video
still gonna apologize.
This is the video I think
that
was talking about. Yeah.
That's a fucking hilarious thing to say, right? Like, the reasons he's been dogpiled are because these claims were made, which are true.
But I'm sorry.
That's really going to help him, I guess.
I would have never done that if I had known that the diet Nazis were going to turn that into a meme.
What? It was the
diet Nazis.
Why would the diet Nazis be the ones to go after him?
The implication is that if it wasn't them, if it was the people that she liked, then it would have been pretty chill.
The right wingers canceled you.
That's part of the just utter, like, I'm trying to avoid saying lying, basically, trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I really shouldn't with this one. She knows full well the
You really
bulk of the
shouldn't.
biggest criticism
Yeah.
Bob would have gotten would have been from people being like, this is not, like, feminist behavior, this is disgusting, you need to treat women better, all that stuff. Right-wingers, like I said, or plenty of people in general, plenty of left-wingers, have just been laughing. They've been like, that's so funny.
That's what is funny.
It is funny.
It's hilarious.
It's
What even
extra
is
funny
the
because
rule
he's
that
so
you can-
old already as well.
Dumb shit, like diet Nazis were the
Yeah.
ones that really were mean to Bob. Okay.
Oh no.
It's not like he's advocated for them all to die or anything. They might have other reasons they might be angry at him, I don't know.
Are the diet Nazis like telling him to diet, or are they like?
Like Nazi
One can only
light,
hope.
Lite.
Like, I don't like a lot of what he says on Twitter either, but please stop using.
That's a way to summarize what he says on Twitter, isn't it? I don't like it. Like,
I don't like it.
Why do you not like it?
Why?
Let's explore.
let's explore.
Let's
This is
explore
my-
that, shall we?
It's the smiling friends meme. Every time we tweet something, he's like, I don't really want this.
Using my face to torture this man. Leave him alone.
While it may seem like Bob was hitting a low point, that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, later
We
that
could go
year,
even
he was
lower.
hired by MatPat to write for Film Theory.
What a mistake
Oh.
that is.
Shit.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
This
I
is
didn't know
because in
that.
2019, he correctly predicted Wanda was going to be a villain in the MCU.
When did he predict that?
It's
Because,
not even. I mean,
like,
what even is that as a prediction, really?
whatever.
I don't
Are we
remember
gonna
this at all.
start talking about all the failed predictions, or are we just remembering one that he made correct that was an easy one to guess?
That's what I was kind of going with that. I was like, plenty of people predicted that as just, oh, they might do this.
Isn't she a villain
That's
in the
like a
comics anyway?
natural-
So it's like it's not really a prediction. It's
That's
just
kinda what
kind
I
of, you know,
mean.
I've read some
They're
of the
gonna
source
do this
material.
with her.
That's why it's like calling that a
As a
prediction.
villain in the MCU. She's
Well,
a
like
villain
plenty
for
of people
most
said
of
they're
Age of
gonna.
Ultron.
You know, when they announced like a Fantastic Four movie, it's like, oh, they're bringing. I predict they'll bring in Galactus. Like, okay, all right.
Heck, one of our writers knew that Wanda was going to be the villain back in 2019 before Endgame released.
Why go through the trouble of manipulating the face of Wanda? What does that add to the video? It's just extra work for a weird. What does this add? It's distracting me now that they went through the effort to change your face like that.
Make
to
her
do the
look
smile.
evil.
I guess.
I'd love to know what his rationale
and
was. If it was literally just there's a comic story where that's the case, so maybe. Or like, how good was the
He
prediction?
started working with us. True story, that theory of his is actually the reason that he's on the team now. Glad to have you with us, Bob.
Somehow,
Jesus.
Oh god.
How the fuck does
Fucking
Matt
insane.
hire someone like that with
How?
the history he has?
That's
I
a
don't
very
get
good
it.
question.
Why would
He
you want to do
talks
that?
about how he laments how the Nazis ruined eugenics.
I don't understand. Yeah, how are you hireable when you say that? what the
That's
fuck?
I
crazy.
don't get
That's
it. All
insane.
the insane, hateful things he
I
said.
guess we're weird. Like, if we had a company, we wouldn't hire those kinds of people, but plenty of others do. And you know what?
And we would have a lot
Freedom.
of allowance for people saying stuff. We
Yeah.
really are. We're pretty laissez-faire a lot of the times, and we're pretty liberal about what people are allowed to say. But like, there's a line. Jesus Christ.
You would think they'd have noticed it as well when they put him and Wanda on the same image, and then if you look at it and say, well, which of these two actually has the worst worldview? And it's Bob. Like, he's way more evil than she is.
Yeah.
after all this, Bob managed to achieve a bigger gig than he ever had before, being a staple writer of their channel to this very day. While Bob was riding high, writing videos loved by millions, in late 2023, The Escapists saw an exodus of talent, with Yahtzee resigning after 16 years. Their editor-in-chief was abruptly fired, leading the entire video team to resign. They ended up going independent together under the name Second Wind. Having lost the rights to Zero Punctuation, he rebranded to Fully Ran.
All right, now we gotta ask: do you prefer the yellow or the red?
This is a difficult question because I feel like I'm gonna be biased no matter how I like. I started with the yellow. I'm so familiar with the yellow, you know. I guess that gives away that I would kind of edge toward probably picking yellow, but I wonder if that's just because that's how it was.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, black and red. That's a reliable
solid.
combo.
It
That's
is,
a
yeah.
reliable one.
Especially
Shades
if you
in my
put the white.
picture right here.
I think the red and black,
Black, white, and
pops
red.
more, but I don't know. I
would
think it
think
might
that
just be a
in-
nostalgia bias or whatever. Because when I think of the yellow, I'm like, yeah.
I mean, I certainly know that Movie Bob would prefer the black, white, and red.
Amblomatic. Bob weighed in to spit on the site's grave. It really is impressive that the escapist continues to
Bob keeps winning. Look at him.
That's what a real champion looks like. Everyone pay attention.
Yeah.
End up being bought and run by the dumbest and most evil melon farmers on the planet. This time even managing to chase off their OG, a defining star. Just an incredible streak of blown second chances. And with that, we've reached the end of the story so far with Movie Bob.
You see how it's like there isn't anything to say about him in like the modern set of years we've had. Just sort of
it's like, here we are. All right.
Yeah.
He's just sort
lingering.
of
I mean, we've been saying lingering the whole time. He's just lingering
he's
around.
got a
That's
channel.
just a good word for him.
Like,
check it out.
2025 is his year, okay? This is going to be a big
Making a
year for new
comeback.
stories.
I mean,
He's coming back in a big way, okay?
let me look at his views here. I don't think he's getting very much. He's got, I mean, if I go to videos, 4 days, 12,000 views, 7 days, 12,000. He's got some series, and those are the big screen ones that are the most popular.
Maybe he's
Yeah,
losing
3
faith
weeks,
in his own
17K.
stuff now that he's a writer for. That probably pays relatively well, right? Film theory people.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, if it's like if it's just a reliable thing, then yeah, it may well.
At the end of the day, I surprisingly can't help but have a soft spot for Mr. Chipman. In a world of
Why?
so many political grifters and trolls, Movie Bob has consistently been earnest to the point of cringe.
I mean, in a way, there is a certain honesty
so,
and
yeah.
openness in which his evil operates. He's not trying to subvert you or trick you. He's just like, yeah, Republicans should be killed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree. He is super honest. So honest, in fact, that any pragmatic evil person wouldn't be this honest normally.
He actually cares about the media he discusses, and would be doing it even if there was no money involved. Despite lacking self-awareness, none of his actions ever hurt anyone.
Well,
I
I guess the awkward part though is that like, are we judging like the fact that he's ineffectual in his vileness?
Yeah.
Does that earn you points? Does that earn you points that you're incompetent?
The
You're so
intent is
incompetent
there.
that you would never be in a position where you control the levers of power.
Yeah, he wants to hurt people. Very much so.
yeah, like
He's impotent.
Yeah.
Like that's not, isn't it the Jordan Peterson? You're harmless. What's his thing? The rabbit.
you don't want to be harmless. You want to be a monster. You just want to be a monster that's controlled, eh?
Yeah, something like that. I think so. It's just like, I guess the difference here is it's like a wolf with no legs. Like, it's like he's just.
Well, it's like if I aimed a gun and shot, and then it turns out there was no bullets. It's like, oh, you're fine because there was no bullets. Like I thought there was, but like, all right, yeah, sure, I'm clean, fine.
And they provide some good laughs. As far as lolcows go, he's probably the most wholesome you can get.
No. Like, I would actually
No.
argue the complete opposite. The most lolcows
I mean,
are more
with some-
wholesome than Bob. Most lolcows
I mean, with
have the sort of power of just they're so mad, right, and insecure, but they're usually standard selfish, but multiplied by being cringeworthy in their general actions. Movie was talking about genociding people, like
Yeah.
yes, that's a big difference, and
You know,
that's
think of,
not a good thing. In case you didn't know,
think of Pissed Off Angry Gamer. That's like that is way more wholesome. The fact he's like, I played Nintendo Shit Cube and he's terrible. That's it's so isolated and fun in its own little bubble compared to Bob, who, like we've said, if he had any power, he'd have to be stopped. There's no.
Yeah.
Describing him as wholesome
if he,
is
like,
insane.
hit his head and went into politics. Like that, the only thing that prevented him from going into politics was his love of Mario.
Thank you, Barrow, for that sacrifice. You
I mean,
saved us.
I guess you could look at it like this. Boogie having access to a nuclear arsenal would... I don't think I'd be that afraid, because I'd be like, he'd probably not really have the will to actually do anything with it. Bob, we'd be fucked.
He'd be firing something on the first day if Bob had
Listen,
it.
dude,
But
when his high school reunion comes around, they still sweat.
Yeah.
At his like 20th high school reunion, everyone just kind of freezes up. Like, is
was like,
Bob here?
Nick, you're the
I hope not.
You're the resident expert. Who is the most wholesome lolcow?
I don't know. I would have been
Hmm.
Chan prior to the mom fucking incident.
Jesus Christ, Christian! No way.
Prior to the
I know.
incident, yeah.
I understand what you mean. The most lovable.
A lot of people saying Wings.
Well, I could see why.
Well, Wings
people
is
would
on the
say that.
upswing. Who's still in the dirt?
We need someone who's in the mud. I mean, DSP is just annoying. I wouldn't call him wholesome.
Wings. I feel like Wings is an interesting example.
I'm gonna say something controversial. Does anybody here ever find themselves rooting for Ethan Ralph?
No.
No, absolutely
Even if,
not.
like, dude, did you see Ethan Ralph take down Nick Fuentes that one time? Like, he just he got slighted one time, so he went down to Fuentes' whole event and like blew up America First over the weekend.
I
don't know. He's like a junkyard dog.
But
I don't know. The guy does like horrible shit. He's at every bad thing you could think of, but sometimes he just goes on these tangents.
it's like trying to figure out. I'm trying to remember more lolcows. That we've covered basically all the ones I'm familiar with.
A lot of people said Wings, and I feel like that's when I think about like Wings throwing his controller around and getting mad while playing Call of Duty, I mean that's pretty harmless in terms of like it's not hurting anybody in the audience.
He said some dodgy stuff though.
I guess there's that, and there's something to be said about him yelling at people like get him out of chat, somebody ban him, get the fuck out, all that shit, or like if you don't donate, then I'm quitting the stream. Like that's not so nice. But I guess it's compared to someone like Boogie, for instance.
Yeah, I would not describe Boogie as wholesome
A lot of
either.
these people who are like the JF guy might have killed his wife, so probably not him.
He might have killed his wife wholesome. Yeah,
probably not that one. Yeah,
it's probably.
Remember Coach Redbell?
We wouldn't necessarily describe Wings as wholesome, but he's probably the most wholesome out of the lot.
Yeah.
Certainly not fucking Movie Bob, okay? I don't know why he said that.
No way.
He's a leftover relic of an era where content creators worked for free, and has been able to hold on to a career even 20 years later, with some very competently written film theory scripts to this very day. So with that, I wish Bob the best, and will be eagerly awaiting his next hot take.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I guess I agree. It'll be interesting to see the next Movie Bob hot take. Whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd have framed it as wishing him the best. So I wish him the best, and I look forward to seeing which group he advocates genociding next. It's not quite what I had in mind.
Maybe he learned his lesson.
You know what? I wish for him to not do that anymore. I think I go that route.
That's good advice, actually. Not bad.
Just don't do that.
But yeah, that was the Gamer from Mars's video.
Airsoft Fatty.
Link in the description.
Would
Airsoft Fatty's competitive for wholesome, I think. Unless, did he do some weird shit in that fish tank thing? I never watched that.
Oh, yeah.
I think he did,
He did something. He did something.
I forgot. I did watch a video about it, I think, but I don't remember. It was probably bad.
But yeah, a brief history, so to speak, videos. Gamer from Mars makes a whole bunch of them, so if you want to check out more, you can, like I said. I mean, I think that was pretty coherent, well explained as a timeline.
Yeah.
There's probably some stuff he didn't put in that were. I feel like there's got to be some stuff he must have missed, because just to stuff all of Movie Bob into half an hour seems almost impossible, right?
Oh, that's
no. You could do like a
so
4-hour Tro
content.
video on this, and then you'd have enough to work with, probably.
Yeah. In any case, I suppose that draws us to the closing of this wonderful stream, and probably coming to the maximum of your available time as well, Mr. Diorio, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think we literally timed it perfectly.
Beautiful. Well then, before you have to go, why don't you tell people in chat where they can find you and what you're up to?
Yeah, I stream on YouTube on a channel that is my name. I do like drama type coverage there, so I don't think it's going to be a ton of people who want to watch that stuff. But yeah, feel free to drop by. We're doing all the Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker stuff this week.
You know what?
Boy.
You're lucky. That probably is the best you're going to get in terms of a direct line, because we did a lot of coverage of that for different reasons. So there you go. If you want to see what the content nuke coverage looks like. Do you think it was a good video, Nick, that was released, that nuke thing?
It felt like an old, like 7 years ago Ethan Klein. Like there were jokes that I audibly laughed at, and that's more than I can
same,
say.
yeah.
Put out
Yeah.
recently. By the way, we mentioned this earlier in the stream. We were talking about denims, like whipping all the way back, getting caught up on that clip of the of Hassan Piker that she's like, oh, that's like Nico talking point, and it's like him hugging Hassan Piker, and then she's like, oh,
Yeah.
well, Frogan literally got tripped up on the same clip the next day. Like the same exact clip, but it's Frogan is now circulating, and it's awesome.
So
Like,
she said the
these
exact
people are
same
literally
thing.
hive-mind. Exact same thing. It's literally Sneeko, like a Sneeko fan, and then she looks off the screen when it pops up with like Hassan Piker hugging the guy.
That's funny.
I love how they're not helping. Like if
Yeah, they
Hassan
just-
could see those reactions, he'd be like, "Stop helping me, please."
Oh, like about 40 minutes ago, he started like spurting out on stream, so I think there's a whole crash out to watch now.
Oh, let me guess. He's gonna say, "I didn't watch the video because he's just a stalker and a weirdo, and leave me alone."
Yeah, but he said he can't
something.
talk to Ethan because Ethan's gonna bring on Destiny, and I'm like, I don't know if you got to worry about that right now.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Probably not happening.
Probably. But I was gonna say, it's so funny how Hassan's response has become like the most well-known meme now ever for him. Like everyone makes fun of the fact that he doesn't respond, so he's kind of like he's a little bit cornered on this one, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Especially
He does
because they have a
that, or
history
he goes,
too.
Isn't this the guy that? Isn't that the podcast that's
Yeah.
like filled with
Yeah, he
Nazis?
can't do
Isn't
that
the
now
guy
because
that's
this is the guy that he made a show with for 2 years. So that's
Yep.
not gonna work.
Well, what's so funny to me is because you've said previously that that's part of why you hate Hassan. He did the same thing to us. That's what Kindred Spirits. He said EFAP is the kill stream.
I went
whatever.
back and I got every single one of them. He did it to me, I think, 6 times.
Jesus.
And one time I didn't even say anything. He just saw me on the screen. He's like, "Isn't that the guy who's on like this, like a Nazi adjacent crypto fascist thing? Doesn't he have like a thing like that?" I'm like, "What the fuck? I didn't even do anything this time."
Isn't that the guy who's
This
literally the
time.
worst piece of shit in the history of humanity? Pretty sure that's that guy. Just I'm not sure, but yeah, that's Hassan for you. So yeah, there you go.
It was
You'll
funny
be-
when I see clips of his stuff, and then I just look at his chat, and it's just all memes and stuff, and it's like, what is even happening in that chat? Is there like an actual
The fun thing
conversation
about
happening?
Hassan, though, is he's always hyper aware of what everybody is saying. And for a guy who doesn't watch anything on stream and streams for like 50 hours a week, that means he spends all of his waking moments trying to find out what the fuck people are saying when he's not
Or
live.
he's got
which is
or he's got
hilarious.
legions of people who are feeding him everything all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he like has some kind of personal thing though. I think he engages
yeah.
with a percentage of this privately.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
otherwise
totally.
he knows way too much to not know anything. Like he knows exactly what to say to make it sound like he doesn't really know what he's talking about. But then if you keep listening to him talk, it becomes very obvious that he does know more than he lets on.
Well,
Oh,
best of
yeah.
luck to you.
Good old Hassan. Fun with that.
Mark, how about you, sir? What are you up to these days? Let the chat know.
Well, I am the co-host of Forge, which is a podcast we do on Metal Commander's channel every Sunday. We're doing a bit of a late start tomorrow because we have a guest from the West Coast, Miss Slaughter, first-person shooter player, streams for Night Dive Studios, and we're covering a movie called Strange Darling, which you should probably check out before tomorrow because it's got some twists and turns that we will be revealing, but the movie will play a lot better if you don't know them. It's good stuff,
Oh.
though. It's like a serial killer thriller movie.
Sweet, awesome, good stuff. All right. And Metal, I suppose it makes sense to ask you that same question next because you can talk more about the Forge.
Beat you to it,
Yeah, I
Metal
mean-
suck at German.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean that's happening tomorrow. I'm gonna be watching that movie tomorrow and prep it and all that good stuff as you do for things like that. I'm curious. Mark has been telling me it has like some fun, weird shit in it with twists. I actually don't know what I'm in for, so I'm interested to see it.
Best
so yeah, that's
that way.
happening so that's happening tomorrow. Start time is EFAP time, basically. So we start at the same time only on Sundays, and yeah, it's gonna be good stuff. I recently finished, as I say recently, today before the Forge, I rounded up Astrobot, which is a very good game. I very much enjoyed it. I'm probably gonna throw out a quick rando rant that I did on the stream out on the main channel. Should probably come out on Monday because tomorrow we're doing the stream. Yes. And other than that, just more streams happening. I'm probably gonna do Ninja Gaiden next. and then I'll have to see whatever is up next in the media landscape and see how much time I have, because I do want to do my Last of Us video game arc as well, because I still haven't played those games, and season 2 of that is coming out of the video show, the series. And yeah, that's all that's happening. That's the stuff. And then Captain America is coming out. I said Captain, and was like, no, wait, that's Falcon. I was like, no, it's actually Captain America. See, I'm still confused by this. So that's going to be happening, and I'm probably going to make a video on that when that comes out. So yeah, all kinds of things happening. And then I'm still working on the Rings of Power stuff, and that comes out when it's ready.
Beautiful. Mr. Platoon, how about you, sir?
Yeah. Sorry. I just saw James. The birthday stream on Wednesday, party games with all the people. It's going to be good times. Come check it out.
All right, beautiful. Yeah, I think everyone's gonna be making a little appearance there. Will we be doing Gothic Phone, or perhaps Pumal Party, or perhaps something crazy new that's never been played before? How about that?
Yeah, I did pick up
Tipple Twist
party Tipple Twister. Yeah,
gotta play Tipple Twister.
No, I picked up Party Animals. I wanted to give that a sniff because people have been recommending that to me for a long time, that we should play those on these party game streams.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give that a sniff, and I'll let you all know if you all should pick it up as well at some point.
Okay, yeah, beautiful.
Okay then.
Okay, now Lil Platoon can say things.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, I've got a little second channel video on the year's earliest entry for worst movie of the year, which is good old Section 31. It looked at Borderlands and thought I can do even worse than that, and it succeeded.
Oh my.
There might be another second channel video because Cap made me watch Emilia Perez, and the story around that is hilarious. But I'm also a little bit sick, possibly because I've had to watch that movie, so I don't know if I will get around to doing that as a second channel project. But main channel stuff will probably be either, Captain Falcon or the big Arcane video, depending on which gets done first.
Right. And I saw you were vying for that Section 31 thing to be possibly the worst movie of the year already. That's an impressive achievement for it.
I know. Well, I called it early last year because Madam Web, I said, was the best movie of the year, and it was. And so I'm equally competent to do it this time. It's the worst movie of the year.
Wait, what was Section 31? I think I'm not aware of this, like, at all.
Star Trek one with Michelle. Yeah.
Oh, that was the Star Trek show. Okay.
That I've seen universal hatred for. I've not seen anyone say it's any good.
This one.
Madam Web was an interesting one to watch as a paramedic, though. Like, man.
You're saying it was inspiring and how accurate and hopeful it was about
they didn't talk to so much as the second week paramedic student when writing that movie.
They probably didn't do
Lots
that.
of things are very incorrect.
All right, fair enough. Rags, Fringy, how about you fellas? What's the happy haps?
So for me, I do have plans for this month. I do, after all, need to do my Golem stream, and there's another event this month that is pretty neat, I think, that I can sort of combine those two together. So stay tuned, I guess, for news on that. I'm working on videos. I put out a Dog Bites video yesterday. I'm working on main channel stuff. So yeah, I'm just kind of working on things. I am just carrying right along.
Yeah, I'm working. That's it.
Wonderful. I myself am also working on things that I can't be any more detailed about, I'm afraid. Still not, but eventually I will be able to be, and then you'll get those precious more details before leading to a potential thing coming out. Who knows when? Who knows what it'll be? Who can know anything truly at this point? Nobody at all. But until all of those wonderful things are coming, we'll have to simply say goodbye and good night for now, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, everybody. Have a good night.
Hi, everybody.
Cheerio.
Bye.
See you later.
Aloha. I think aloha.
Look out, Diabetes is right behind you.
How is he so quiet for how big he is?